This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Serial Killer Files, the who, what, where, how, and why of the world's most terrifying murderers, by Harold Schechter. Narrated by Charles Constant. Introduction. There are people who genuinely believe that serial killers are a strictly contemporary phenomena, a symptom of something horribly amiss in the moral fabric of modern American society. The public's intense fascination with sensational crime, demonstrated so dramatically in the fall of 2002 when the airwaves were filled with 24/7 coverage of the so-called Beltway sniper rampage in the Washington, D.C. area, has likewise been viewed as depressing proof of our supposed cultural decline. Since the purpose of this book is to provide the most accurate information about the subject of serial killers, let's begin by considering a pair of images that should help correct these common misconceptions. The first image is of a child snatcher who has just decapitated a little victim after assaulting her in the woods. The picture comes from a 19th century publication called The Illustrated Police News of London. Like today's supermarket tabloids, this weekly periodical ran stories about all sorts of bizarre phenomena, from ghostly visitations to encounters with sea serpents. Its real specialty, however, was grisly true crime, real-life accounts of atrocious murders, accompanied by graphic illustrations. Largely because of its emphasis on gore, the Illustrated Police News had the highest circulation of any publication in Victorian England. The second image is by the famous Mexican artist José Guadalupe Posada, 1852 to 1913. It shows a homicidal maniac named Francisco Guerrero, the slitter of women's throats, committing an atrocity upon an unnamed victim in 1887. This illustration was one of thousands Posada produced for mass reproduction in the form of broadsides, one-page accounts of sensational news events, the vast bulk of which dealt with shockingly violent crimes. Though Posada has long been recognized as a significant artist, neither his illustration nor the anonymous one from the Illustrated Police News was meant to be great art. They were created strictly for commercial purposes, to sell papers by appealing to the public's taste for gruesome horror. Certainly, they weren't supposed to be educational in any way. Nonetheless, there are several lessons we can draw from them. Serial killers have always existed. They just weren't called serial killers in the old days. Back when these two pictures were first published, for example, newspapers often described such criminals in supernatural terms: murder fiends, or bloodthirsty monsters, or devils in human shape. In addition to the legendary ones that everyone has heard about, like Jack the Ripper, an exact contemporary of the two long-forgotten murderers in these illustrations, there are many serial killers who, for whatever reason, never achieved lasting notoriety. Lots of them, however, commit crimes every bit as hideous as those perpetrated by more infamous killers. Serial murders aren't limited to the United States. They can be found in England, in Mexico, in fact, all around the world. There's nothing new about the interest in serial murder. People have always been fascinated by it. They want every last grisly detail, preferably with accompanying pictures. Nowadays, we have 24-hour news channels to satisfy that need. 100 years ago, when cheap, mass-produced printing was state-of-the-art, there were illustrated tabloids. Only the technology has changed. The public's appetite for sensational true crime stories has remained exactly the same. This final point offers further food for thought. Given how deeply unsettling the subject of serial murder is, it's legitimate to wonder why it has always possessed such popular appeal. Why do so many people want to see pictures, hear stories, and listen to books like this one about such morbid matters? One clue to this mystery is suggested by the great 19th century American poet Emily Dickinson. Though the popular image of the Belle of Amherst is of a prim Victorian spinster, Dickinson was in fact a tough-minded person with a taste for newspaper sensationalism. In one of her letters, she confesses her fondness for stories about fatal train wrecks and factory accidents where Gentlemen get their heads cut off quite informally. One of Dickinson's most memorable poems, One Need Not Be a Chamber to be Haunted, deals with the fact that everyone, even the most law-abiding person, possesses a hidden side that is fascinated with the forbidden. One stanza from the poem goes, Our self behind our self concealed should startle most. Assassin hid in our apartment, be horror's least. Dickinson is referring to the part of the human personality that psychologists call the shadow, the brutish Mr. Hyde that lurks beneath the proper veneer of our civilized selves and that loves to dream about all kinds of taboo experiences. Of course, to say that all of us have a shadow side that revels in lawless fantasies does not mean that everyone is a potential serial killer. There is a world of difference between thought and action, between dreaming and doing. Indeed, one of the distinguishing characteristics of serial killers is precisely their willingness to step over that line and turn their twisted fantasies into nightmarish reality. Plato made this point several thousand years ago when he wrote, The virtuous man is content to dream what the wicked man really does. The doings of those supremely wicked people we call serial killers, and the dark dreams they inspire in the rest of us, are the subject of this book. What it means. Origin of the term. One reason people tend to think that serial murder is a frighteningly new phenomenon is that, until about 20 years ago, no one had ever heard of such a thing. For most of the 20th century, the news media never referred to serial killers. But that isn't because homicidal psychos didn't exist in the past. Indeed, one of the most infamous American serial killers of all time, Albert Fish, committed his atrocities around the time of the Great Depression. After his arrest, his unspeakable crimes were covered extensively by the newspapers. Nowhere, however, is Fish described as a serial killer. The reason is simple. The phrase hadn't been invented yet. Back then, the type of crime we now define as serial murder was simply lumped together under the generic rubric of mass murder. Credit for coining the phrase serial killer is commonly given to former FBI Special Agent Robert Ressler, one of the founding members of the Bureau's elite Behavioral Science Unit, aka the Mind Hunters or the Psych Squad. Along with his colleague John Douglas, Ressler served as a model for the character Jack Crawford in Thomas Harris's Hannibal Lecter trilogy. In his 1992 memoir, Whoever Fights Monsters, Ressler writes that in the early 1970s, while attending a week-long conference at the British Police Academy, he heard a fellow participant refer to crimes in series, meaning a series of rapes, burglaries, arsons, or murders. Ressler was so impressed by the phrase that, upon returning to Quantico, he began to use the term serial killer in his own lectures to describe the killing of those who do one murder, then another, and another in a fairly repetitive way. In thinking up the term, Ressler also says he had in mind the movie matinee adventure serials of his boyhood, Spy Smasher, Flash Gordon, The Masked Marvel, etc. Like a child looking forward to the latest installment of his favorite cliffhanger, the serial killer can't wait to commit his next atrocity. That is Ressler's version of how he came to invent the phrase that has now become such a vital part of our language. There's just one problem with the story. There is documented proof that the expression serial murderer existed at least a dozen years before Ressler supposedly invented it. According to Jesse Scheidlauer, editor of the major new revision of the Oxford English Dictionary, the term can be traced as far back as 1961, where it appears in a citation from Merriam-Webster's Third New International Dictionary. The quote, which is attributed to the German critic Siegfried Kracauer, is, "He denies that he is the pursued serial murderer." First documented use of the term serial murderer, as it appears in Merriam-Webster's 1961 Third New International Dictionary. By the mid-1960s, the term serial murderer had become common enough, at least overseas, that it was used repeatedly in the 1966 book The Meaning of Murder by the British writer John Brophy. Jack the Ripper, still unidentified and still the most famous of all serial murderers, was not altogether true to type. The typical serial murderer kills once too often and gets caught. From The Meaning of Murder. It's possible that during his visit to England, where Brophy's book was originally published, Ressler picked up the term, perhaps subliminally. To give credit where it is due, it was evidently Ressler who altered the phrase from serial murderer to the slightly more punchy serial killer. In any event, if he can't really be credited with coining the expression, Ressler certainly helped introduce it into American culture. Surprisingly, it did not enter into common usage until quite recently. The earliest published example of the phrase serial killer that the editors of the Oxford English Dictionary have been able to come up with is only 20 years old. It comes from the article Leading the Hunt in Atlanta's Murders by M.A. Farber, published in the May 3, 1981 issue of the New York Times Magazine. Here, reprinted for the first time, is the passage containing the first known published use of the term serial killer. Someone raising a question that trails Brown from forum to forum asks about race and the murders. Some Atlantans fear racial violence if a serial killer is discovered to be white. Definitions. Since the term serial killer was invented to describe a specific type of criminal, you'd think the definition would be clear-cut. However, confusion surrounds the term. Even the experts can't agree. Let's start with the official FBI definition. 3 or more separate events in 3 or more separate locations with an emotional cooling-off period between homicides. FBI Crime Classification Manual, 1992. This definition stresses 3 elements. 1. Quantity. There have to be at least 3 murders. 2. Place. The murders have to occur at different locations. 3. Time. There has to be a cooling-off period, an interval between the murders that can last anywhere from several hours to several years. The last 2 characteristics are meant to differentiate serial killing from mass murder, in which a suicidal, rage-filled individual slaughters a bunch of people at once. A disgruntled employee, for example, who shows up at his office with an automatic weapon and blows away a half-dozen co-workers before turning the gun on himself. There are several problems with the FBI definition. In one respect, it's much too broad, since it can be applied to homicidal types who aren't serial killers. Professional hitmen, for example, or Western outlaws like William "Billy the Kid" Bonney, who is said to have gunned down 21 men before he reached the age of 21. Mad bombers like Ted Kaczynski also meet the FBI's criteria, but none of these types match the common conception of a serial killer. In another respect, the FBI definition is overly narrow, since it specifies that a serial killer has to commit his crimes in 3 or more separate locations. To be sure, some serial killers range far and wide in their search for prey. Ted Bundy, for example, murdered women in several different states. Others, however, prefer to do their dirty work in one place. John Wayne Gacy, for example, turned the basement of his suburban split-level into a private torture chamber and even disposed of his victims' remains at home, stashing them in the crawl space until he ran out of room. The main defect in the FBI definition, however, is what's missing from it, namely, any sense of the specific nature of the crimes. When Siegfried Kracauer first used the term serial murderer, he was discussing the character played by Peter Lorre in Fritz Lang's classic movie M, a repulsive, moon-faced pervert who preys on little girls. A few years later, John Brophy used it to describe killers like Jack the Ripper and Earl Leonard Nelson, the infamous guerrilla murderer of the 1920s who strangled and raped several dozen women across the United States and up into Canada. And when Robert Ressler and his colleagues in the Behavioral Science Unit adopted the term in the 1970s, they applied it to homicidal psychopaths like Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Edmund Kemper. In all these cases, there was one common thread, a strong component of depraved sexuality. Recognizing this fact, some experts stress the sexual motivations behind serial murder, defining it as the act of ultra-violent deviants who get twisted pleasure from inflicting extreme harm on their victims and who will keep on committing their atrocities until they are stopped. Of course, there are criminals who match this profile but who can't be considered serial killers for one simple reason. They are caught after committing a single homicide. An example is James Lawson, described in the book The Evil That Men Do by Stephen Michaud and former FBI Special Agent Roy Hazelwood, another member of the FBI's original Mindhunter team. A convicted rapist, Lawson was sent to a California state mental institution where he struck up a friendship with a fellow inmate, James Odom. The two men began sharing their fantasies of rape and murder, encouraging each other's sickest impulses and forming a bond based on their mutual depravity. No sooner were they released than they decided to put their dreams into action. Abducting a 25-year-old female convenience store clerk, they drove her to an isolated location. First, Odom raped her in the back seat while Lawson watched. Then, Lawson went to work on her with his knife. "I wanted to cut her body so she would not look like a person, and destroy her so she would not exist. I began to cut on her body. I remember cutting her breasts off. After this, all I remember is that I kept cutting on her body." James Lawson. Fortunately, the two men were traced and arrested in short order. However, Lawson's case raises an interesting question. There's no doubt that he had the mentality of a serial killer. His confession makes that brutally clear. How many women would he have had to butcher before qualifying for that label? 3 or more, according to the FBI definition. But that number seems arbitrary. Let's suppose that over the span of several weeks, the police in a small California town had found the remains of 2 female victims, killed and mutilated in the same way. Wouldn't they be justified in suspecting that a serial killer was on the loose? These flaws in the FBI definition are rectified in another, more flexible one formulated by the National Institutes of Justice, which many authorities regard as a more accurate description. A series of 2 or more murders committed as separate events, usually but not always by one offender acting alone. The crimes may occur over a period of time ranging from hours to years. Quite often the motive is psychological, and the offender's behavior and the physical evidence observed at the crime scenes will reflect sadistic sexual overtones. National Institutes of Justice. Categories of carnage: serial/mass/spree. Though people sometimes confuse the terms and use them interchangeably, there are important differences between serial murder and the other major types of multiple homicide, mass murder and spree killing. For the most part, serial murder is a sex crime, a fact that accounts for its distinctive features. The classic pattern of serial murder is a grotesque travesty of normal sexual functioning. Most people who haven't had sex for a while begin to crave it more and more. They daydream about it. In vulgar terms, they grow increasingly horny. If unattached, they eventually seek out a willing partner. Once they've gratified their sexual urges, the need subsides for a certain period of time. In a parallel way, the serial killer spends his time fantasizing about dominance, torture, and murder. In effect, he grows horny for blood. When his twisted desires get too strong to resist, he goes prowling for unwitting prey. His excitement reaches a climax with the suffering and death of the victim. Afterward, he experiences a cooling-off period. This is somewhat of a misnomer, since it is during this lull between crimes that the killer's bloodlust begins to build again. It would be more accurate to describe it as a cooling-off/heating up period. During this time, he may make use of trophies he has taken from a murder scene to relive the crime in his mind, savoring the memory of his victim's suffering. In short, their unspeakable acts are a source of supreme pleasure to serial killers, who achieve the highest pitch of arousal, even to the point of orgasm, by inflicting savage harm on other human beings. Because doing terrible things feels so good to them, Serial killers try not to get caught, so they can keep on enjoying their atrocities for as long as possible. Mass murder. Apart from the fact that they both involve multiple homicides, mass murder and serial killing have almost nothing in common. Whereas the serial killer is often described as a predator, the mass murderer is stereotypically defined as a human time bomb. Though there have been a number of female mass murderers, the great preponderance are male. In general, the mass murderer is someone whose life has come unraveled, who has been thrown out by his wife or fired from his job or suffered some other humiliating blow that pushes him over the edge. Filled with an annihilating rage at everything he blames for his failure, he explodes in a burst of devastating violence that wipes out everyone within range, a phenomenon that has entered slang as going postal, a sardonic tribute to the number of U.S. Postal Service workers who seem to have perpetrated such acts. If serial murder is, in essence, a sex crime, mass murder is almost always a suicidal one. In blind, apocalyptic fury, the mass murderer has decided to go out with a bang and take as many people with him as possible. Typically, once the bloodbath is over, the mass murderer will either end his own life or provoke a fatal shootout with the police, suicide by cop, as it is called. Someday, before I kill myself, I'll bring some people down with me. Sylvia Segrist, mass murderer. Since his intention is to blow away as many people as possible, the mass murderer almost always uses firearms. This is in marked contrast to most serial killers who, with notable exceptions like David, son of Sam Berkowitz, and Zodiac, prefer the sadistic hands-on thrill of stabbing, strangling, mauling, and mutilating. A key element of mass murder is that, by definition, it occurs in a single location. Indeed, it is this factor, as much as anything else, that accounts for the devastating nature of the crime. The mass murderer is someone who, like a suicide bomber, detonates without warning in a restaurant, a playground, a schoolroom, an office, or even, as in the 1999 case of Larry Gene Ashbrook, a church, turning a safe, familiar setting into the scene of a corpse-strewn massacre. Though mass murderers don't exert the same morbid fascination as serial killers, largely because their crimes are less sensationally gruesome and sexually perverted, they often run up substantial body counts. Charles Whitman, for example, the Texas Tower sniper who, on August 1, 1966, barricaded himself on the observation deck overlooking the University of Texas campus and began picking off people below, killed 14 victims in the course of his massacre. And even this grim total was surpassed by the case of James Huberty, one of the worst mass murder episodes of modern times. Case study: James Huberty and the McDonald's Massacre. The site was significant. A suburban McDonald's restaurant. This all-American symbol of happy family life and material satisfaction represented everything that James Oliver Huberty had struggled so hard and failed so miserably to achieve. His life had been difficult from the start. His mother, a religious zealot, became a missionary and abandoned her family when James was only 7. Raised by his father, he grew up lonely and resentful, a boy whose sole companion was his dog and whose only interest was guns. His earliest ambition, to work in a funeral home, did not pan out. Though he received a license from the Pittsburgh Institute of Mortuary Science, he lacked the personal skills necessary for a successful mortician. He was a good embalmer, but he just didn't relate to people, was one professional assessment. Still, he managed to prosper for a while. In 1965, at the age of 23, he married his girlfriend Etna. A few years later, they moved into a comfortable house in Massillon, Ohio. By the early 70s, Huberty was the father of 2, with a good, steady job as a welder at a utility plant in nearby Canton. His family was the center of his existence. Outside of Etna and the girls, he had no social contacts. He bickered constantly with his neighbors and spent much of his spare time reading gun magazines and survivalist literature. On the whole, however, Huberty's life during this period was as stable and content as it would ever be. The bottom fell out in the early 1980s when hard times hit the area. The plant closed, Huberty lost his job, and, as Etna later put it, his life came crashing in around him. After nearly 6 months of unemployment, he landed another job but was soon laid off again. He started to talk of suicide, and worse. According to an acquaintance, it was around this time that Huberty began voicing scary thoughts. He said he had nothing to live for, no job or anything. He said that if this was the end of his making his living for his family, he was going to take everyone with him. In late 1983, in a desperate hunt for a better job, the 41-year-old Huberty moved his family to San Ysidro, California, a suburb of San Diego just north of the Mexican border. He found work as a security guard, but the job didn't last. His family was forced to move again and again, each time to a slightly shabbier apartment. Huberty grew increasingly paranoid, venting his bitterness at the world. On Wednesday, July 18, 1984, after a morning trip to traffic court to pay a ticket, Huberty reached the end of the line. Society had its chance, he said to his wife. In their bedroom a few hours later, he dressed in camouflage pants and a black T-shirt. His wife asked where he was going. "Hunting humans," he said. Not long afterward, he showed up at the local McDonald's with a semi-automatic rifle, a 9mm pistol, a 12-gauge shotgun, and a canvas bag full of ammo. Almost immediately, he opened fire. 75 minutes later, 21 people were dead, many of them children, and another 19 wounded. The massacre didn't stop until a SWAT team sniper fired a .308 caliber into James Huberty's dark heart. Spree killing. With one key exception, spree and mass murder are more or less identical phenomena. Like the mass murderer, the spree killer is someone who has become so profoundly alienated and embittered that he no longer feels connected to human society. His life has amounted to nothing, and his murderous rampage is his way of bringing his intolerable existence to an explosive end. Most spree killers prefer death to surrender. Others allow themselves to be captured, knowing that they will be executed or locked away forever. One way or another, their lives are over. Two major motives fuel the spree killer's final, hate-filled act: revenge against the world, and a desire to show that, all the evidence to the contrary, he is a person to be reckoned with. Tormented by his failure to achieve those things that seem to come so easily to others, satisfying work, loving relationships, he will prove that he is special in at least one regard, in his power to wreak havoc. Like the mass murderer, the spree killer sometimes targets specific victims: the boss who fired him, the professor who flunked him, the bully who made his high school years a living hell. But the randomness with which he mows down everyone unlucky enough to cross his path shows that his rage is really directed against society itself. The defining difference between the spree killer and the mass murderer has to do with motion. Whereas the mass murderer slaughters in one place, the spree killer moves from site to site, killing as he goes. In that sense, spree killing might best be described as mobile mass murder. In 1949, for example, a crazed ex-GI named Howard Unruh stunned the nation when he strode through his quiet New Jersey suburb and methodically gunned down everyone in his path. Case Study: Howard Unruh, the Retaliator. The first major spree killer of the post-World War II era, Howard Barton Unruh fit the classic profile of his kind. In the fall of 1949, he was a 28-year-old misfit, living alone with his mother in a shabby 3-room apartment in East Camden, New Jersey. His empty, aimless existence couldn't have been drearier. He had no job, no friends, no prospects for the future. A closeted gay in an intensely homophobic era, he led a sordid secret life, traveling to Philadelphia several times a week for loveless sex with anonymous pickups. Otherwise, he spent much of his time playing with his toy trains or practicing pistol shooting in a makeshift target range in his basement. Just a few years earlier, he had felt like somebody. That was in the Army, where he had distinguished himself during the war as a gunner in the 342nd Armored Field Artillery. Now, back home, he was a nothing, an utter failure. He had tried college, enrolling in Temple University's School of Pharmacology under the GI Bill, but he had dropped out after only 3 months. He became convinced that his neighbors were talking behind his back, viewing him with contempt for living off his frail, aging mother. He began to keep a diary, listing grievances against his neighbors and making little cryptic notations beside their names. Ret WTS, or DNDR. The abbreviations stood for Retaliate When Time Suitable and Do Not Delay Retaliation. On Tuesday, September 6, 1949, the day of retaliation arrived. Rising promptly at 8 a.m., Howard washed, shaved, and dressed in his best tropical worsted suit, white shirt, and bow tie. He went into the kitchen for his breakfast, prepared as always by his doting mother, who noticed that Howard seemed strangely distracted. After polishing off fried eggs and post toasties, he went down to the basement, returning with a length of heavy lead pipe. Summoning his mother into the living room, he raised the pipe threateningly as if to brain her. "What do you want to do that for, Howard?" Mrs. Unruh stammered. Backing toward the door, she flung it open and fled the house in terror. Howard stood for a moment. Then, shaking off his daze, he went into his bedroom, got his 9mm Luger pistol with 2 loaded clips and 33 loose cartridges, and hit the streets. His first stop was Pilcharik's shoe shop. The owner, John Pilcharik, was kneeling by his bench, nailing a sole onto a shoe when Unruh entered at 9:20 a.m. Unruh strode directly up to Pilcharik and, without a word, shot the cobbler in the face, then fired again into his head. He then turned and headed next door to Clark Hoover's barber shop. Hoover was busily trimming the hair of a 6-year-old boy named Orris Smith. "I've got something for you, Clarky," Unruh said as he stepped up to the chair and shot both the barber and the little boy. As the child's mother, who was seated nearby, shrieked and ran toward her dying boy, Unruh nonchalantly headed out. Over the next 10 minutes, he calmly made his way through the neighborhood, shooting victims as he went, both specific targets of his paranoid hatred and random passers-by unfortunate enough to find themselves in his way. When he ran out of ammunition, less than 15 minutes after firing his first shot into the face of Joe Pilcharik, 13 people lay dead or dying, and another 3 were badly wounded. Returning to his apartment, Unruh flopped down on his bed. Moments later, about 60 heavily armed officers surrounded the house. A ferocious gun battle ensued, ending when Unruh was driven from his room by tear gas. As Unruh was being handcuffed, the officer asked, "What's the matter with you? You some kind of psycho?" "I'm no psycho," Unruh indignantly said. "I have a good mind." The state disagreed. Unruh was permanently confined to a maximum security psychiatric hospital for the criminally insane. While Howard Unruh turned his neighborhood into a corpse-littered background during 13 horrifying minutes, some spree killers cover far more territory, conducting their rampage by car over the span of days or even weeks. That was the case in late 1957, when a pair of teen hoodlums, James Dean wannabe Charles Starkweather and his underage sweetheart Carol Ann Fugate, sped across Nebraska, killing 10 people over 26 days. In the spring of 1997, Andrew Cunanan slaughtered 4 men as he made his way in a succession of stolen vehicles from Minneapolis to Miami Beach in search of his ultimate target, the celebrated Italian fashion designer Gianni Versace. And in the fall of 2002, John Muhammad and his teenage protege Lee Malvo allegedly terrorized Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. from a blue Chevy Caprice after first committing a pair of shootings down in Montgomery, Alabama. For a variety of reasons, the interval between shootings, the taunting messages to the police, the sinister calling card left at one crime scene, many experts assumed that a serial killer was on the loose while the sniper shootings were taking place. Once the alleged perpetrators were caught, however, it became clear that Muhammad fit the definition of a spree killer, a man with a miserably failed personal and professional life, venting his rage in a murderous vendetta against the world. A better term? Since mass and spree murder are essentially two manifestations of the same psychological phenomenon, a new term has recently been proposed that covers both kinds of crime. In a series of articles published shortly before the first anniversary of the Columbine massacre, the New York Times refers to figures like Dylan Klebold, Charles Whitman, and others as rampage killers, a highly expressive phrase that pinpoints the essential difference between these types of offenders and serial killers. Psychopath versus psychotic. When the arresting officer asked Howard Unruh if he was some kind of psycho, he was using a common slang term nowadays most commonly associated with the title of Alfred Hitchcock's classic slasher film. But the policeman's question is more complicated than it may seem. There are two very different types of psychos: psychopaths and psychotics. Most serial killers fall into the first category, though some belong to the latter. Psychopaths, the mask of sanity. Serial killers have a dead conscience. No morals, no scruples, no conscience. Richard Night Stalker Ramirez. Technically, psychopaths aren't legally insane. They know the difference between right and wrong. They are rational, often highly intelligent people. Some are capable of great charm. Indeed, the scariest thing about them is that they seem so normal. Their pleasant personalities, however, are just a show. Underneath their masks of sanity, to use the famous phrase coined by psychologist Hervey Cleckley, they are profoundly disturbed individuals. The most striking feature of the psychopathic personality is his utter lack of empathy. He is incapable of love, incapable of caring, incapable of feeling sorry for anyone but himself. Other people are simply objects to be exploited and manipulated for his own profit and pleasure. As criminologist Edward Glover puts it in his book The Roots of Crime, psychopaths are outstandingly selfish, egotistical, and deceitful. Nothing matters to them but their own needs. At their worst, they have monstrous dreams of torture, rape, and murder that they pursue without the slightest compunction. Such extreme criminal psychopaths are devious, cold-blooded predators who hide their evil hearts behind bland, plausible facades. Because they feel no guilt or remorse, psychopaths are able to maintain an uncanny cool in situations that would cause a normal person to break into a cold sweat. For example, when one of Jeffrey Dahmer's handcuffed and bleeding victims managed to escape and run out into the street, Dahmer calmly talked the police into returning the young man to his custody. He then led him back to his hellish lair and slaughtered him. Melville on psychopaths. Though the term psychopath wasn't coined until 1891 by a German psychologist named Koch, the kind of personality it describes has always existed. The great American novelist Herman Melville not only recognized this fact, but created a powerful portrait of a criminal psychopath in his final masterpiece, Billy Budd. One of Melville's major themes is the lurking evil concealed behind benign appearances. In Billy Budd, this theme is embodied in the character of John Claggart, a seemingly friendly man who is wicked to the core. At one point in the novella, the author pauses to contemplate the source of Claggart's villainy. Living in a pre-Freudian age, Melville does not use the clinical language of modern-day psychology in accounting for the character's behavior, relying instead on such old-fashioned phrases as natural depravity and the mania of an evil nature, But his description of the master-at-arms' malevolent personality makes it clear that Claggart is a classic instance of what we now call a criminal psychopath. Though the man's even temper and discreet bearing would seem to intimate a mind peculiarly subject to the law of reason, not the less in heart he would seem to riot in complete exemption from that law, having apparently little to do with reason further than to employ it as an ambidexter implement for effecting the irrational. That is to say, toward the accomplishment of an aim which in wantonness of atrocity would seem to partake of the insane. He will direct a cool judgment, sagacious and sound. These men are madmen, and of the most dangerous sort, for their lunacy is not continuous, but occasional, evoked by some special object. In this passage, Melville pinpoints the essence of the psychopath, a person who commits the most unspeakable atrocities with cool, rational judgment. Moral insanity. During Melville's lifetime, psychiatrists both here and in Europe were grappling with the same problem as Billy Budd: how to explain the psychology of criminals who are rational and even intelligent, but who take pleasure in committing murders that are so hideously savage as to seem, by definition, insane. The term they came up with was moral insanity. In the early 1870s, for example, a 12-year-old boy named Jesse Harding Pomeroy attacked and tortured a series of younger boys in Boston. After less than 17 months at a reformatory, he was released, only to commit a pair of hideous mutilation murders on a little boy and girl. Under arrest, the boy fiend, as the newspapers dubbed him, was examined by various psychiatrists who found that he had sharp wits and a good memory, had no delusions whatsoever, possessed a knowledge of right and wrong in the abstract, and had an above-normal intellectual capacity. At the same time, he was unquestionably defective on the moral side to a degree which was plainly much more pronounced than in the criminal. The unusual, atrocious, and cruel nature of his criminal acts, his pursuit of crime for crime's sake only, his utter insensibility to suffering, and his gratification in torturing victims for the same reason a cat does a mouse before killing it, all plainly indicated that his motives and conduct were far different from those of the ordinary malefactor. In short, the experts concluded that though Pomeroy was intellectually unimpaired, he was morally insane, or, as they variously described him, a moral degenerate, a moral defective, or a moral imbecile. Though these terms don't sound particularly scientific or politically correct, they are exactly what we mean nowadays by a psychopath. These patients have good memory and understanding, ability to reason and contrive, much cleverness and cunning, and a general appearance of rationality, coexistent with very deficient control, absence of moral sense and human sentiments and feelings, perverted and brutal instincts, and propensities for criminal acts of various kinds which may be perpetrated deliberately and cleverly planned, yet committed with little or no motive and regardless of the consequences to themselves and others. 19th century definition of moral insanity. Psychotics, the living nightmare. Psychosis is defined as a severe mental disorder characterized by some degree of personality disintegration. Psychotics live in a nightmarish world of their own. They suffer from hallucinations and delusions, hear voices, see visions, are possessed by bizarre beliefs. They have lost touch with reality. Unlike psychopaths, who appear to be normal, rational people even while leading grotesque secret lives, psychopaths match the common conception of insanity. The main forms of psychosis are schizophrenia and paranoia. For the most part, serial killers aren't psychotic. There have been some notable exceptions, however, like the paranoid schizophrenic Herbert Mullen. Case study: Herbert Mullen and the Die Song. For the first 22 years of his life, Herbert Mullen showed no signs of the raging psychosis that would eventually take possession of his mind and result in the brutal deaths of 13 random victims. Born in Salinas, California in April 1947, he seemed to have a normal childhood. He belonged to the Boy Scouts, played Little League baseball, built a treehouse with friends. Years later, he remembered his childhood differently, insisting that his parents had deliberately tried to ruin his life by sending telepathic messages to his schoolmates, threatening to kill them in the afterlife if they played with him. By the time he made this wild accusation, Mullen was already far gone in madness. From first grade until his sophomore year of high school, he attended Catholic parochial school. Then, after his family moved to Santa Cruz, transferred to San Lorenzo Valley High, where he found a girlfriend and formed a close attachment to a buddy named Dean. After Dean's death in a car crash, Mullen first manifested bizarre symptoms, creating a kind of shrine to his friend in his bedroom and staring at it for hours on end. Around this time, Mullen was also introduced to marijuana. It is difficult to know how much significance to attach to either event, however. After all, many people have had similar experiences, losing loved ones in tragic accidents, experimenting with drugs, without turning into deranged psycho-killers. The first indication that something was seriously wrong with Mullen occurred at a family gathering for his parents' 29th anniversary in March 1969. Over dinner, Mullen robotically imitated every word and gesture of his brother-in-law, Al. His behavior was so bizarre that he was finally convinced to check himself into a state mental hospital, where he was diagnosed as suffering from a schizophrenic reaction. Though the psychiatrists judged that his mental condition was deteriorating and the prognosis was poor, they had no power to keep him in custody. After 6 weeks, Mullen left. For the next few years, he drifted, working at a succession of menial jobs: dishwasher, gas station attendant, truck driver for Goodwill Industries. For a while, he lived in Hawaii. He was in and out of mental hospitals. He began to hear voices commanding him to shave his head and burn his penis with a lighted cigarette. He obeyed both orders. Doctors, recognizing that he was in the grip of extreme paranoid schizophrenia, warned that his condition was grave. They had no idea of just how dangerous Herbert Mullen was becoming. By October 1972, the voices were telling him to kill. He became convinced that he had been chosen by Albert Einstein to go out and murder people as a way of preventing a cataclysmic earthquake. He described his mission as singing the die song. He explained it to a psychiatrist. You see, the thing is, people get together, say, in the White House. People like to sing the die song, you know. People like to sing the die song. If I am president of my class when I graduate from high school, I can tell 2, possibly 3 young male Homo sapiens to die. I can sing that song to them, and they'll have to kill themselves or be killed. An automobile accident, a knifing, a gunshot wound. You ask me why this is? And I say, well, they have to do that in order to protect the ground from an earthquake. Because all of the other people in the community had been dying all year long, and my class, we have to chip in, so to speak, to the darkness. We have to die also. And people would rather sing the die song than murder. On October 13, 1972, not long after a voice in his head barked, "Why won't you give me anything? Go kill someone! Move!" Mullen clubbed a 55-year-old drifter to death with a baseball bat on a highway shoulder in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Less than 2 weeks later, he picked up a 24-year-old hitchhiker, stabbed her to death with a hunting knife, then dragged her corpse into some bushes and disemboweled her. 8 days later, he entered the confessional of St. Mary's Church in Los Gatos and stabbed the priest to death. In the midst of this hideous campaign, Mullen tried to enlist in the Marines. He impressed the recruiting officer as a highly intelligent and motivated young man who most likely will be a credit to the Corps. Ultimately, however, he was turned down. 10 days after applying, Mullen massacred 5 people, including 2 brothers, ages 4 and 9, in a remote area of the Santa Cruz Mountains. Not long afterward, while hiking in a state park, he came upon 4 teenage boys in a makeshift cabin and shot them all in the head while they begged for their lives. His final victim was a 72-year-old man, shot while working in his yard. Mullen's car was spotted speeding away from the murder scene, and he was quickly picked up. In spite of overwhelming evidence of his extravagant mental derangement, the jury deemed Mullen sane by legal standards, and found him guilty of 8 counts of second-degree murder and 2 counts of first. On September 18, 1973, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. He will be eligible for parole in 2020 at the age of 73. Beyond madness. Because serial killers commit such appalling acts, some experts feel that these criminals can't be placed in any of the usual clinical categories of mental disorder. To them, serial killers exist in a class by themselves, somewhere beyond the outer limits of comprehensible human behavior. In his book, The Meaning of Murder, for example, John Brophy writes, "Such men are monsters who live not merely beyond the unmapped frontiers of sanity, but beyond the frontiers of madness, as madness is conceivable to most people." Like Brophy, who reverts to the ancient term monsters to describe serial killers, some experts have recently abandoned psychological jargon altogether and have gone back to the age-old notion of evil to describe such beings. At a meeting of the American Psychiatric Association in May 2001, forensic psychiatrist Michael Wellner of the New York University School of Medicine defined evil as an intent to cause emotional trauma, to terrorize or target the helpless, to prolong suffering, and to derive satisfaction from it all. That pretty much sums up the behavior of serial killers. Who they are. Apart from the obvious characteristics, sick minds, twisted desires, a compulsion to kill again and again, it's hard to generalize about serial killers. According to writer Stephen Michaud, the only safe thing you can say about them is that an inexplicably large percentage are named Wayne or Ricky Lee. Michaud, one assumes, is at least half joking. Actually, there don't seem to be that many Ricky Lees among the world's serial killers. But his larger point is well taken. There are so many exceptions to every rule that talking about the typical traits of serial killers is surprisingly tricky. For example, it's usually said that most serial killers are white. That's certainly true in the United States, where the majority of the population is Caucasian. But it's clearly not the case in, say, South Africa, which has a startlingly high number of serial killers, almost all of them black. Even in our own country, there have been plenty of African-American serial killers. It's also part of the received wisdom of criminology that serial killers are almost always male. Again, that's true, but only if you define serial murder as a very specific type of crime, namely, savagely violent sexual homicide of the kind epitomized by Jack the Ripper. That particular brand of mutilation sex murder is, in fact, only perpetrated by men. As culture critic Camille Paglia puts it, there are no female Jack the Rippers. But, under the broader definitions formulated by the FBI and National Institutes of Justice, a considerable number of females qualify as serial killers. Still, if we limit ourselves to the United States and to those psychopathic sex killers first associated with the term serial murder back in the 1970s and 1980s, Gacy, Bundy, Kemper, Ramirez, and the rest of that unholy crew, there are certain general statements that hold true. The sort of serial killer most people think of when they hear that term is a white male between the ages of 25 and 35. He is not psychotic, but rather psychopathic. suffering from what is often referred to nowadays as antisocial personality disorder. He is most probably an extreme loner, a socially maladjusted misfit with few, if any, meaningful relationships. Cut off from the world of normal human connections, he indulges in particularly vivid, highly perverse fantasies of torture, domination, and murder. At some point, he crosses a line and acts out these fantasies on actual victims. Depending on his sexual orientation, that is to say, whether he is a gay or a heterosexual serial killer, his victims will either be male or female. Though profoundly disturbed in his emotional and psychological makeup, he is not intellectually deficient. On the contrary, he has an above-average intelligence, combined with a criminal cunning that allows him to escape detection long enough to perpetrate a series of atrocities. 10 Traits of Serial Killers. At the 10th Triennial Meeting of the International Association of Forensic Sciences held at Oxford, England in September 1984, Robert Ressler and John Douglas of the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, along with Professors Ann W. Burgess and Ralph D'Agostino, delivered a seminal paper on serial murder, based on a study of 36 jailed offenders, including Edmund Kemper and Herbert Mullen. In their presentation, they listed the following traits as the general characteristics of these killers. 1. Most are single white males. 2. They tend to be smart, with a mean IQ of bright normal. 3. Despite their intelligence, they do poorly in school, have spotty employment records, and generally end up as unskilled workers. 4. They come from deeply troubled families. Typically, they have been abandoned at an early age by their fathers and grow up in broken homes dominated by their mothers. 5. There is a long history of psychiatric problems, criminal behavior, and alcoholism in their families. 6. As children, they suffer significant abuse, sometimes psychological, sometimes physical, often sexual. Such brutal mistreatment instills them with profound feelings of humiliation and helplessness. 7. Because of their resentment toward their distant, absent, or abusive fathers, they have a great deal of trouble with male authority figures. Because they were dominated by their mothers, they have a powerful hostility toward women. 8. They manifest psychiatric problems at an early age and often spend time in institutions as children. 9. Because of their extreme social isolation and a general hatred of the world and everyone in it, including themselves, they often feel suicidal as teenagers. 10. They display a precocious and abiding interest in deviant sexuality and are obsessed with fetishism, voyeurism, and violent pornography. It is important to remember, however, that these traits were extrapolated from a small sample of 36 sadistic lust murderers, all men and most of them white. There are many other serial killers who possess different characteristics. Case Study. Edmund Kemper, epitome of evil. A psychopathic killer who embodies most of the traits in the FBI's pioneering paper on serial murder, and indeed who served as one of the interview subjects for that famous study, is Edmund Kemper III, a.k.a. the Co-Ed Killer. Kemper's upbringing in a broken home was a nightmare of unrelenting emotional abuse. A hulking boy who grew up to be a 6'9", 300-pound behemoth, he was the target of unremitting ridicule from his mother. She constantly belittled both his physical appearance and weirdo personality. Growing up in that toxic atmosphere of rejection and humiliation, he developed an intense sense of self-loathing, along with an equally virulent hatred of his hectoring mother, which would eventually be projected onto all of womanhood. He began to show signs of extreme psychological disturbance in grade school. While other boys played at being Superman or Davy Crockett, little Edmund pretended he was being executed in the gas chamber. Once, when someone found out about his crush on his second-grade teacher and teasingly asked why he didn't kiss her, Edmund replied, "If I kiss her, I'd have to kill her first," an early expression of his growing belief that the only women he could count on not to reject him were dead ones. As is common with serial killers, Kemper's sadism manifested itself at a shockingly early age. At first, he contented himself with dismembering his sister's dolls. Before long, however, he was torturing house pets. He decapitated one family cat with a machete and buried another alive. By his early teens, he would indulge in masturbatory reveries of slaughtering everyone in town and having sex with their corpses. In the winter of 1963, the 15-year-old Kemper was shipped off to live with his paternal grandparents on their ranch in North Fork, California. The following August, while his grandma Maud sat at the kitchen table, Edmund shot her in the head with a .22 caliber rifle, before stabbing her repeatedly and dragging her corpse into her bedroom. When his grandfather returned from running errands a short time later, Edmund shot him to death as he walked through the door. He then notified his mother and sat down to wait for the police. When questioned about his motives, Kemper shrugged, "I just wondered how it would feel to shoot Grandma." The murder of his grandpa was, he said, an act of mercy, a way to spare the old man the pain of discovering what had happened to his wife. Diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic, Kemper, not yet 16, was committed to a Atascadero State Hospital, where he appears to have spent much of his time raptly listening to the fond reminiscences of the various serial rapists he met on his ward. His fantasies became even more dominated by scenarios of sexual violence. Concealing his seething inner life from his therapists, he assumed a mask of docility and newfound religious conviction, and was paroled after only 5 years. In a stunning display of institutional obtuseness, the parole board, against the express advice of Kemper's doctors and his own wishes, discharged him into the care of his mother. Kemper received no counseling or psychiatric treatment of any kind after his discharge. In September 1972, he was examined by a panel of state psychiatrists appointed to determine his mental state. Satisfied with his responses, they deemed him fully rehabilitated and sealed his juvenile record. Following the interview, Kemper headed for the Santa Cruz Mountains in his car. Inside its trunk was the head of a 15-year-old hitchhiker he had killed, raped, and dismembered the day before. Her name was Akio Ku, and she was the third victim of the rehabilitated Kemper. His first two were 18-year-old roommates from Fresno State College, Marianne Pesce and Anita Lucchesa. Kemper had picked them up the preceding May, driven them to a secluded stretch of road, stabbed them to death, then stuffed their bodies in his trunk and drove them home. Smuggling the corpses into his bedroom, he amused himself with his trophies, snapping Polaroid photos, dissecting their bodies, having sex with the viscera. Eventually, he bagged the remains and disposed of them, burying their bodies in the mountains and tossing their heads into a ravine. 6 young women would meet the same fate. Living out the necrophiliac fantasies he had entertained since childhood, Kemper took particular pleasure in raping the corpses and especially in sodomizing the decapitated heads. On at least 2 occasions, he indulged in cannibalism, slicing flesh from the legs of his victims and consuming it in a macaroni casserole. He also kept teeth, hair, and patches of skin as grisly trophies. Psychiatrists would later speculate that all of these poor women were surrogates for the real object of Kemper's hatred, his mother. That his frenzy climaxed with a horrendous act of matricide tends to confirm this theory. On the day before Easter, 1973, Kemper crept into his mother's bedroom at sunrise with a knife and hammer, smashed in her skull, slit her throat, cut off her head, and raped her decapitated corpse. In one of the more symbolically resonant acts in the annals of criminal depravity, he jammed her larynx down the garbage disposal, which promptly spat it back out into his face. That seemed appropriate, Kemper would later tell the police, as much as she'd bitched and screamed and yelled at me over so many years. He also propped her head on the mantel and used it as a dartboard. Later that day, he invited her best friend over for dinner. When she arrived, he strangled her with a scarf, took her corpse to bed, and spent the night molesting the body. The following morning, Easter Sunday, he fled eastward, driving non-stop to Pueblo, Colorado, where, realizing he had nowhere to run, he put in a call to the police back home. At first, no one at the precinct believed his confession. As is common with serial killers, Kemper was a police buff who had befriended many members of the Santa Cruz Department. Eventually, however, he persuaded them, then patiently waited at the phone booth for the authorities to arrive and place him under arrest. He offered a full and sickeningly detailed confession. At his trial, he was judged to be legally sane and convicted of 8 counts of murder. When the judge asked him what punishment he felt was suitable for his crimes, Kemper replied, not unreasonably, death by torture. He was sentenced to life in prison, where he remains as of this writing. Warning signs. Psychoanalysis is based on the belief that you can explain an adult's troubled behavior by tracing the causes back to his childhood experiences. But, as Freud himself admitted, it's impossible to do the opposite, meaning look at a young child's experiences and predict exactly how he'll behave as a grown-up. This certainly holds true in the case of serial killers. If you look at the life of, say, Peter Kürten, who grew up in a household where incest was rife and who was tutored from an early age in the joys of animal torture and bestiality, it seems inevitable that he ended up becoming a sadistic lust murderer. On the other hand, if you take a different child who has been subjected to a disturbed, even degenerate upbringing, you can't say for sure that he will turn out to be a homicidal psychopath. Still, in attempting to locate the root causes of serial murder, researchers have identified 3 major warning signs that are often found in the backgrounds of these criminals. These 3 behavioral red flags, often referred to as the psychopathological triad, are enuresis, bedwetting, pyromania, fire-starting, and precocious sadism, generally in the form of animal torture. 1. Bedwetting. There's nothing unusual or alarming about bedwetting in itself. It's a common phenomenon among children. When the problem persists into puberty, however, it may well be a sign of significant and even dangerous emotional disturbance. According to the findings of the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, fully 60% of sex murderers were still suffering from this condition as adolescents, like the African-American serial killer Alton Coleman, who wet his pants so often that he was saddled with the taunting nickname Pissy. 2. Fire-starting. Given their lust for destruction, it's no surprise that, among their other twisted pleasures, many serial killers love to set fires, a practice they often begin at an early age. Some of the most notorious serial killers of modern times were juvenile arsonists. Otis O'Toole, for example, Henry Lee Lucas's loathsome accomplice, began torching vacant houses when he was 6 years old. Carl Panzram, arguably the most unrepentant killer in the annals of American crime, took positive pride in the havoc he could wreak with a matchstick, boasting in his jailhouse memoirs that, at the tender age of 12, he caused $100,000 worth of damage by burning down a building at reform school. Carlton Gary firebombed a grocery store while still in his teens. And David Berkowitz, who ultimately confessed to more than 1,400 acts of arson, was so obsessed with fires as a little boy that his schoolmates nicknamed him Pyro. Firebombing stores and incinerating buildings is, of course, an intensely pathological expression of anger and aggression, but it's more than sheer malice that underlies the incendiary crimes of serial killers. According to specialists in the psychology of perversion, there is always an erotic motive at the root of pyromania. There is but one instinct which generates the impulse to incendiarism, writes Wilhelm Steckel in his classic work on aberrant behavior. That is the sexual instinct, and arson clearly shows its connecting points with sex. True, there are often secondary motives behind a pyromaniac's acts. Revenge, for example, like Panzram's desire to get back at his tormentors. But above all, as Steckel writes, the incendiary is sexually excited by the flames. He likes to watch them burn. Anyone who doubts this has only to read Flora Schreiber's writings about the New Jersey serial killer Joseph Callinger, who was thrown into orgasmic raptures by the mere thought of the fires he had caused. In short, serial murderers who enjoy starting fires do so for the same reason that they love to torture and kill. It turns them on. Oh, what ecstasy setting fires brings to my body! What power I feel at the thought of fire! Oh, what a pleasure, what a heavenly pleasure! I see the flames, and no longer is a fire just a daydream. It is the reality of heaven on earth. I love the excitement of the power fire gives me. The mental image is greater than sex. Joseph Callinger. 3. Animal torture. Juvenile sadism directed at lower life forms is nothing new. There have always been children and adolescents, usually male, who enjoy hurting small creatures. Shakespeare certainly knew about such things. In King Lear he writes about wanton boys who pull the wings off flies for sport. And in Mark Twain's Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, the hero finds himself in a one-horse town where a bunch of young loafers are amusing themselves by tying a tin pan to the tail of a stray dog and watching him run himself to death. As disturbing as such behavior is, however, it pales beside the kinds of cruelties perpetrated by budding serial killers. As an adolescent, Peter Curtin took pleasure from performing intercourse with various animals while simultaneously stabbing them or slitting their throats. At 10, Edmund Kemper buried his family cat alive in the backyard. Afterward, he dug up the carcass, brought it back to his bedroom, cut off the head, and stuck it on a spindle. 3 years later, after his mother brought a new cat into the house, Kemper sliced off the top of its skull with a machete, then held its foreleg while it showered him with blood. Besides collecting roadkill, little Jeffrey Dahmer liked to nail live frogs to trees, cut open goldfish to see how their innards worked, and perform impromptu surgery on stray dogs and cats. Dennis Nilsson, the so-called British Jeffrey Dahmer, once hanged a cat just to see how long it would take to die. Albert DeSalvo enjoyed trapping house pets in wooden crates and shooting them with a bow and arrow, while Carol Cole, a.k.a. the Barfly Strangler, got a kick out of choking the family dog unconscious. Other violent psychopaths have disemboweled their pets, burned them alive, fed them ground glass, and cut off their paws. According to ASPCA therapist Dr. Stephanie Lafarge, anyone who hurts animals has the potential to move on to people. Of course, most boys who commit minor acts of childhood sadism outgrow such behavior and look back with shame at the time they blew up an anthill with a cherry bomb or dismembered a daddy longlegs. By contrast, the cruelties perpetrated by incipient serial killers grow more extreme over time, until they are targeting not stray animals and house pets, but other human beings. For them, animal torture isn't a stage, it's a rehearsal. I found a dog and cut it open just to see what the insides looked like. And for some reason I thought it would be a fun prank to stick the head on a stake and set it out in the woods. Jeffrey Dahmer. 2 scenes from William Hogarth's The 4 Stages of Cruelty, 1751, depict the transition from animal cruelty to sex murder. In the first, a London street urchin named Tom Nero tortures a dog. In the second, the grown-up Tom has just been apprehended after slitting the throat of his pregnant lover. How smart are serial killers? There's a simple explanation for the fact that so many serial killers have above-average IQs. Generally speaking, it requires a certain degree of intelligence to get away with repeated acts of homicide. There are plenty of sex criminals who have committed atrocious acts of mutilation murder. Fortunately, most of them are so sloppy or stupid that they are caught right away, and so never have a chance to become serial offenders. I've seen many murderers who might well have gone on to become serial killers, criminal psychiatrist Dorothy Otnow Lewis testified. if they'd had the wits not to get arrested. Still, there's a tendency to exaggerate the mental capacities of serial killers, particularly since they are so often portrayed in the media as intellectual prodigies a la Hannibal Lecter, a psychopath so staggeringly erudite that he commits murder to the strains of Mozart and knows Dante by heart in the original Latin. Lecter, however, is a purely mythic creation. He is a reflection not of the way serial killers really are, but how they like to think of themselves. In their pathological narcissism, their profoundly misguided sense of their own superiority, serial killers like to imagine that they are criminal masterminds who can outwit the world. Serial killers with genius-level IQs, however, are almost non-existent. Some, in fact, are profoundly stupid, relying on low criminal cunning rather than brains to elude the law. Otis O'Toole, for example, Henry Lee Lucas's accomplice and the psycho believed responsible for the abduction and murder of little Adam Walsh, had an IQ of 75. Others are profoundly psychotic, lost in their own bizarre worlds of paranoid delusion. Even the brightest serial killers are a lot less intelligent than they think. John George Haig, the infamous British acid bath murderer of the 1940s, was a highly intelligent and cultivated man. For all his sophistication, however, he mistakenly believed that the Latin phrase corpus delicti, the legal term for the body of evidence indicating that a crime has occurred, referred to the actual cadaver of a homicide victim. This erroneous belief that a person could not be indicted for murder if no corpse was found eventually led to his undoing. Ted Bundy was a law student and rising young figure in the Washington State Republican Party. Insisting on serving as his own defense lawyer during his murder trial, he turned the proceedings into a travesty and proved the adage that a man who defends himself has a fool for a client. Gay serial killer Randy Kraft had an IQ of 129 and made big bucks as a computer consultant. Still, he got himself arrested while driving drunk with a strangled corpse on the passenger seat. And when Gary Heidnik, a financial whiz who made a fortune on the stock market, was arrested for keeping chained and tortured sex slaves in the basement of his Philadelphia home, the best defense he could come up with at the time of his arraignment was that the women were already there when he moved into the house. Male and female. In October 2002, Aileen Wuornos, the Florida hooker who shot 7 male motorists in the span of a year, was executed for her crimes. From the time of her arrest, she was widely touted in the media as America's first female serial killer. Catchy as that label was, it was completely inaccurate. There have been dozens of female serial killers in our country's history. The phrase female serial killer conjures up images of a distaff Jack the Ripper, a lone woman psychopath, coolly stalking and snaring her victims, then butchering and mutilating them in a sex-crazed frenzy. In fact, there are no women who fit that particular model, at least not outside of overheated Hollywood fantasies like Basic Instinct. When people discover a corpse with its throat slit, its torso cut open, its viscera removed, and its genitals excised, they are justified in making one assumption: the perpetrator was a man. That doesn't mean there's no such thing as a female serial killer. It just means men and women commit serial murder in different ways. The sort of atrocities perpetrated by male serial killers, the kind involving rape, mutilation, dismemberment, seem to be a function of particular masculine traits. More specifically, there are unmistakable parallels between this kind of violence, phallic aggressive, penetrative, rapacious, and, insofar as it commonly gratifies itself upon the bodies of strangers, undiscriminating, and the typical pattern of male sexual behavior. For this reason, it is possible to see sadistic mutilation murder as a grotesque distortion, or pathological intensification, in the words of Dr. Richard von Krafft-Ebing, of normal male sexuality. But if this intensely savage type of serial murder is exclusive to men, a monstrous expression of male sexuality, what, then, is the equivalent female form? Clearly, it must reflect female sexuality. Generally speaking, female serial killers differ from their male counterparts in roughly the same way that sexual responses and behavior of women typically differ from those of men. A useful analogy here is pornography. It is a truth universally acknowledged that, while men are aroused by extremely raw depictions of abrupt, anonymous, anatomically explicit sex, women in general prefer their pornography to involve at least a suggestion of emotional intimacy and leisurely romance. Whether these differences in taste are a function of biology or culture is an open question. The indisputable fact is that the differences are real. An analogous distinction holds true for serial killers. Female psychopaths are no less depraved than their male counterparts. As a rule, however, brutal penetration is not what turns them on. Their excitement comes not from violating the bodies of strangers with phallic objects, but from a grotesque, sadistic travesty of intimacy and love, from spooning poisoned medicine into the mouth of a trusting patient, for example, or smothering a sleeping child in its bed. In short, from tenderly turning a friend, family member, or dependent into a corpse, from nurturing them to death. What made Aileen Wuornos unusual was that she was a rare, though by no means unique, example of a woman who killed her victims in the assertive, phallic style of male serial stalkers like David, son of Sam, Berkowitz. The majority of female serial killers throughout history have relied on poison to dispatch their victims. For most people, there is a quaint arsenic and old lace quality associated with such crimes, as though disposing of a few people by feeding them arsenic-laced oatmeal was a rather genteel form of murder. The truth is that, compared to the lingering agonies suffered by the average poisoning victim, the deaths meted out by male serial killers like Jack the Ripper, Son of Sam, or the Boston Strangler, the swift executions by knife blade, bullet, or garrote, seem positively humane. Female poisoners, in other words, differ from the popular stereotype of the dotty old maid getting rid of a burdensome house guest with a little nip of lethal hot cocoa. Many are terrifying sadists who derive intense perverted pleasure from the sufferings of their victims. There is no doubt that male serial sex murder tends to be more lurid, more spectacularly violent than the female variety. Whether it is more evil is another matter. After all, which is worse, to dismember a streetwalker after slitting her throat, or to cuddle in bed with a close friend you've just poisoned, and to climax repeatedly as you feel the body beside you subside into death? Case Study. Jane Toppin, the Jolly Psychopath. Like so many other serial killers, Jane Toppin was the product of a severely unstable upbringing. Her real name was Honora Kelly. She was born in Boston in 1857, the child of a poor Irish couple. Her mother died when Honora was a baby, leaving her in the dubious care of her father, Peter, a chronic drunk prone to violent outbursts and so wildly eccentric that his neighborhood nickname was Kelly the Crack, as in crackpot. In 1863, Kelly, eager to be free of his family burdens, deposited Honora and her older sister Delia in the Boston Female Asylum, an institution for orphaned and other desperately needy girls. He never saw his children again. Less than 2 years later, Honora was placed out, signed over as a full-time live-in servant, to Mrs. Abner Toppin, a middle-aged widow from Lowell, Massachusetts. Though never formally adopted, she was given the name Jane Toppin. Her position in the household was always equivocal. On the one hand, she was treated as a member of the family. On the other, she was never allowed to forget her lowly origins or her place as a menial. Within the community, her dark Irish looks branded her as a permanent outsider. After a childhood of abuse, rejection, and abandonment, she grew up in a constant state of humiliation. It was the perfect recipe for the making of a psychopath. At no point in her life did Jane appear criminally deranged. On the contrary, she struck most acquaintances as a lively, outgoing person. Jolly Jane, they called her. Like others of her ilk, however, she had a hidden self that was hopelessly diseased. She was a lifelong liar and gossip, spreading malicious rumors about people she envied. She was also, like many prospective serial killers, a secret pyromaniac who derived intense erotic pleasure from starting fires. Beneath her amiable exterior existed a poisonous well of malevolence, a deep, implacable longing to do harm. She found the perfect outlet for her dark desires in nursing. Enrolling in the training school of Cambridge Hospital, she impressed many of the doctors with her competence and pleasing personality. Secretly, however, she was experimenting on her patients, administering various poisons to them late at night when no one else was around. Eventually, she settled on a lethal combination of atropine and morphine as the most satisfactory method. Exactly how many victims she killed during those years is unclear, though the number was at least a dozen. As she later confessed, she became addicted to murder. Making people die gave her a voluptuous delight. Her pleasure was even more intense when she climbed into bed with her victims and held their bodies tight while they suffered their final convulsions. Eventually, she hired herself out as a private nurse. Her professional skill and personal charm made her a favorite among some of the most respectable families in Cambridge. No one knows for certain how many patients died as a result of her care during this 10-year period of her life, though estimates range as high as 100. Among them were her best friend, Myra Connors, and her foster sister, Elizabeth. As with other psychopaths in the grip of a murderous compulsion, her killings escalated in frequency. Her undoing came in the summer of 1901 while vacationing in a Cape Cod cottage owned by an old friend, Alden Davis. Within a 6-week span, Jane murdered Davis, his wife, and 2 married daughters. The shocking obliteration of the entire family aroused suspicion, and Jane was soon arrested. In custody, she stunned some of Boston's leading psychiatrists by admitting that her murders were motivated by an irresistible sexual impulse. She got a powerful erotic charge from holding her poisoned victims in her arms while they died. This need had grown increasingly powerful over the past year, and during the preceding summer she had let herself go. She was diagnosed as morally insane, the Victorian term for a criminal psychopath, and sentenced to spend the rest of her life in a mental asylum. No sooner had her brief trial ended than she shocked the nation by confessing to 31 murders. She spent the remaining 36 years of her life in a state mental hospital, dying at age 84 in 1938. According to legend, she would occasionally beckon to one of the nurses and, with a conspiratorial smile, say, "Get the morphine, dearie, and we'll go out into the ward. You and I will have a lot of fun seeing them die." Angels of Death. Jane Toppin falls into a common category of female serial killer, the psychopathic nurse who, instead of serving as an angel of mercy, acts as an angel of death. The annals of crime are filled with such homicidal healthcare workers. Anna Marie Hahn. Typical of the breed was Anna Marie Hahn, a German émigré who settled in Cincinnati and took up a career as a live-in nurse, tending strictly to lonely old men with large bank accounts. After getting her hands on their cash, she would dispatch them with various lethal potions, arsenic-spiked beer being a favorite. One prospective victim became suspicious when some houseflies dropped dead after sampling the mug of brew Nurse Hahn had just served him. Between 1932 and 1937, she poisoned an indeterminate number of elderly clients, possibly as many as 15. Arrested in 1937, she was convicted of first-degree murder and, on December 7, 1938, became the first woman to die in Ohio's electric chair. Janine Jones. A more recent and even more prolific angel of death was Janine Jones. Originally a beautician, she switched to vocational nursing in 1977 to pursue her lifelong dream of caring for critically ill children. Unfortunately, this dream was motivated not by any healthy desire to help others, but by a psychopathic need to prove that she was a miracle worker who could rescue tiny patients from the brink of death. In 1981, after 4 years of work at various hospitals in and around San Antonio, Texas, she accepted a position at the Bexar County Medical Center. Not long afterward, administrators began to notice an alarming increase in the deaths of little patients. An investigation was quickly launched and suspicion quickly focused on Nurse Jones. Like other compulsive killers who continue to commit their horrors even while under official scrutiny, Nurse Jones kept right on going. Resigning from Bexar in March 1982, she joined the staff of the Kerr County Clinic. Almost immediately, Kerr found itself plagued with a rash of inexplicable medical emergencies involving young children who were seized with violent respiratory attacks while undergoing routine checkups. Once again, the link between these events and Janine Jones was impossible to ignore, particularly when an incriminating bottle of muscle relaxant turned up in her possession. Eventually, a jury took 3 hours to convict her of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to 99 years in prison. Her motives sprang from the depraved narcissism characteristic of psychopaths. To prove herself a heroine, she would inject her victims with medications that precipitated respiratory failure or cardiac arrest, then rush to their rescue. Sometimes she did, in fact, manage to save them, but all too often they succumbed. She is thought to be responsible for the deaths of as many as 46 babies and young children. These women take great delight in their secret hidden power. In watching the suffering and slow death of her victims, she receives the utmost stimulation. She strives for the will to power which is characteristic of her sadistic nature, and obtains this through the anguish and suffering of her victims. J. Paul de River, The Sexual Criminal. Black Widows. Since serial killers seem almost supernaturally evil, they are often given the kinds of lurid nicknames accorded to comic book supervillains. Just as homicidal nurses are known as angels of death, another common type of female psycho killer is known as the Black Widow. Named after the poisonous female spider that devours its own mate, this criminological category refers to women who murder a whole string of husbands, along with anyone else they perceive as an obstacle to their own happiness, such as burdensome children, interfering in-laws, inconvenient acquaintances, and the like. In their book, Murder Most Rare, Michael and C.L. Kelleher identify the essential traits that make this kind of serial killer particularly deadly. The Black Widow is typically intelligent, manipulative, highly organized, and patient. She plans her activities with great care. Her crimes are usually carried out over a relatively long period of time, and she is rarely suspected of murder until the victim count has become significant, or the number of deaths among her relatives and acquaintances can no longer be considered coincidental. In many cases, the Black Widow begins to murder relatively late in life, often after the age of 30, and therefore brings a good deal of maturity and patience to the planning and commission of her crimes. She relies on her ability to win the confidence and trust of her victims as a precursor to any attack. For this reason, she is seldom viewed as a suspect, even after she has committed several murders. The average Black Widow will claim between 6 and 13 victims during her active period, which generally ranges from 10 to 15 years. Nanny Doss. One of the most notorious Black Widows of recent times was the pudgy, bespectacled Nanny Doss, dubbed the Giggling Granny because of her habit of chortling in amusement while discussing her crimes. The product of a harsh and abusive upbringing, Doss was a lifelong addict of true romance magazines, seeking refuge from the unpleasant realities of her existence in sugar-coated fantasies of undying love. Fortunately, the men she met and married, generally through classified Lonely Hearts ads, were anything but Prince Charmings. Most were philandering alcoholics. When each new mate proved less than ideal, Nanny dispatched them with a generous dose of rat poison, mixed into whiskey or coffee or stewed prunes. Between 1929 and 1953, she murdered 4 husbands. She might have added to that tally if the doctor who treated her final husband hadn't grown sufficiently suspicious to order an autopsy. which turned up enough arsenic in the victim's body to have killed 18 men. Under arrest, she indignantly denied that she murdered for profit, and, in fact, the money she realized from her husband's savings account and life insurance policies was barely enough to cover their funeral expenses. Her motive, she claimed, was love. "I was searching for the perfect mate, the real romance of life," she told interrogators. Of course, that didn't explain why she also poisoned 2 children, a grandchild, 2 sisters, and her mother. In 1955, Doss was sentenced to life in prison, where she died of leukemia 10 years later after writing her memoirs for Life magazine. "My late husband sure did like prunes. I fixed a whole box, and he ate them all." Nanny Doss. Marie Bénard. An exact contemporary of the giggling granny was the French black widow Marie Bénard, known in her country as the Queen of Poisoners. Born in 1896 in Loudun, France, she received strict religious training at a local convent, an education that didn't prevent her from acquiring an apparently well-deserved reputation for sexual promiscuity as an adolescent. In 1920, at the age of 23, she wed an older cousin, Auguste Attigny. The marriage ended abruptly 7 years later when her husband died of what doctors called fluid in the lungs, the first in a long string of medical misdiagnoses that would be made on Marie's murder victims. In 1929, she married her second husband, Léon Bénard. Over the course of the next 20 years, Léon's family would be eliminated one by one in a series of shockingly unexpected deaths that came to be known locally as the Bénard curse. The first to die were 2 great-aunts, then Léon's father, mother, sister, 2 spinster cousins, and, finally, Léon himself. During this time, Marie also knocked off her own father, mother, and an elderly couple she had befriended. Her victims' deaths were attributed to everything from strokes to bizarre accidents. 2 of her victims died, she claimed, when they had mistakenly eaten from a bowl of lye, thinking it was a special dessert. That the police accepted such far-fetched explanations suggests that the investigation into the Bénard curse was led by Inspector Clouseau. After the 13th suspicious death, authorities decided to perform an autopsy on Léon Bénard, whose body was found to be full of arsenic. More exhumations followed, all with the same result. Arrested in 1950, Marie first confessed, then recanted and hired the best lawyers money could buy. Her legal team did its job. She was brought to trial 3 times, in 1952, 1954, and 1961. The first 2 proceedings ended in mistrials, the third with her acquittal. In France, her case is considered to be the perfect crime. Deadlier than the male. "The female of the species is more deadly than the male," wrote Rudyard Kipling. Anyone who doubts that female psychopaths can be as lethal as any man should consider the following cases. Marie de Brinvilliers, 1630 to 1676. The spoiled, sexually promiscuous daughter of a prominent Parisian family, Marie murdered her father, 2 brothers, and as many as 50 other victims with a poison that she secretly tested on unwary patients at a Parisian pauper hospital. In July 1676, she was publicly beheaded for her crimes in front of Notre Dame Cathedral. Anna Sansviger, 1760 to 1811. Born in Nuremberg, Germany, Anna grew to be a profoundly unattractive woman, and was said to resemble a toad. In her 40s, after a life of hardship and disappointment, including a miserable marriage to an abusive alcoholic that ended when he drank himself to death, she hired herself out as a housemaid to a succession of well-to-do men, hoping that one would become so dependent on her domestic skills that he would marry her. Unfortunately, each of her prospective mates was either already married or engaged. Sansviger attempted to solve this problem by murdering the women with arsenic. She also killed one of her employers for spite and poisoned the food of at least a dozen other people. including an infant to whom she gave a teething biscuit dipped in arsenic-laced milk. By the time of her arrest in 1811, the act of poisoning had grown to be an uncontrollable passion. She was beheaded in July of the same year. Her body was then lashed to a wagon wheel and displayed in public. It is perhaps better for the community that I should die, as it would be impossible for me to stop poisoning people. Anna Sonsviger, at her sentencing. Gesine Gottfried, 1798 to 1828. A native of Bremen, Germany, the beautiful blonde Gesine was a classic psychopath who experienced supreme ecstasy from watching people die and was, by her own admission, born without a conscience. During a 10-year span, she poisoned 16 people, including her 3 husbands, her 2 young sons, her parents, a brother, an old friend, and the wife and 5 children of an employer named Rumpf. Arrested in March 1828 after Rumpf grew suspicious, she displayed not the slightest trace of remorse. On the contrary, she boasted of her crimes. "I was born without a conscience," she declared, "which allowed me to live without fear." Convicted of 6 counts of murder, she was beheaded in 1828. Hélène Hegaro, 1803 to 1851. During her 30-year career as a domestic servant in the villages throughout Brittany, France, Hegaro murdered as many as 27 people with no motive other than the sheer pleasure of killing. Wielding arsenic as her weapon, she poisoned men, women, and children. Arrested after killing off another servant in the household of a university professor, she staunchly maintained her innocence, denying all responsibility for the long string of corpses she had left in her wake. Wherever she went, she tearfully insisted people just happened to die. The evidence against her, however, was overwhelming. She was guillotined in 1851. Mary Ann Cotton, 1832 to 1873. One of the most prolific serial killers in English history, Mary murdered an estimated 23 people in a 12-year period. Among her victims were her 3 husbands, 10 children, 5 stepchildren, a sister-in-law, and an unwanted suitor. Most of the deaths were attributed to gastric fever, until an autopsy on her 7-year-old stepson revealed enough arsenic in his stomach to have killed 3 men. She was hanged on March 24, 1873, and quickly immortalized in a popular children's rhyme. Mary Ann Cotton, she's dead and she's rotten. She lies in her bed with her eyes wide open. Sing, sing, oh what can I sing? Mary Ann Cotton is tied up with a string. Where? Up in the air, sellin' black puddin's, a penny a pair. 19th century British nursery rhyme. Sarah Jane Robinson, 1839 to 1905. A frighteningly remorseless psychopath who felt no qualms about subjecting her nearest relations to agonizing deaths, the Irish-born Sarah Jane Tennant emigrated to America after being orphaned at the age of 14. Her lethal career began around 1880 when she poisoned her husband, 3 of her 8 children, including her infant twin sons, and the elderly landlord to whom she owed $50 in back rent. Her homicidal mania reached a pitch during an 18-month period that began in February 1885 when, partly for mercenary reasons, partly out of sheer depravity, she murdered her sister, her brother-in-law, her 1-year-old niece, her 6-year-old nephew, her own 25-year-old daughter, and 23-year-old son. Arrested in 1886, she became known in the press as America's worst poison fiend. After one mistrial, she was condemned to hang, though her sentence was later commuted to life in prison. She spent the remainder of her life in a narrow cell decorated with engraved newspaper portraits of her victims. Marty Enriqueta, year of birth unknown, died in 1912. This self-styled witch kidnapped, sexually abused, and ritualistically butchered small children in Barcelona, Spain, in the early years of the 20th century. She apparently cannibalized her victims, then boiled the leftovers for use as an ingredient in the love potions that she sold to local peasants. She was arrested and executed in 1912 after a young victim named Angelita, who had been forced to eat human flesh while in captivity, escaped from Enriqueta's lair and alerted the police. Julia Fazekas, 1865 to 1929. A midwife in the remote Hungarian village of Nagyriv, Fazekas not only delivered babies but also performed illegal abortions and supplied poison to any woman wishing to rid herself of an unwanted husband, troublesome child, aging parent, or wealthy uncle. Ordering flypaper in bulk, she would boil off the arsenic coating and render it into powder, which she sold to her clients for $8 to $40 a dose, depending on what they could afford. For 2 decades following the end of World War I, countless local women, who would come to be known as the Angel Makers of Nagyriv, availed themselves of her lethal services. When the police finally caught on and came to arrest her, Fazekas committed suicide with one of her own potions. Eventually, in a case that gained worldwide notoriety, 34 peasant women ranging in age from 44 to 71 were put on trial for murdering relatives with Fazekas's poison. 18 were convicted, 8 executed, the rest acquitted. Dorothea Puente, born 1929. Born in Mexico, Puente was abandoned as an infant and raised in an orphanage. Over the next 40 years, she married 4 times and gave birth to a daughter whom she immediately put up for adoption. In 1983, at the age of 53, she was sent to prison for drugging old men and stealing their money. Released in 1985, she rented a run-down house in Sacramento, California, and opened a rooming house for elderly persons on fixed incomes. Over the next 2 years, more than a dozen of her boarders disappeared. In November 1988, investigating neighborhood complaints about the stench emanating from Puente's property, police found the first of 7 corpses on her premises. Puente took flight, though she was eventually arrested in Los Angeles. She was charged with 9 counts of murder, although authorities believed her victims totaled 25. After a marathon 6-month trial, she was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Aileen Wuornos, 1956 to 2002. Commonly, if mistakenly called America's first woman serial killer, Wuornos had the kind of upbringing that is almost guaranteed to produce a psychopathic criminal. Her father was a habitual pedophile who eventually hanged himself after being arrested for molesting a 7-year-old girl. At 6 months of age, Aileen was abandoned by her mother and left in the care of her grandparents. Her violent, alcoholic grandfather constantly threatened to kill her. He threw her out of the house when Aileen gave birth to an illegitimate child after being raped. She was 14 years old. From then on, she became a drifter, selling her body for drinks, drugs, and food. At 20, she married a 70-year-old man, a union that lasted all of a month. 2 years later, she attempted suicide by shooting herself in the stomach. Upon recuperating, she robbed a convenience store and spent slightly more than a year in prison. Her rage against the world, and particularly against men, reached a lethal pitch in late 1989 when she shot to death a male motorist who had picked her up at a Florida truck stop and driven her to a remote wooded area for sex. 6 more nearly identical murders followed over the next year. Eventually, Wuornos was arrested in a biker bar. She claimed self-defense for all 7 murders. At her 1992 trial, her lesbian lover turned state's evidence and testified against her. Wuornos was convicted and sentenced to death. 10 years later, in October 2002, the sentence was finally carried out. Black and white. Though the great majority of American serial killers are white, there is no racial or ethnic basis for this fact. That is to say, there's nothing white or black or, for that matter, Asian or Hispanic or anything else about serial murder. Serial murder is a human phenomenon found throughout history and in virtually every culture, with the possible exception of the Inuits. Actually, one serial killer, William Tall, was an Eskimo by birth, but he committed his homicides in Texas and California, earning a spot on the FBI's most wanted list in 1965. The preponderance of white serial killers in our own country is simply a matter of demographics. In point of fact, as the New York Times reported in an article on October 28, 2002, black serial killers occur in roughly equal or even slightly greater proportion to the number of blacks in the population. According to recent studies, between 13 and 22% of United States serial killers are African American. Why, then, are people so surprised to learn that a fair number of serial killers are black men? Unfortunately, the most likely explanation has to do with lingering racial prejudice. Serial murderers generally kill within their race. White serial killers tend to prey on white victims, blacks on black. And the sad fact is that the white majority is not especially interested in crimes involving minority victims. As a result, these cases get relatively little media coverage. This is true not just of serial murder, but of other horrific crimes as well. When the pretty blonde Mormon girl Elizabeth Smart was abducted from her home in Salt Lake City in June 2002, for example, her picture ended up on the cover of Newsweek. By contrast, when a 4-year-old African-American girl, Danariah Finley of Orange, Texas, was abducted from her home and slain just 1 month later, the newspapers barely reported the story. Indeed, some white serial killers have deliberately exploited this sorry circumstance in order to avoid detection. Jeffrey Dahmer, for example, preyed mostly on African American and Asian young men, apparently in the belief that police would pay less attention to the disappearance of minority victims. And in the 1920s, the hideously deranged child killer cannibal Albert Fish snatched an untold number of black children from the streets of inner-city ghettos for the same reason. In short, one reason that most Americans haven't heard much about black serial killers is that throughout the decades the police have been lax in pursuing them and the media uninterested in reporting on them, so long, that is, as the victims are also black. Jarvis Cato. It is significant that one of the most notorious African-American serial killers of the mid-20th century, Jarvis Cato, only got caught after he began to target white women. In March 1941, a 25-year-old newlywed named Rose Abramowitz approached Cato, who was loitering outside her Washington, D.C. apartment building. Abramowitz hired him to wax the linoleum floor of her kitchen. Once inside her home, Cato strangled and raped her, then made off with $20. A few months later, 23-year-old Elizabeth Strieff got into his car during a rainstorm, mistaking it for a taxi. Driving her to a nearby garage, Cato raped and strangled her, then dumped her nude body in another garage a short distance away. His final victim, also Caucasian, was a 26-year-old Bronx waitress named Evelyn Anderson. A watch belonging to Anderson was recovered from a New York City pawn shop and traced back to Cato. In custody, he confessed to having strangled 10 women with his bare hands and raped at least 4 others during the preceding 3 years. The majority of his victims had been, as the newspapers put it, Negro women, a fact that undoubtedly accounted for the initially lethargic response of the police in pursuing the culprit. Convicted of the Abramowitz murder, Cato was sentenced to death and electrocuted on January 13, 1943. Henry Louis Wallace. In restricting himself to victims of his own race, another African-American psychopath, Henry Louis Wallace, was more typical of serial killers in general, though he deviated from the usual pattern in another regard. Whereas most male serial killers prey on strangers, Wallace murdered a string of acquaintances. Between September 1992 and March 1994, the crack-addicted Wallace raped and strangled 9 young black women in and around Charlotte, North Carolina, all people who knew and trusted him. Some were employees at the Taco Bell he managed. Several worked with his girlfriend. One was his girlfriend's roommate. Others knew his sister. As with many serial killers, the pace of Wallace's crimes escalated over time. His first 6 murders occurred over a 20-month span. his final 3 within 72 hours. Finally arrested in January 1994, he promptly confessed to all 9 killings and was sentenced to death. Because they were slow to acknowledge a link among Wallace's earliest murders, the Charlotte police were accused of racism, of failing to take the case seriously because the victims were black. Carlton Gary. Carlton Gary, another notorious black serial killer, had particular tastes when it came to victims. He only killed outside his race, limiting himself to female Caucasians. He also liked his women old. Abandoned by his father and shuttled from pillar to post throughout his hardscrabble childhood, Gary accumulated a long rap sheet for robbery, arson, and drug dealing while still in his teens. His combination of exceptional intelligence, glib charm, and psychopathic cunning made him especially dangerous. At one point in his life, he was even dating a female deputy sheriff while pushing drugs and committing serial murder on the side. Arrested in May 1970 as a suspect in the rape-murder of an 85-year-old Albany, New York woman, Gary managed to pin the blame on an acquaintance. Eventually, after several stints behind bars on lesser charges, he escaped from prison and made his way back to his native city, Columbus, Georgia. Between September 1977 and April 1978, that city was rocked by a string of murders committed by a shadowy intruder dubbed the Stalking Strangler. His victims were 7 white women, the youngest 59, the oldest just shy of 90. After embarking on a string of restaurant holdups, Gary was arrested for armed robbery in 1978 and sentenced to 20 years in jail. 4 years later, however, he escaped. He wasn't nabbed for good until May 1984. Charged with 3 of the Stalking Strangler murders, he was convicted on all counts and sentenced to die in Georgia's electric chair. Other African-American serial killers include Coral Watts. Diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic, Watts began dreaming of killing women in his childhood. When a psychiatrist asked if these dreams disturbed him, Watts replied, "No, I feel better after I have one." He first assaulted a woman when he was 15 years old. When asked about his motives, he shrugged, "I felt like beating her up." He began to make his homicidal dreams a reality in 1980 when he terrorized Ann Arbor, Michigan, as the Sunday morning slasher. Falling under suspicion, he relocated to Houston, where he killed an indeterminate number of women, perhaps as many as 40. Finally arrested in 1982, he struck a controversial deal with the prosecutor's office, confessing to 13 murders in exchange for a burglary conviction and a 60-year sentence. Despite the public outcry, he is slated to be paroled in 2006 at the age of 58. She was evil. I could see it in her eyes. Coral Watts, explaining his reasons for killing one of his 13 admitted victims. Alton Coleman. During a 53-day period during the summer of 1984, Coleman, along with his female accomplice, Deborah Brown, murdered 8 people in 5 Midwestern states, beginning with 7-year-old Tamika Turks of Gary, Indiana. After raping the little girl, Coleman jumped up and down on her chest until her rib cage fractured and punctured her vital organs. His other victims, all black, ranged in age from 15 to 77. Some were strangled, some stabbed, others bludgeoned or shot. Besides serial murder, Coleman committed at least 7 rapes during this period, as well as 3 kidnappings and 14 armed robberies. Arrested in July 1984, he was tried and convicted in 3 different states, Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana. He managed to delay his execution until April 26, 2002, when, after devouring a last meal of filet mignon, fried chicken, cornbread, biscuits with brown gravy, French fries, broccoli with cheese, salad, onion rings, collard greens, sweet potato pie with whipped cream, and butter pecan ice cream, he was put to death by lethal injection. Relatives of his many victims watched on closed-circuit TV. Salofus Prince, Jr. Unlike most serial killers, Prince preyed exclusively on victims outside his own race. Between January and September 1990, he brutally murdered 6 women in the San Diego community of Claremont, stabbing one of them more than 50 times and leaving bloody circles smeared on his victims' breasts as a signature. His M.O. involved following unsuspecting women to their homes, then breaking in and butchering them with a kitchen knife. Like Alton Coleman, whose victims included an Ohio woman and her 10-year-old daughter, Prince murdered a mother and daughter, then bragged about the double killing to a friend and took to wearing the dead woman's wedding ring on a chain around his neck. Dubbed the Claremont Killer during his 9-month reign of terror, he was the object of the largest police manhunt in the history of San Diego. Arrested in September 1991, he was eventually convicted of 6 counts of first-degree murder, 20 counts of burglary, and 1 count of rape. He remains on San Quentin's death row, awaiting execution. Case Study: Wayne Williams and the Atlanta Child Murders. More than 20 years after the accused perpetrator was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment, questions continue to surround the case of the so-called Atlanta child murders. The story began in July 1979, when a woman scavenging the roadside for empties stumbled on the corpses of 2 African-American boys, one shot dead with a .22 caliber pistol, the other asphyxiated. Over the next 2 years, 27 more victims would be added to the official list of homicides connected to the killer. During that fearful time, the case would spark panic and outrage in Atlanta's black community, generate nationwide media attention, including an article in the New York Times Magazine that would feature the earliest documented use of the term serial killer, and bring help from the highest reaches of the government, up to and including the president himself. And not even the arrest and conviction of the prime suspect put an end to the controversy. Right from the start, the killings posed an enormous problem for law enforcement agents. There was no consistency, no identifiable signature in terms of the killer's M.O. Most of the victims were strangled, but some were shot, others stabbed or bludgeoned to death. And though most of the victims were males, a few were young girls. On March 4, 1980, for example, 12-year-old Angel Lanier left her house to play after completing her homework and never returned. 6 days later, her body was found lashed to a tree, an electrical cord tied around her neck, and someone else's panties stuffed down her throat. As his reign of terror continued, moreover, the killer began to prey on older victims. 20-year-old Larry Rogers, 21-year-old Eddie Duncan, 23-year-old Michael McIntosh, 27-year-old Nathaniel Cater. By the spring of 1980, the city's African-American community was in an uproar over the failure of the police to stop the killings. Rumors swirled that the Ku Klux Klan was on a campaign to annihilate the black youth of Atlanta, while Roy Innis of the Congress of Racial Equality went public with a theory that the murders were the work of a satanic cult. Dozens of bounty hunters, drawn by the prospect of a $100,000 reward, descended on the city. Celebrities from Burt Reynolds to Muhammad Ali offered financial assistance, while President Reagan pledged federal funds to help track down the killer. A special task force, including 35 FBI agents, interviewed 20,000 people in person and another 150,000 over the phone. The case began to break in the early morning hours of May 22, 1981, when officers on stakeout at a bridge over the Chattahoochee River heard a loud splash and halted the car that was crossing the span. Its driver was a 23-year-old African-American named Wayne Williams. There was certainly nothing in Williams' background that matched the typical profile of a serial killer. The son of school-teacher parents, he grew up in a stable and loving household where he was encouraged to cultivate his talents. A radio enthusiast who dreamed of making it big in the music business, he showed a great deal of early promise. By the time he was 16, he was broadcasting music from a radio station he had set up in the basement of his house. Besides electronics, he had a keen interest in photography and became highly skilled with a camera. Still, there were definite signs that all was not right with the enterprising young Williams. Despite his intelligence and ambition, he couldn't make it through college, dropping out of Georgia State after just 1 year. His dream of discovering the next Stevie Wonder came to nothing, and he gained a reputation as a blowhard and liar, the kind of person who claims to have important contacts and is always making big promises that never pan out. An extreme loner, he had no real social relationships and continued to live with his parents into his 20s. He also began displaying some troubling behavioral traits, including a fondness for impersonating police officers, a common tendency among serial killers, as well as a morbid interest in accident scenes. The grislier, the better. Monitoring police transmissions on his shortwave, he rushed to the sites of car wrecks or fires or even plane crashes, shooting photographs and video, then peddling them to the local media. After being stopped on the bridge, Williams was questioned and let go. 2 days later, however, a corpse was fished out of the river and he was brought into the station for another grilling. Afterward, playing to the media, he staged an at-home news conference, loudly proclaiming his innocence and offering various alibis that subsequently proved to be full of holes. While the police put him under round-the-clock surveillance, forensic specialists worked frantically to link him to the crimes. When FBI scientists were finally able to match fibers and dog hairs found on several of the victims to Williams' car mats, home carpeting, and bedspread, police moved in and arrested him on June 21, 1981. At his 9-week trial, the prosecution portrayed Williams as a violent homosexual filled with racial self-loathing who harbored a virulent contempt for black youths. Witnesses were produced who testified to having seen Williams in the company of several victims. Toward the end of the trial, the defense put Williams on the stand, but the tactic backfired when he was goaded into a display of uncontrolled anger, denouncing the prosecutor as a fool and lashing out at various government agents. In the end, despite his impassioned protestations of innocence, he was convicted of 2 counts of murder and given a life sentence for each. Even today, many people believe that Williams was railroaded, that the circumstantial evidence on which he was convicted was flimsy at best and possibly manufactured by the government, that key information that might have aided his case was suppressed, that Williams received inadequate representation. One fact, however, suggests that the cops got the right man after all. Once Wayne Williams was arrested, the Atlanta child murders stopped. Young and old. Killer kids who commit mass murder have become an all-too-common feature of contemporary American society. During the late 1990s, there seemed to be a veritable epidemic of them. 16-year-old Luke Woodman of Pearl, Mississippi, who killed 3 schoolmates and wounded 7 after knifing to death his own mother. 14-year-old Michael Carneal of West Paducah, Kentucky, who gunned down 3 fellow students and wounded 5 others at an early morning prayer meeting. 15-year-old Kip Kinkle of Springfield, Oregon, who murdered his parents, then shot 24 students, killing 2. Andrew Golden and Mitchell Johnson, ages 11 and 13, who set off a fire alarm at school to draw their classmates outside, then opened fire, killing 4 students and a teacher. And, of course, the Columbine killers, 17-year-old Dylan Klebold and 18-year-old Eric Harris, whose April 1999 massacre in Littleton, Colorado, left a dozen students and a teacher dead and 23 other people wounded. By contrast, serial murder perpetrated by minors is an exceptionally rare phenomenon. The most infamous case in American history is that of Jesse Harding Pomeroy, the Boston boy fiend, whose criminal career began when he was 12. During a 9-month reign of terror that began in December 1871, Pomeroy lured a string of smaller boys to remote locations in Chelsea and South Boston, then bound, beat, and tortured them. Arrested and shipped to reform school, he was released after less than 17 months, whereupon he promptly committed a pair of appalling mutilation murders on a 10-year-old girl and a 4-year-old boy. Pomeroy was only 14 when he was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. A controversy immediately erupted over the morality of executing a minor, and his sentence was ultimately commuted to life. He lived until 1932, having spent just over 40 years of his nearly 60-year incarceration in solitary confinement, the second largest stretch in U.S. penal history. Though Pomeroy began torturing children when he was 12, he didn't graduate to homicide until he was 14, which makes Craig Price of Warwick, Rhode Island, the youngest serial killer in U.S. history. During the late 1980s, at the age of 13, the black youth who had been peeping on a neighborhood woman named Rebecca Spencer broke into her house and killed her with a kitchen knife. 2 years later, he stabbed to death another local woman, Joan Heaton, and her 2 daughters, ages 8 and 10. Dubbed the Slasher of Warwick, he was arrested when a detective noticed a large cut on his hand. Freely confessing to the murders, he was sent to the state prison in Cranston and is scheduled for parole in 2019. Case Study: Mary Bell, the British Bad Seed. The savage murder of a pair of preschoolers by a psychopathic killer who exults in the atrocities is appalling enough. But when that killer turns out to be a child, too, and, even more shockingly, an 11-year-old girl with a heart-shaped face and big blue eyes, the crime is guaranteed to set off an explosion of horror, outrage, and stunned disbelief. This is precisely what happened in the summer of 1968, when Britain was rocked by the case of Mary Bell, arguably the most notorious juvenile psycho-killer of the 20th century. Because of her youth and angelic appearance, Mary has sometimes been described as the British Bad Seed, a reference to the 1956 movie about a pretty pigtailed schoolgirl whose picture-perfect exterior conceals the heart of a psychopathic monster. The comparison is only partially valid. The fictional Bad Seed was raised in a loving, stable household by a devoted mommy and daddy. Her evil was innate. Mary Bell, by contrast, was made into a monster. Raised by a viciously depraved young prostitute, the little girl was allegedly subjected to unimaginable abuse, held down by her mother while strange men sexually brutalized her. In light of the soul-deforming horrors she suffered from her earliest years, it is little wonder that Mary Bell herself became a cold-blooded predator. During her nightmarish childhood, she manifested the classic symptoms that experts see as a predictor of serial murder: cruelty to animals, abnormally prolonged bedwetting, and vandalism, though not, as is often the case, pyromania. That she cannot technically be classified as a serial killer, at least according to the FBI's definition, is only because her victim count fell 1 short of the minimum. However, there is little doubt that Bell would have continued taking lives had she been able to. Her violent attacks on other children began during the second week of May 1968, when, within 24 hours, she and her best friend Norma assaulted 4 little acquaintances in Scotswood, a dreary, economically depressed industrial community in northern England. 10 days later, on May 25th, the body of 3-year-old Martin Brown was found in a derelict house, blood and saliva bubbling from his mouth. It was Mary who excitedly ran to tell the boy's aunt, Rita Finley. In the succeeding days, Mary and Norma showed up repeatedly at Mrs. Finley's house to plague her with tormenting questions. "Do you miss Martin? Do you cry for him?" Finally, unable to stand it any longer, the grieving woman threw the grinning children out of her house and told them never to return. 2 days after the discovery of Martin's body, the local nursery was vandalized by intruders who left the place a wreck. Amid the debris, police found 4 taunting notes written in a childish hand, including one that read, "We did murder Martin Brown. Fuck off, you bastard." 2 months passed. On Wednesday, July 31st, another 3-year-old Scotswood boy, Brian Howe, went missing. When his worried older sister Pat went looking for him, she ran into Mary Bell and Norma, who eagerly offered to help search for the toddler. Mary led the girl to a stretch of industrial waste ground where local children liked to play and where Brian's corpse was later discovered between 2 concrete blocks. The little boy had been strangled and sexually mutilated with a broken pair of scissors that lay nearby. The letter M had been carved into his naked belly with a razor. Before long, investigators focused their suspicions on Mary and Norma. At Brian's funeral on August 7th, Chief Inspector James Dobson kept his eye on Mary Bell. "I watched her as she stood in front of the Howe's house while the coffin was brought out," he would later explain. "That was when I knew I couldn't risk another day. She stood there laughing and rubbing her hands. I thought, my God, I've got to bring her in or she'll do another one." Brought to the police station for questioning, Mary and Norma accused each other of the murder of Brian Howe. The two girls were brought to trial in December. After 9 days, Norma was acquitted, while Mary, labeled a cunning, remorseless psychopath by experts, was sentenced to detention for life. Her later life has been marked by periodic controversy and public uproar. At first, she was placed in a reform school where, within 2 years, she accused a housemaster of sexual assault. Later, she was transferred to a prison, where she declared herself a lesbian and paraded around with a rolled-up stocking stuffed in the crotch of her pants. In 1977, she was transferred to a less secure facility, from which she promptly escaped. Though she was quickly captured again, she was at large long enough to lose her virginity to a young man who later sold his story to the tabloids. Shortly before her parole in 1980, she was moved to a halfway house where she promptly managed to get pregnant by a married man. She aborted that pregnancy, but became a mother in 1984 after her release from jail. She eventually settled in a small town but was driven out by angry residents when they discovered her true identity. The quiet, anonymous life she finally managed to construct for herself and her child was shattered in 1998 with the publication of Gitta Sereni's Cries Unheard, which ignited a firestorm when the author disclosed that she had paid the one-time child murderer for her participation. Overage serial killers are just as rare as juvenile ones. Albert Fish, arguably the most perverted figure in the annals of American crime, was a genuine geriatric monster. In 1928, the gaunt, grandfatherly-looking Fish lured a 12-year-old girl to an abandoned house in Westchester, New York, then strangled her, butchered her body, and carried away several pounds of her flesh, which he proceeded to make into a stew and consume in a state of extreme sexual excitation over the course of a week. He was finally captured after sending an unspeakable letter to the little girl's mother, in which he gloatingly described every atrocity he had perpetrated on the child. He was electrocuted in 1936 at the age of 65, becoming the oldest man ever put to death in Sing Sing. Straight and gay. The vast majority of sadistic lust murderers are heterosexual men, venting their virulent hatred of women on prostitutes, co-ed hitchhikers, and other female victims of opportunity. Gays, however, aren't exempt from this psychopathology. Some of the most infamous serial killers of recent times have been homosexual men: John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, Dean Corll, Dennis Nilsen. Though gays constitute only a small minority of serial killers, about 5% according to the most informed estimates, they are even more prone to overkill than their straight counterparts, indulging in the most horrific extremes of torture, mutilation, and dismemberment. They are also among the most prolific of serial killers. The sheer promiscuity of their crimes is a kind of grotesque mirror of the untrammeled sexual lifestyle embraced by so many gay men in the pre-AIDS era of the 1970s. Why homosexual serial killers as a group should be especially sadistic is an interesting question, though one element is surely the prevailing homophobia of American society, which causes many gay men to grow up with a deep-seated sense of self-hatred, a violent homophobia of their own. When these feelings are combined with the psychopathology of a serial killer, the results can be particularly appalling. Randy Kraft. Though less notorious than some of his psychopathic peers, Randy Kraft, a.k.a. the Scorecard Killer, committed atrocities every bit as horrendous as those of John Wayne Gacy or Dean Corll. An exceptionally bright man who grew up in ultra-conservative Orange County, California, Kraft embraced right-wing politics in his teens, joining the ROTC and demonstrating in favor of the Vietnam War. As the 60s progressed, however, he did an about-face, growing his hair long and switching political allegiances to the left. He also came out as a gay man. It was during the freewheeling 1970s that he embarked on his sinister secret life. While working by day as a highly paid computer consultant, he spent his nights cruising for male pickups who would, with terrifying regularity, end up as hideously violated corpses. Between October 1971 and his arrest 12 years later, Kraft murdered an estimated 67 young men, ranging in age from 13 to 30. The victims, whose corpses were generally dumped beside California freeways, had typically been subjected to unspeakable tortures. Some were castrated. Others had swizzle sticks or other pencil-sized objects shoved up their penises. Still others had been sodomized with everything from toothbrushes to tree branches. At least one had his eyes burned with a cigarette lighter. Many had their nipples gnawed off. Early on the morning of May 14, 1983, Kraft was pulled over for drunk driving by two California Highway Patrol officers, who were startled to discover a strangled young man in the passenger seat. Searching Kraft's vehicle, they found, stashed under a floor mat, 47 Polaroids of naked young men who appeared to be either dead or unconscious. Inside the trunk was an attaché case containing a coded list that turned out to be Kraft's meticulously recorded scorecard of murder victims. After a long, delayed, and protracted trial, he was convicted of 16 counts of murder and now awaits execution in San Quentin prison. Kraft made news again in 1993 when he filed a $60 million lawsuit against the author of a book about his case, claiming that the writer had unfairly portrayed him as a sick, twisted man, and ruined his prospects for future employment. Apparently, the judge did not feel that the condemned serial killer's job prospects were as bright as Kraft did. His suit was dismissed. There's nothing wrong with him, other than he likes killing for sexual satisfaction. Prosecutor Brian Brown on Randy Kraft. William Bonin. During the very same period that Randy Kraft was racking up his appalling body count, another gay serial killer, William Bonin, was at large in Southern California. Bonin endured the kind of nightmarish childhood so often found in the case histories of serial killers. His father was a brutal drunk who once gambled away the family home, routinely beat his wife and children, then died from cirrhosis of the liver when Bonin was a little boy. His mother, who spent most of her time playing bingo, totally neglected her sons, frequently leaving them in the care of her father, a known pedophile who had sexually abused his own children while they were growing up. At 8 years old, Bonin was arrested for stealing license plates and sent to a reformatory. There, he was sexually molested by other juvenile inmates, as well as by at least one adult counselor. From that point on, according to one authority, he developed an unstinting, often schizophrenic interest in pedophilia. Released from detention, he returned to his Connecticut home, where he promptly began molesting his younger brothers and other neighborhood children. Joining the Air Force, Bonin served as an aerial gunner in Vietnam, won a Good Conduct Medal, and was given an honorable discharge. Unbeknownst to his superiors, his tour of duty included 2 incidents in which he had sexually assaulted other men at gunpoint. Returning to the States, he moved to Southern California and almost immediately plunged into his life of depravity. In 1969, he was arrested after sodomizing 5 underage boys. Deemed a mentally disordered sex offender, he was sent to a Atascadero State Hospital, where he spent the next 5 years. 16 months after his release in 1974, he was arrested again for raping a 14-year-old boy at gunpoint. For that offense, he spent 3 more years behind bars. He got out in 1978, but in less than a year he was arrested again, this time for assaulting a 17-year-old hitchhiker. Through a bureaucratic screw-up, however, Bonin was almost immediately set free. "No one's ever going to testify again," he vowed to a friend who drove him home from jail. "This is never going to happen to me again." Making good on the threat, Bonin made sure that none of his next nearly 24 victims lived to identify their attacker. Cruising the highways in his drab green Chevy van, sometimes alone, often with an accomplice, he would pick up a teenage hitchhiker, drive to a remote spot, sodomize and kill the boy, then dump the body along the freeway. Generally, the victims were strangled with their own T-shirts, which were wrapped around their necks and twisted, tourniquet-like, with a tire iron. Sometimes they were subjected to other tortures as well. Ice picks jammed into their ears, acid poured down their throats, coat hangers thrust up their rectums. Between August 1979 and June 1980, 21 young men died at the hands of the sadistic fiend whom the press dubbed the Freeway Killer. The end of his horrific career came when one of his accomplices was busted for another crime and, as part of a plea deal, pointed the finger at Bonin, who was immediately placed under round-the-clock surveillance. Within 24 hours, police arrested him for sodomizing a 15-year-old boy. Bonin eventually confessed to 21 murders and was given the death sentence. During the next 17 years, while he tried every legal maneuver to have his sentence overturned, he painted, read, wrote letters to the families of his victims, and played bridge with other serial killers, including Randy Kraft. He was finally put to death by lethal injection on February 23, 1996. I'd still be killing. I couldn't stop killing. It got easier each time. William Bonin, after his arrest, when asked by a reporter what he would do if he were still at large. Larry Eyler. 2 years after the capture of Southern California's Freeway Killer, a homicidal sadist with a strikingly similar M.O. sent shockwaves through gay communities across the Midwest. Dubbed the Highway Murderer, his real name was Larry Eyler. For nearly 2 years, he cruised the interstates of Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Kentucky, stopping at small-town pubs, red-light districts, gay bars, and even the occasional upscale residential neighborhood. Night after night, he hunted for prey. Male, generally white and young, and desperate for something, cash, company, or just a ride. Between late 1982 and mid-1984, while local police, state troopers, and FBI agents crossed signals, missed evidence, and botched investigations, Eyler had his unspeakable way with nearly 24 victims, dumped their mutilated corpses just off the open highways, then kept driving. He first struck in the fall of 1982, savaging 2 young men and discarding their remains in Indiana and Illinois. 2 more bodies were found in December. In his murderous frenzy, the killer slashed his victims' throats and bellies, leaving their entrails hanging out. He had also left a bizarre, ritualistic signature in several cases. White tube socks, not belonging to the victim, were found on their feet. Throughout the spring of 1983, more trussed and butchered bodies turned up in the neighboring states. Despite calls for action from the gay communities of Chicago and Indianapolis, police were slow to acknowledge that a homosexual lust killer was on the loose. It was not until May 1983, when the Highway Murderer had already claimed 10 victims, that a task force was organized to investigate the crimes. The nameless executioner was profiled as a violently self-loathing gay whose atrocities were a way of striking out at the homosexuality he hated and feared in himself. It wasn't long before 31-year-old Eyler was identified as a prime suspect by a young man named Mark Henry, who, several years earlier, had been handcuffed at knife point by Eyler after accepting a ride in his pickup truck, then stabbed when he tried to escape. Several months after police received this tip, Eyler was arrested when an Indiana state trooper spotted him emerging from the woods with a partially bound young man. A search of Eyler's pickup truck turned up a batch of incriminating evidence: surgical tape, nylon rope, and a hunting knife stained with what proved to be human blood. However, in one of those legal decisions that drive strict law and order types crazy, the search was ruled illegal and Eyler set free. Like other serial killers who believe, in their overweening ignorance, that they can outwit the law forever, Eyler, knowing full well that he was under surveillance, continued to kill. He wasn't stopped for good until August 21, 1984, when the janitor of a Chicago apartment building discovered the body parts of a dismembered male in several gray plastic trash bags, and Eyler was fingered as the person who had dumped them there. Convicted and sentenced to death, Eyler tried to bargain with authorities. In exchange for a lesser punishment, he confessed to several unsolved murders and also named another man, Robert Little, a 53-year-old library science professor at Indiana University, as an accomplice in one of the mutilation killings. Little was ultimately tried and acquitted. Eyler died of AIDS in March 1996, having confessed to 21 murders. Case Study. William MacDonald, the Sydney Mutilator. In 1926, Allen Ginsberg was born in Newark, New Jersey. He would grow up to be a major cultural force in 1960s America, a pioneer of gay liberation who celebrated his homosexuality and wrote some of the most influential poetry of the late 20th century. 2 years earlier, another boy with the same name was born in Liverpool, England. He, too, would end up in the history books, though not as a poet and certainly not as an icon of sexual tolerance. A tormented gay who hated and feared his own sexual orientation, this other Allen Ginsberg would turn out to be one of the most ghastly murderers in recent history. A lust killer so savagely violent that he came to be known as the Mutilator. In later life, he would blame his troubles, rather conveniently, on an incident that occurred in 1943 when, during a stint in the Army, he was raped in an air raid shelter by a fellow soldier. The problem with this story, besides the fact that there is no proof of its truth, is that Ginsberg had already been diagnosed as a schizophrenic long before it supposedly happened. Discharged from the Army in 1947, he soon found himself committed to a mental asylum in Scotland, where he spent 6 nightmarish months crammed inside a freezing cell with gibbering madmen and subjected to a daily regimen of shock treatments. Shortly after he emerged from this bedlam, he left Great Britain, emigrated first to Canada, then to Australia, where he dropped his birth name and took on the identity that would gain lasting infamy in the annals of crime, William MacDonald. In 1960, the 36-year-old MacDonald, living in Brisbane, committed his first murder when he picked up a 55-year-old alcoholic named Amos Hurst. Accompanying Hurst to a sleazy hotel, MacDonald strangled him as they sat together on a bed drinking beer. The experience was powerfully stimulating for MacDonald and left him with a craving for more. At the start of 1961, he moved to Sydney. By day, he worked in the post office as a letter sorter, while at night he prowled parks and public toilets looking for homosexual pickups. 6 months after arriving in Sydney, he was overcome with the urge to kill. Carrying a bag containing a long-bladed knife and a lightweight plastic raincoat, he lured a 41-year-old homeless man named Alfred Reginald Greenfield to a deserted swimming pool and plied him with beer until Greenfield passed out. Then, after donning the raincoat, MacDonald killed the unconscious derelict with dozens of stab wounds to the face and neck, severing his jugular. He then stripped Greenfield naked from the waist down and sliced off his genitals, which he took away with him and threw into the harbor. After another 6-month hiatus, or cooling-off period in the jargon of criminology, MacDonald's blood hunger again reached an overwhelming pitch. In November 1941, he butchered another 41-year-old male pickup named Ernest Cobbin, slashing the latter's throat as he sat on a public toilet, then castrating him and carrying away the grisly trophy in a plastic bag, which he later tossed into Sydney Harbor. A nearly identical atrocity followed in March 1962. By then, a massive manhunt was underway for the maniac known as the Mutilator. Shortly afterward, having been evicted by his landlord and sacked from his job, MacDonald moved to a suburb of Sydney. He took on a new name, Alan Brennan, and opened a sandwich shop. He perpetrated his final horror that November, when he brought a 42-year-old derelict, James Hackett, back to his shop. Rendering him stuporous with drink, he butchered and mutilated him. Afterward, he hid the corpse in the basement and, in a panic, fled the city for Brisbane. When the badly decomposed corpse was discovered more than a month later, it was mistakenly identified as that of the shop owner, Alan Brennan. The cause of death was given as accidental electrocution. Had MacDonald stayed away, he would have remained free to kill again. Instead, for unexplained reasons, he returned to Sydney, where he soon bumped into an acquaintance named John McCarthy, who was understandably startled to see the supposedly deceased Brennan walking around on the streets. When MacDonald turned and fled, McCarthy notified the press. It wasn't long before a leading newspaper ran the story under the headline, "The Case of the Walking Corpse." Exhuming the remains of Brennan, authorities now determined that the dead man was really James Hackett, and that he had been stabbed to death and sexually mutilated. They became convinced that the real Brennan was the notorious Mutilator. Before long, MacDonald was arrested in Melbourne, and brought back to Sydney. At his 1963 trial, he was found guilty of 4 counts of murder and given life in prison, where he passes his days reading literary classics and listening to Chopin, Liszt, and Gilbert and Sullivan. Bloodthirsty buys. While most sadistic lust murderers prefer victims of either their own or the opposite sex, a few can be classified as bisexual. The extravagantly perverted Albert Fish, for example, derived as much twisted pleasure from raping and castrating young boys as he did from torturing and cannibalizing little girls. 30 years earlier, in the late 1890s, an equally depraved monster roamed the French countryside preying on victims of both sexes. He has long been forgotten, though his crimes were even more appalling than those of his contemporary, Jack the Ripper. His name was Joseph Vachet. In contrast to certain psychopaths whose pleasant looks belie their depraved minds, Ted Bundy, for example, or Jeffrey Dahmer, Vachet's physical appearance was as repulsive as his soul. One side of his face was paralyzed. His right eye exuded a steady flow of pus. His lips were contorted and scarred. These deformities were the result of a self-inflicted wound sustained at 24 when, after shooting a woman who had spurned him, he turned the pistol on himself and fired into his own head. His appearance was sufficiently disquieting to cause people to flinch when they saw him. Vachet, in the self-pitying way of most psychopaths, would later claim that he had been driven to commit his hideous crimes because the world was so very mean to him. A dubious assertion, since his sadistic tendencies had manifested themselves long before the failed suicide attempt that made his features so revolting. Born in 1869, he took great pleasure in torturing animals as a child and showed the kind of precocious interest in sex typical of future serial killers. At school, he enjoyed introducing his little playmates to mutual masturbation. In late adolescence, he joined a monastery but was promptly expelled for encouraging the same practice, along with sodomy, among the novice monks. After a stint in the army, during which he terrorized his fellow soldiers with unprovoked outbursts of near homicidal rage, the incident occurred that left him disfigured for life. Rebuffed by a young woman he proposed to, he shot her 3 times, then turned the gun on himself. The woman survived, as did Vachet, who was committed to an insane asylum and treated for persecution mania. Incredibly, he was declared cured after less than a year and discharged in April 1894. 1 month later, he embarked on one of the most hideous sprees in the annals of serial murder. Armed with knives, scissors, and a cleaver, he took up the life of a tramp and roamed the countryside, searching for victims to butcher. The list of his atrocities is as follows. March 20th, 1894. Vachet strangles a 21-year-old woman, cuts her throat, stomps on her abdomen, rips flesh from her breasts, and rapes her corpse. November 10th, 1894. He murders and mutilates a 13-year-old girl. May 18th, 1895. He murders and mutilates a 17-year-old girl. August 24th, 1895. He strangles a 58-year-old widow and rapes the corpse. August 28th, 1895. He murders a 16-year-old girl, rips open her abdomen, and tears out the entrails. August 31st, 1895. He strangles, castrates, and anally sodomizes the corpse of a 17-year-old shepherd boy. September 29th, 1895. He murders and castrates a 15-year-old boy. September 10th, 1896. He murders a 19-year-old newlywed woman, then rapes the corpse. October 1st, 1896. He murders a 14-year-old shepherdess, tears out her vulva, and carries it away with him. May 27th, 1897. He murders a 14-year-old boy, anally sodomizes the body, then throws it down a well. June 18th, 1897. He murders a 13-year-old shepherd boy and sodomizes the corpse. In August 1897, Vachet was finally arrested after attacking a young woman named Marie Eugenie Plantier, who was collecting pine cones in the woods. Her screams brought her husband and sons running. Overpowered, Vacher was taken into custody and charged with offending public decency. Before long, police realized that they had the notorious Ripper on their hands. After offering a written, sickeningly detailed confession to all 11 murders, he was brought to trial in 1898. He offered every conceivable excuse for his outrages, from temporary insanity to an uncontrollable impulse induced by a childhood case of rabies. The judge was unpersuaded. Convicted, Vacher was guillotined on December 31, 1898. Partners in crimes. In the popular imagination, the stereotypical serial killer is a lone wolf, a solitary psycho who holes up in his lair, brooding on his sick, sadistic fantasies until, driven by an overwhelming compulsion, he emerges to go prowling for a victim. And, in fact, there are quite a few serial killers who fit this pattern. But many do not. A surprising number of them, anywhere from 10 to 28%, according to the best estimates, go hunting in pairs. Lake and Ing. Team killers, as they are now generally called, have perpetrated some of the most heinous crimes of modern times. In the early 1980s, a self-styled survivalist named Leonard Lake, whose keenest desire was to abduct women and keep them as sex slaves, joined forces with a sadistically simpatico Asian named Charles Ing. Together, in a specially designed and equipped concrete bunker constructed on a piece of wooded property in the remote Sierra Nevada foothills of Northern California, they lived out their depraved fantasies, raping, torturing, and killing a string of captives while videotaping their atrocities. Their unspeakable activities came to an end in June 1985 when a hardware store clerk spotted Ing stashing a stolen bench vise in the trunk of Lake's car. By the time the cops arrived, Ing had fled. A check of Lake's car revealed that it belonged to someone else. The police also found a silenced pistol in the trunk. Brought to the station house for questioning, Lake, realizing that the jig was up, plucked 2 hidden cyanide tablets from the lapel of his shirt and swallowed them. He went into a coma and died 4 days later. A subsequent search of Lake's isolated premises turned up a blood-soaked bed fitted with restraints, blood-caked power tools, homemade pornographic videos showing the 2 men debasing their captives, handwritten diaries detailing these outrages, and, buried around the property, an appalling cache of human remains, including the bodies of 7 men, 3 women, 2 babies. There were also 45 pounds of human bone fragments, suggesting that up to 25 people had met death at the hands of the psychopathic pair. An arrest warrant for 12 murders was issued for Ing. He was ultimately arrested in Canada for shooting a security guard during a store theft. After years of legal wrangling, he was finally extradited and brought back to the U.S., though he managed to delay his trial until October 1998, 13 long years after his capture. After an 8-month trial, he was found guilty of the murder of 6 men, 3 women, and 2 baby boys. He was sentenced to death. God meant women for cooking, cleaning house, and sex. When they are not in use, they should be locked up. Leonard Lake. Bittaker and Norris. California was also the hunting ground for Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris, a pair of quintessential psychopaths who bonded in prison, where they dreamed up a monstrous plan to kidnap, torture, and kill teenage girls while recording the crimes on tape. No sooner were they released than Bittaker purchased a used GMC cargo van that they christened Murder Mac. After a few dry runs in which they scouted locations, they put their hideous scheme into action on June 24, 1974, snatching a 16-year-old girl who was on her way home from church. They drove her to an abandoned mountain road, then raped her before garroting her with a wire coat hanger. Over the next few months, they abducted and murdered 5 more girls, ranging in age from 13 to 18. These victims were raped, mutilated, bludgeoned, tortured with ice picks driven into their ears, slashed, and strangled. Meanwhile, their agonizing cries and terrified pleas were recorded on tape, while Norris chanted, Keep it up, girl. Keep it up. Scream till I say stop. They were finally captured after Norris boasted of his crimes to a friend who notified the police. Cutting a deal with the authorities, Norris testified against Bittaker, who was ultimately found guilty of 5 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. Norris received a sentence of 45 years to life and will be eligible for parole in 2010. Bittaker has passed his time on death row filing nuisance suits against the state prison system, including one that claimed he had been made to suffer cruel and unusual punishment from being served a broken cookie on his lunch tray, and enjoying daily bridge games with other condemned serial killers. Coral and Henley. A particularly horrific case of team killing came to light on August 8, 1973. Early that morning, police in the Houston suburb of Pasadena received an urgent phone call from 17-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley, summoning them to the apartment of an older man named Dean Coral. When the cops arrived, they found Coral's naked body on a bedroom floor with 6 bullets in him. It was clear at a glance that bizarre things had been going on in the room. Plastic sheeting covered the carpet, as though to protect it from blood. Sinister-seeming items, a bayonet, an enormous dildo, a roll of duct tape, a jar of Vaseline, and a bunch of thin glass pipettes lay scattered on the floor. Most alarming of all was the large wooden torture board equipped with restraints. Henley, who was there with 2 other teenagers, a boy named Tim Curley and a girl named Rhonda, poured out his lurid story. Coral, whose job at his family's confectionery business had earned him the nickname Candyman, was a 34-year-old gay who liked to party with much younger males. Henley was a friend of his. The previous night, Wayne had invited Tim and Rhonda to Coral's house for a glue-sniffing party. Eventually, all 3 teenagers passed out. When Wayne awoke, he found himself bound to the torture board. Coral, infuriated that Wayne had brought along a girl, was brandishing a gun and threatening to kill him. Frantically, the boy pleaded for his life, promising that he would rape Rhonda while Coral took care of Tim. When Coral finally relented and loosened Henley's bonds, the latter managed to get his hands on the gun and kill the older man. But there was more or worse to come. Henley confessed that, for several years, Coral had paid him and another young man, David Brooks, to procure young male victims. The boys, most in their teens, though one as young as 9, had been invited to Coral's home for drug and booze parties. There they had been overpowered by the much older, powerfully built Candyman, bound to his board and subjected to hideous tortures. Some had been castrated. Some had the catheter-sized pipettes shoved into their urethras and crushed. At least one had his penis chewed off. Eventually they had been murdered and their bodies disposed of in various locations, including a boat shed several miles south of Houston. At first, Henley maintained that he had merely supplied Coral with victims, some of them, appallingly enough, his own friends and neighbors. Eventually, he admitted that he had been an active participant in the orgiastic torture slayings. 27 moldering bodies were eventually recovered, 17 interred in the boat shed. Convicted of 1 count of murder, David Brooks was sentenced to life. Henley, convicted of murder in the deaths of 6 boys, received 6 consecutive 99-year sentences. The Lives and Lies of Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole. Separately and together, the lives of Henry Lee Lucas and his sometime partner in atrocity are so unspeakably depraved that they seem like the most lurid, over-the-top horror fiction. And, in fact, it has become difficult to tell exactly how much of the story is true and how much is pure, malevolent make-believe. Long regarded as America's most prolific serial killer, with a victim count numbering in the hundreds, Lucas eventually recanted his confessions, claiming that he was innocent of virtually every murder he had admitted to. He became the sole condemned prisoner in Texas whose death sentence was commuted by then-Governor George W. Bush. Still, there's no doubt that Lucas and Toole were an unusually loathsome pair of reprobates, responsible for any number of heinous crimes. By all accounts, Lucas's childhood was sheer Southern Gothic nightmare. Born in August 1936, he grew up dirt poor in a two-room log cabin in the backwoods of Virginia with 8 siblings. A moonshiner father who lost both legs after falling down drunk in front of an oncoming freight train, and a viciously depraved prostitute mother named Viola, who entertained her tricks at home. According to Henry, Viola forced him to watch when she had sex with her customers, made him dress in girls' clothes when he went off to school, killed his favorite pets as a form of punishment, and once beat him so severely on the head with a chunk of wood that he went into a 24-hour coma. By the time he was 13, Henry had been inducted into the joys of animal torture and bestiality by one of his mother's Johns. He took particular pleasure in trapping various creatures, slitting their throats, then having sex with their dead bodies. His first alleged human victim, killed in 1951, was a 17-year-old girl. When she fought off his attempted rape, he strangled her and buried her corpse in the woods. In 1954, the 18-year-old Lucas received a 6-year prison term for burglary. He was released in September 1959. 6 months later, during a drunken argument with his mother, he stabbed her in the neck. She died 48 hours later. Receiving a term of 20 to 40 years for second-degree murder, he was soon transferred to a state hospital for the criminally insane and paroled after only 10 years. 18 months later, he was back in prison for molesting 2 teenage girls. He was released in August 1975 and began to drift around the country, reputedly killing victims as the spirit moved him. In late 1976, he crossed paths with Otis Toole. A snaggle-toothed degenerate with Neanderthal features and a subnormal IQ, Toole had a childhood reportedly as nightmarish as Lucas's. According to the standard accounts, he was abandoned by his drunken father, subjected to the religious ravings of his fanatical mother, and sexually abused by a sister. His grandmother, an alleged Satanist who concocted charms from human body parts, supposedly forced him to accompany her on her periodic forays to local graveyards where she dug up her ingredients. By the time he was 6, Toole was a confirmed arsonist, torching neighborhood houses because, as he later explained, "I just hated to see them standing there." The cretinous bisexual Toole allegedly committed his first murder in 1961 when he was 14. While hitchhiking, he was picked up by a traveling salesman who drove him to a remote spot for sex. Afterward, according to his account, Toole jumped behind the steering wheel and deliberately ran over the older man with his own car. By 1974, he had hit the open road in an old pickup truck, drifting from place to place. By the time he met Lucas in a Jacksonville, Florida soup kitchen in 1976, there is some evidence that Toole was already a serial killer who had murdered 4 victims in a 6-month span. Recognizing each other as depraved soulmates, Lucas and Toole hooked up for the next 6.5 years. The exact nature and number of the enormities they may or may not have perpetrated during this period remains murky. Presumably, they spent a considerable amount of their spare time raping, killing, and mutilating countless victims, as well as indulging in acts of necrophilia and cannibalism. Also, during this period, Lucas became smitten with Toole's underage niece, Becky Powell, who would ultimately become yet another slain and dismembered victim. Lucas was picked up on a weapons charge in June 1983. A few days later, apparently stricken with an uncharacteristic attack of remorse, he summoned his jailer and began to spew out a staggering confession. He had stabbed an 82-year-old woman named Kate Rich, had sex with her corpse, then lugged it home, cut it to pieces, and burned it in a wood stove. And she was just one of dozens, no, scores of his victims. Over the next 18 months, as investigators from various states tried to clear up unsolved murder cases, the tally kept growing. Lucas claimed that he had killed women in 27 states with nylon rope, a phone cord, guns of every caliber, knives, vases, a hammer, a roofer's axe, a 2x4. Traveling under heavy guard, dining on decent food, and staying in pleasant motels, he led detectives to supposed crime scenes all over the country. By the time he finished, he had admitted to 600 murders. In the meantime, Otis Toole had been convicted on an arson charge and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Implicated by Lucas, Toole added his own litany of confessions, claiming, among other things, that he and Henry had been involved with a satanic cult called the Hand of Death that sacrificed children and practiced ritual cannibalism. He also claimed to be the unknown deviant who had snatched, murdered, and decapitated Adam Walsh, son of the future host of America's Most Wanted, an admission he later retracted. There are many, however, including John Walsh, who remain convinced that Toole was in fact the perpetrator of that unspeakable deed. Henry, too, ultimately recanted, proclaiming that his countless confessions were a hoax. He had never killed anyone, he insisted, apart from his mother. He had simply been toying with the police, making them look like fools while they shepherded him around the country, treating him to steak dinners and milkshakes. Eventually, Lucas was convicted of 11 counts of murder. He received the death sentence, however, for only one of them, the killing of an unidentified female hitchhiker nicknamed Orange Socks, after the sole item of clothing she was wearing when her corpse was discovered in a culvert off a Texas freeway in 1979. Ironically, compelling evidence surfaced after Henry's trial indicating that he couldn't possibly have committed the Orange Socks murder. Among other things, work records showed that he was in Florida on the day she was killed. Lucas, it seemed, was going to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. Given the number of homicides he was responsible for, anywhere from 3 to 15 according to the best estimates, most people couldn't work up much sympathy for his plight. 4 days before he was to die by lethal injection, however, Governor Bush commuted his sentence. Lucas, who had grown obese on prison fare, died of a heart attack in March 2001. Toole had predeceased him by 5 years, dying in prison in September 1996 of liver failure, evidently accelerated by AIDS. Folie à deux. Coined in 1877 by 2 French psychologists named Lassegue and Fabre, the term folie à deux has been translated in various ways: insanity in pairs, double insanity, reciprocal insanity, collective insanity. In its original meaning, it refers to a rare psychological phenomenon in which 2 or more closely associated people, often, though not always, family members, share the same psychotic delusion. In a well-known case reported in the 1930s, for example, 2 middle-aged sisters became convinced that they were being blackmailed by a popular radio personality who was sending coded threats to them in the songs he performed on the air. Nowadays, the term is most often used to describe something slightly different. Not a shared paranoid fantasy, but a pernicious bond between 2 people who bring out the worst in each other, egging each other on to engage in criminal acts that neither person individually would have the courage to commit on his own. In most such cases of folie à deux, there is one dominant personality who takes the lead in instigating and planning the crimes, and one subordinate member who serves as an eager accomplice. In this sense, the term might best be translated, as psychologist Horace B. English half-humorously suggests, as gruesome twosome. There have also been rare cases involving mutually toxic trios or even foursomes, what might be called folie à trois or folie à quatre. Not all criminal pairs who fall under the spell of a folie à deux are serial murderers. Leopold and Loeb, for example, the college-age thrill killers of the 1920s who murdered a 14-year-old acquaintance to prove that they could commit the perfect crime, were clearly in the grip of a folie à deux. So were Pauline Parker and Juliet Hume, the adolescent New Zealand girls who bludgeoned Pauline's mother to death in 1954, and whose sensational case was the basis for Peter Jackson's 1994 film Heavenly Creatures. The folie à deux phenomenon has also been a factor in the cases of other notorious murderers, such as the 2 sociopathic spree killers who gained notoriety as the Beltway Snipers in the fall of 2002, and the teenage mass murderers Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris of Columbine infamy. It should be said that not all psychopaths who team up to commit serial murder are examples of a folie à deux. Individually, for example, Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole were already serial killers before they joined forces. Strictly speaking, The term only applies to two or more people who, however criminally inclined, would never have taken the plunge into full-blown serial homicide had they not been emboldened by an enthusiastic partner. Lake Ing and Bittaker Norris are classic examples. Bianchi and Buono. Another pair who conformed to the same depraved pattern were Angelo Buono and Kenneth Bianchi, the so-called hillside stranglers. Born in 1951 to an alcoholic prostitute who gave him up at birth, Bianchi, like a surprising number of serial killers, was adopted as an infant. By his early childhood, he was already manifesting psychopathic symptoms. He was a compulsive liar and chronic underachiever who erupted into violent tantrums at the slightest frustration. He dreamed, again like many serial killers, of becoming a policeman. But when his application to the local sheriff's department was rejected, he drifted into security work. This position allowed him to indulge his taste for petty thievery, which also got him fired from a succession of jobs. In 1976, he moved from Rochester, New York, to Los Angeles and quickly teamed up with his cousin, Angelo Buono, a sadistic pimp with a long history of violence toward women. Though Buono had been guilty of outrageous brutality, allegedly he once sodomized his wife in front of their children after she refused to have sex with him, he, like Bianchi, had never been known to commit murder. Together, however, they made a monstrous combination. In the fall of 1977, they embarked on one of the most appalling serial murder sprees of modern times. Posing as police officers, the two lured unsuspecting females into their car, then abducted them and drove to Buono's suburban home. Afterward, the victims' naked, savaged bodies would be disposed of, often on wooded hillsides around the city. The first to die was a Hollywood hooker named Yolanda Washington. 2 weeks later, on Halloween, the corpse of a 15-year-old runaway was dumped on a Glendale lawn. Over the next few months, while the city went into a panic, 8 more bodies would be found. The victims ranged in age from 12 to 28. All had been sexually violated, sometimes with objects like soda bottles, strangled and tortured in various ways, injected with cleaning solution, or burned with an electric cord, or asphyxiated with slow, almost voluptuous cruelty. The killings stopped abruptly in February 1978. 1 year after the last of the Los Angeles murders, a pair of young women were raped and murdered in Bellingham, Washington. Suspicion quickly alighted on a young man who had moved to Bellingham within the past year and worked as a security guard, Kenneth Bianchi. Linked by solid evidence to both the Bellingham rape murders and several of the hillside killings, Bianchi almost succeeded in convincing authorities that he was a victim of multiple personality disorder, and that the crimes had been carried out by an evil alter ego named Steve. When this ruse was exposed by a psychiatric expert, Bianchi agreed to plead guilty and testify against his cousin in order to avoid execution. Both men received life sentences. Bianchi is spending his in Walla Walla Prison in Washington. On September 1, 2002, the 76-year-old Buono was found dead in his cell in Calipatria State Prison, apparently the victim of a heart attack. The Chicago Rippers. Ever since the late 1960s, America has been awash with rumors about devil-worshipping cultists who engage in unspeakable orgies of torture, rape, and human sacrifice. In almost every instance, these stories turn out to be false, the overheated imaginings of people who have watched Rosemary's Baby and The Omen one too many times. On rare occasions, however, several psychopaths will band together and garb their perverted practices in the trappings of satanic ritual. This is precisely what happened in Chicago during the 1980s, with a crew of young deviants who became known as the Chicago Rippers, and exemplify a case of folie à deux involving more than 2 participants. The accused ringleader of this degenerate gang was Robin Gecht, a lanky 28-year-old electrician whose deeply troubled background included accusations of molesting his sister. He also once did work for the city's most infamous contractor, John Wayne Gacy. Along with his accomplices, brothers Thomas and Andrew Kokorales and Edward Spreitzer, all in their early 20s, Gecht is believed to have abducted and killed as many as 18 women in as many months, beginning in May 1981. Some were hookers, others middle-class singles or housewives, including the wife of a former Chicago Cubs pitching ace. All the women were raped, tortured, and subjected to hideous mutilations. Specifically, the killers would use a wire garrote to slice off the breasts of their victims. These grisly trophies were then taken back to Gecht's attic bedroom, which had been converted into a satanic chapel. There, the depraved foursome would perform an unholy communion, eating portions of amputated breast before consigning it to a relic box. The case was finally broken when one of his savaged victims survived and provided police with information that led them to Gecht and his cohorts. Under questioning, Thomas Kokorales spilled his guts. The Chicago Rippers quickly turned on each other. Gecht has consistently maintained that, like Charles Manson, he never killed anyone. His followers did. He was put on trial for attempted murder and rape and is currently serving 120 years in Illinois. Andrew Kokorales was executed by lethal injection in 1994. His brother, Tom, was luckier. He won a reversal of a murder conviction on a legal technicality and received a reduced sentence of 75 years. Edward Spreitzer was condemned to death in 1986, but his sentence was subsequently commuted to life by Governor George Ryan. Killer couples. It's appalling enough to think of male buddies hitting the highways to commit serial homicide, like some kind of depraved parody of Dean Moriarty and Sal Paradise in Jack Kerouac's On the Road. But there's another type of psychopathic team that seems, if anything, even more unbelievably sick. The killer couple, the husband-wife or boyfriend-girlfriend who engage in sadistic lust murder as a way to spice up their sex life. While the male partner is almost always the dominant figure in such depraved duos, the woman is generally an active participant, not merely abetting her monstrous mate, but getting her own twisted pleasure from their joint atrocities. The Gallegos. That was certainly the case with Gerald and Charlene Gallego, who enjoyed serial murder the way other couples savor a weekend getaway at a romantic country inn. The son of a Skid Row prostitute and a violent career criminal whose life ended in Mississippi's gas chamber, Gallego, born in 1946, carried on the family's psychopathic tradition. He racked up more than 24 arrests by the time he was 30 for various felonies, including incest and rape. Possessed of a sleazy charm, he was catnip to a certain kind of woman who was married and divorced 7 times by the age of 32. In September 1977, he finally met the woman of his depraved dreams. The spoiled only child of a prosperous California couple, Charlene Williams was a violin prodigy, a certified genius with an IQ of 160. She was also a profoundly troubled young woman who flunked out of junior college after 1 semester, had 2 brief, disastrous marriages in her early 20s, and was heavily into drugs and kinky sex. She and Gallego moved in together 1 week after meeting at a Sacramento poker club. "I thought he was a very nice, clean-cut fellow," she would say of her wildly degenerate lover. Their sex life was predictably sordid. Gerald bringing home a teenage runaway for threesomes, Charlene indulging herself with an occasional lesbian lover. Impotent when it came to anything approaching normal sex, Gerald required increasingly perverse pleasures to achieve arousal. Exactly who first thought up the idea of supplying him with disposable sex slaves is unclear. What is indisputable is that, beginning in September 1978, the homicidal couple embarked on a monstrous scheme. Their MO was the same from the start. Driving Gallego's van, they would troll for victims in likely places: county fairgrounds, parking lots of malls, shopping centers, and taverns. While Gerald lurked inside the parked vehicle with pistol at the ready, Charlene would approach the prospective victims, generally, though not always, pairs of teenage girls, and lure them back to the van, usually with an offer of free drugs. Once in the clutches of the depraved duo, the victims would be driven to a remote location, sexually assaulted by both husband and wife, then slaughtered and dumped. Altogether, the Gallegos murdered 10 victims, ranging in age from 13 to 34, all but one of them female. They were arrested in November 1980, when a witness noted their license plate during their abduction of a young couple who had just left a fraternity dance. Eventually, Charlene struck a deal with prosecutors, agreeing to testify against her husband for a sentence of just under 17 years. Sentenced to death in 1983, Gerald managed to delay execution through various legal maneuvers, but came to a deservedly nasty end anyway when, in July 2002, at the age of 54, he died of rectal cancer. Bernardo Homolka. The sheer level of sexual degeneracy displayed by killer couples staggers belief. Golden Boy Paul Bernardo and his pretty blonde wife Carla Homolka were another prime example of the breed. The Ken and Barbie of serial killers, the young Canadian couple presented a picture-perfect image to the world. Beneath their wholesome exterior, however, lurked two of the most depraved personalities imaginable. Raised, like so many serial killers, in a severely dysfunctional household, his father was a pedophiliac peeping Tom who molested his own daughter, his mother a grotesquely obese depressive who immured herself in the basement, Bernardo grew up to be a classic psychopath, a man of superficial charm and apparent normality who harbored profoundly malevolent impulses and lacked anything resembling a conscience. While the world assumed he was a successful accountant, he was actually making his money as a small-time smuggler, running cigarettes across the border in cars with stolen license plates. The women he dated soon found themselves not with the sensitive young man they imagined, but in the hands of a vicious sadist who liked to beat and degrade them and whose favorite sexual activity was anal rape. Carla Homolka, as devoid of moral facilities as her lover boy, turned out to be the perfect mate for Paul, eagerly satisfying and encouraging his most depraved desires. He liked to videotape her while she fondled herself and talked of how much fun it would be to procure 13-year-old virgins for him to rape. When Paul expressed a wish to disflower her little sister, Tammy, Carla was only too happy to assist, stealing some animal sedative called halothane from the veterinary clinic where she worked. On December 23, 1990, after a happy pre-Christmas dinner in the Homolka home, Paul plied the 15-year-old with halcyon-laced drinks. Once she was out, he raped her while Carla held a halothane-soaked rag over her little sister's face to make sure she stayed unconscious. Unfortunately, she threw up, choking to death on her vomit. Tammy Homolka was the first to die at the hands of the hideously perverted pair. Between June 1991 and April 1992, Bernardo and Homolka snatched 3 more teenage girls. The victims would be subjected to a range of degradations and torments, Carla and Paul taking turns having sex with their captives, while the other videotaped the outrages. In the end, the girls would be murdered, and their bodies, sometimes dismembered, sometimes left intact, dumped in a lake or ditch. While these horrendous killings were going on, Paul, with Carla's encouragement, was conducting a separate career as a serial rapist in Scarborough, Canada. Eventually, when he began beating Carla, she turned on him. Already under suspicion as the Scarborough rapist, Bernardo was arrested and ultimately charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, 2 counts of forcible rape, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of performing an indignity on a human body. In exchange for her full cooperation, Carla received a lenient sentence. Bernardo, convicted on all counts, was sent to prison for life. We had this sexual fantasy, see, so we just carried it out. I mean, like it was easy and fun, and we really enjoyed it, so why shouldn't we do it? Charlene Gallego, explaining why she and her husband abducted, raped, and murdered 10 people. The Wests. Outside the pages of the Marquis de Sade, it would be hard to find human beings as obscenely evil as the British psycho couple Fred and Rose West. Like Carla Homolka, who sacrificed her own sister to her partner's sadistic lusts, the Wests had no qualms about preying on their nearest kin. Incest was just one of the countless perversions they delighted in. Arguably, the Wests were even more monstrous than their Canadian counterparts, since their victims included several of their own children. Born in 1941, the simian-looking Fred West was reportedly the product of a household in which incest was rife. By the time he was 20, he was a habitual thief and convicted child molester who had impregnated a 13-year-old girl. "Doesn't everyone do it?" he said in his defense when confronted with this crime. In 1962, he married a troubled teen and part-time prostitute, Catherine Rena Costello, who was carrying another man's baby. Shortly afterward, she gave birth to a girl, Charmaine. With Fred, who enjoyed impregnating his women almost as much as he liked watching them have sex with other men, she quickly conceived again. Their daughter, Anna Marie, was born in 1962. For a while, Fred drove an ice cream truck, a job that offered ample opportunity to prey on little girls. Later, he found work in a slaughterhouse, an experience he would later put to appalling uses. In 1967, fed up with her husband's perverse sexual demands, Rena moved out. No sooner had she gone than Fred took up with a teenage mistress named Anna McFall and quickly got her pregnant. When she began to pressure him into marriage, Fred killed and dismembered her, keeping her fingers and toes as souvenirs, a grotesque ritualistic signature he would repeat on future occasions. After briefly moving back in with Fred, Rena abandoned him for good, leaving him to raise their children, Anna Marie and Charmaine, whom Fred was routinely molesting. Finally, in 1969, when Fred was 28, he met the woman who would become his partner in the unspeakable for the remainder of his abhorrent life. Rosemary Letts was 16 at the time, the daughter of a schizophrenic father and a depressive mother who had undergone shock treatments while pregnant with her. Rose grew up a sexually debauched, foul-mouthed loner who liked to climb into bed with her younger brother and fondle him. Within a year of moving in with Fred, she gave birth to a daughter, Heather. Shortly afterward, apparently in a fit of pique, she killed Fred's stepchild, Charmaine. Fred disposed of the girl's body in his preferred manner, saving fingers and toes for his ghastly collection. Fred's daughter by Rena, Anna Marie, was subjected to repeated sexual torture by her father and his new wife, Rose holding the 8-year-old down while Fred raped her. When Rena showed up looking for her children, she was murdered and disposed of in the usual way, her body dismembered, fingers and toes removed. For the next 2 decades, the Wests led an outwardly respectable life while pursuing a secret existence of unimaginable depravity. Rose worked out of their home as a prostitute, advertising herself in swinger magazines. Frequently pregnant, she gave birth to 7 more children, some by Fred, others by clients. Not content with their criminally kinky sex life, among countless other horrors, Fred liked to bring friends home and watch them have sex with his underage daughter Anna Marie. The Wests turned to sadistic serial murder for the ultimate thrill. At least 9 young women, ranging in age from 15 to 21, were lured to their home or snatched from the streets. Once in captivity, they were subjected to protracted sexual torture, sometimes lasting as long as a week, before being killed, dismembered, and buried in the cellar. When the cellar got too crowded, the Wests turned it into a nursery bedroom for their brood and began to plant new corpses in their rear garden. The final victim to be interred in their backyard was their own 17-year-old daughter. In August 1992, alerted by accusations of child abuse, the police showed up at the Wests' home and arrested Fred and Rose for the rape of a minor. Taken into government care, the children revealed that their parents had kept them in line with a chilling threat. If they didn't behave, they were told they would end up under the patio like Heather. Excavating the backyard, investigators quickly turned up human remains. They then turned their attention to the cellar, which yielded its ghastly trove. On New Year's Day, 1995, having confessed to 12 murders, Fred West hanged himself in his jail cell with a bedsheet. 8 months later, Rose went on trial. She was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment on 10 counts of murder. Brady Hindley. 30 years before the Wests' atrocities came to light, another British killer couple, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, a.k.a. the Moors murderers, earned everlasting infamy as the most heinous criminals of their day. The illegitimate child of a Glasgow waitress who turned him over to another couple to be raised, Brady displayed classic psychopathic symptoms from early childhood. Though exceptionally bright, he did poorly in school, was subject to frequent violent tantrums, and indulged in extreme cruelty to animals, stoning dogs, decapitating rabbits, and, on one occasion, burying a cat alive. He got into trouble with the law from an early age and did prison time in his late teens. In 1961, while working as a stock clerk, the 21-year-old Brady met Myra Hindley, an 18-year-old peroxide blonde typist, desperate for relief from the crushing boredom of her life. Falling under Brady's toxic spell, she submitted avidly to his pornographic fantasies, posing in Nazi dominatrix regalia and lapping up Brady's half-baked Sadian philosophy. Encouraged by his lover's slavish devotion, Brady felt increasingly impelled to explore the outer limits of human depravity. Between November 1963 and December 1964, the monstrous couple abducted, raped, and murdered 4 children, then buried their remains on the moors. Generally, it was Hindley who lured the victims to their doom. Exactly how much she participated in the actual killings remains a matter of dispute, though Brady clearly took the more active role. Their final murder was, in many ways, the most appalling. After snatching 10-year-old Leslie Ann Downey from a local fair, they brought her back to Hindley's house, bound and stripped her, forced her to pose for pornographic pictures, then, before killing her, tape-recorded her heart-rending pleas for mercy. In October 1965, Brady picked up a gay 17-year-old named Edward Evans, brought him back to Hindley's house, and split his skull open with an axe in full view of a witness, Myra's brother-in-law, Dave Smith. Sickened by the crime, Smith reported it to the police. After arresting Brady and Hindley, police searched Myra's home and came upon a claim check tucked into a prayer book. This led them to a locker in the local train station. Inside the locker, they found 2 suitcases containing a cache of incriminating evidence, including the tape recording of little Leslie Downey's torture. When the tape was subsequently played at the trial of the monstrous couple, people throughout the courtroom, not only jury members and spectators, but hardened police officers as well, openly wept. Only Brady and Hindley appeared unmoved. In May 1966, both of the Moore murderers were sentenced to life in prison. In the succeeding decades, the public's loathing for the two remained undiminished. When a portrait of Hindley, painted in a kind of pointillist style from child-sized handprints, was exhibited at a 1998 art show in London, it sparked nationwide outrage. On November 15, 2002, Myra died of respiratory failure at the age of 60. Brady remains behind bars. He is cruel and selfish, and I love him. Myra Hindley, writing about Ian Brady in her diary. Clark Bundy. It's hard to know what early influences turned Douglas Clark into a monster. Though frequently uprooted in his younger years, his father, a Navy lieutenant commander, was constantly moving the family from one international post to another, Clark enjoyed a privileged upbringing, living in the kind of colonial luxury that a handsome American salary can bring in places like the Marshall Islands and India. He was waited on by servants and attended elite private schools. It was the sort of life that has produced other intensely self-centered individuals who grow up with a keen sense of entitlement and a concern for nothing but their own pleasures. In Clark's case, it produced something infinitely worse. A sexually predatory psychopath. His nasty adolescent pranks, secretly recording his girlfriends during sex, for example, then playing the tapes for his buddies' amusement, were just a warm-up for some of the most unspeakable atrocities in the annals of American serial murder. The forces that warped Carol Bundy are easier to discern. Though, in her typically deluded way, she would later recall her childhood in idealized terms as a warm and happy time, she was actually subjected to horrific abuse by both her parents, Her mother's idea of discipline was to inflict savage beatings with a belt and tell the little girl that no one loved her or wanted her around the house. On the night his wife died, Carol's alcoholic father announced to his two underage daughters, 13-year-old Carol and her 11-year-old sister Vicky, that it was now their responsibility to take their mother's place in his bed. For the next year, until he remarried, he took turns molesting both girls. At 17, Carol married a 56-year-old man to get away from her father, who hanged himself a few years later. When her new husband tried to force her into prostitution, she left him for another man, who promptly began to beat her. In 1979, she fled with her children to a home for battered women, then settled in an apartment in Van Nuys, California, where she quickly entered into an obsessive affair with the married building manager, John Murray. When he eventually brushed her off, Carol was shattered. 3 months later, she met Douglas Clark. By then, Clark had a long history of sexually exploiting desperate women. In Carol Bundy, an overweight, severely myopic 37-year-old whose lifetime of abuse had robbed her of every shred of self-esteem and who was pathologically needy for anything resembling affection, he found a perfect match, a woman who might almost be described as his soulmate, though there is little in Douglas Clark's subsequent actions to suggest that he possessed a human soul. In thrall to her new lover, Carol quickly became his eager slave. When she wasn't busy with her nursing job at the Valley Medical Center, she was helping him enact increasingly depraved sexual fantasies. She began by snapping pictures of him while he had sex with various pickups, one of them a child no older than 11. Having his girlfriend photograph his pedophiliac encounters, however, wasn't kinky enough for Clark, who had begun to indulge in elaborate dreams of murder, mutilation, and necrophilia. In June 1980, he picked up a pair of teenage runaways, forced them to perform oral sex on him at gunpoint, then killed them both with bullets to the head. Afterward, he sodomized the corpses before dumping them down a highway embankment. Then he went home to share the story of his outrage with Carol. It wasn't long before the ever-submissive Carol was actively participating in Clark's enormities. Sometimes she accompanied him when he went cruising the seedy Sunset Strip for young hookers. He would lure them into his car, then shoot them in the head while they went down on him. Other times, in an obscene travesty of the loving housewife fixing a nice brown bag lunch for her hubby to take to work, she would prepare a kill bag for Clark, containing knives, paper towels, liquid cleanser, plastic bags, and rubber gloves, then see him off on his nighttime prowl. Her complicity in Clark's atrocities reached a pitch of perversity when Clark brought home the decapitated head of 20-year-old streetwalker Exie Wilson. Throwing herself into the unspeakable spirit of her lover's games, Bundy applied cosmetics to the head and gave it a pretty hairdo, after which Clark took it into the bathroom for some necrophiliac fellatio. "We had a lot of fun with her," Bundy later told police. "I made her up like Barbie." However devoted to her depraved lover, Bundy still carried a torch for John Murray. She occasionally met him for furtive sexual encounters, during one of which she revealed to him that her new lover, Doug Clark, was the Sunset Slayer, whose crimes were all over the newspapers. A few days later, regretting her indiscretion, she arranged to meet Murray again, then stabbed him to death, cut off his head, and brought it home in a plastic bag for future disposal. Shortly afterward, the unrelenting horror of her life became too much for Bundy. Breaking down at her workplace, she began to sob. "I can't take it any more. I'm supposed to save lives, not take them." Before long, she and Clark were under arrest. Eventually, Bundy was sentenced to 2 consecutive terms of 27 and 25 years to life. Clark received the death penalty and is still on death row, 20 years after his conviction. The Birneys. Like other monstrous couples, Australians David and Catherine Birney were 2 unspeakably codependent perverts who used rape, torture, and murder to spice up their sex life. As is typical in such cases, the man was the prime instigator, while his female partner was a slavish, if enthusiastic, accomplice who threw herself into the joint atrocities as a way of pleasing her man. A scrawny ne'er-do-well who grew up in various government institutions and was in trouble with the law throughout his adolescence, David Birney met his future partner in crime when they were both children. In their late teens, they teamed up to commit a series of robberies that eventually landed both of them in jail. Catherine, released after a 6-month stint, went to work as a live-in domestic servant. She fell in love with her employer's son and ended up marrying him. As their relationship deteriorated in succeeding years, however, she pined for David Birney. In 1985, she abandoned her husband and 5 children, moved back in with Birney, and took his last name without bothering with the formality of a marriage. Before long, their mutually toxic relationship led them to explore new extremes of depravity. Like other killer couples, the Birneys were heavily into deviant sex. As their craving for even kinkier experiences accelerated, Birney began to talk openly about his fantasies of abduction and rape. They first acted on these degenerate desires in October 1986, when they lured a 22-year-old co-ed to their ramshackle house on the outskirts of Perth, bound and gagged her at knife point, and chained her to a bed. Birney raped her repeatedly in front of Catherine. Then the depraved duo drove the victim to a wilderness area where she was garroted with a nylon cord and buried in a shallow grave. 3 more nearly identical atrocities followed. The last of these crimes was so appalling that even Catherine was shaken by it. The victim, a 21-year-old girl abducted from a bus stop, was taken into a forest, raped, stabbed repeatedly, then placed in a shallow grave. As Birney began covering her up with dirt, she sat bolt upright. Grabbing an axe, Birney smashed her on the skull. When this tremendous blow didn't kill her, Birney was forced to split her head in 2. They brought another victim home for sexual abuse and murder just 5 days later. Catherine, unnerved by the sheer horror of the previous incident, left the 16-year-old girl unbound and alone in the bedroom while Birney was away at work. The captive managed to escape and gave the police complete details about the identity of her tormentors. Under arrest, Birney and his common-law wife soon confessed to all 4 torture killings and led police to the buried remains. At their 1987 trial, they each pleaded guilty to 4 counts of murder and were given the maximum sentence of life in prison. The family that slays together. Some teen killers are connected not just by a sick psychological bond, a shared, mutually inciting interest in torture and murder, but by actual ties of kinship. The Hillside Stranglers, for example, were cousins. So too were a pair of bloodthirsty psychopaths who terrorized the American frontier more than 2 centuries ago. The Harps. Their names were William and Joshua Harp. Though often referred to as siblings, they were actually first cousins, the children of 2 Scottish brothers who emigrated from their homeland to North Carolina sometime around 1760. As young men during the Revolutionary War, the younger Harps picked the wrong side, fighting alongside the British. Their motives had less to do with politics than with the opportunity for rape, pillage, and murder that the conflict afforded them. After taking part in a losing battle in South Carolina, the brutish pair deserted the Redcoats and fled to the wilderness. Before long, they had abducted a couple of women and carried them off to Tennessee, settling down around Chattanooga. Over the next few years, they raided farms and robbed unwary travelers. They were also reputed to have killed at least 4 of their own offspring, unwanted babies born to their captive women. Sometime around 1794, the 2 killer cousins dropped the final E from their family name and changed their Christian names to Micaiah and Wiley. Along the frontier, however, they would come to be known simply as Big Harp and Little Harp, names that would strike fear into the backwoods residents. In 1798, the Harps embarked on what many criminal historians regard as the first serial murder spree in American history. Over a 9-month period, they roamed from Tennessee to Virginia to Kentucky to Illinois, slaughtering an estimated 40 victims at a time when the entire population of the country was less than 6 million. Some of their murders were especially atrocious. On one occasion, they stripped a man naked, tied him to a horse, then blindfolded the animal and ran it off a cliff. On another, Big Harp picked up his own 4-month-old daughter by the ankle, and bashed her brains out against a tree because he was worried that the crying infant might alert a posse to his whereabouts. The Harps were also fond of slitting open their victims and filling their bellies with stones before sinking the corpses in a river. Eventually, Big Harp was shot and seriously wounded by a pursuing posse near present-day Dixon, Kentucky. One of the posse members, Moses Stagel, whose wife and child had been murdered by the Harps, decapitated the still-living outlaw with a hunting knife, impaled the head on a tree, and left it there to rot. To this day, the spot is known as Harp's Head. Little Harp escaped, changed his name to Sutton, and took up with a band of Mississippi River pirates. In 1804, however, after being recognized in Greenville, Mississippi, he was arrested, convicted, and hanged. As with his brother, his head was cut off and displayed on a stake as a warning to other outlaws. The Callengers. Other team killers have been even more closely related to each other than the Harp cousins. In the early 1970s, for example, a Philadelphia shoemaker named Joseph Callenger enlisted his own son as an accomplice in a series of horrendous crimes. Born in 1936, Callenger was abandoned in his infancy and adopted at 18 months by a sadistic Austrian couple who subjected him to savage floggings, beat him with a hammer, and convinced him that his penis had been permanently stunted by a hernia operation he was forced to undergo at age 6. 2 years later, he was gang-raped at knife point by a bunch of older boys. Unsurprisingly, he grew up violently disturbed. As an adolescent, he liked to masturbate while clutching a knife and stabbing at pornographic pictures. He was a lifelong pyromaniac who set fires for both pleasure and profit, torching homes for insurance money as well as for the ecstatic sense of power derived from seeing buildings go up in flames. Briefly committed on 2 occasions to mental hospitals, he was diagnosed as a schizophrenic sadist with intense hostility toward women. For the most part, however, he managed to pass himself off as normal. Marrying twice, fathering 7 children, he opened a shoe repair shop in the Kensington district of Philadelphia. To the outside world, he appeared to be a respectable, self-employed member of the community. At home, his sadistic violence was never far below the surface. His children were its primary targets. In early 1972, 3 of them filed abuse charges against him, including his 13-year-old daughter, Mary Jo, who claimed that, as punishment for some minor infraction, her father had once branded her thigh with the blade of a red-hot spatula. Callenger was convicted but released on probation after just a few months behind bars. In 1974, his psychosis was in full bloom. Among other symptoms, he began to hear voices, issued by an invisible floating head named Charlie, commanding him to murder and castrate young boys. When he asked his 13-year-old son Michael for help in this deranged mission, the boy readily agreed. On July 7, 1974, they lured a young Puerto Rican boy into an abandoned factory, stripped him, gagged him with socks, and sliced off his penis. The next victim was Callenger's 12-year-old son, Joey. Callenger drowned him in a stagnant pool in the cellar of an abandoned rug factory while Michael watched. Beginning in November 1974, Callenger and his son went on a wide-ranging rape and robbery spree, invading homes in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Maryland, assaulting the female residents and making off with money and jewelry. Their 9-month crime wave culminated in a horrific episode when, after gaining entrance to a house in Leonia, New Jersey, and trussing up 8 people at gunpoint, Callenger slit the throat of a 21-year-old woman when she refused to bite off the penis of a male victim. 2 weeks later, he and his son were arrested. Michael, deemed by the courts to have been under his father's nefarious influence, was released into foster care after a stint in reform school. Callenger was sentenced to life. In prison, he underwent a progressive mental breakdown, proclaiming himself God, declaring his desire to slaughter every person on earth. He also developed an obsessive fascination with his own feces, which he liked to eat from the toilet, smear on his skin, and mail to pen pals. He died of a seizure on March 26, 1996, at the age of 59. The Pandies. Another serial sex killer who enlisted his own child, in this case his daughter, to participate in his atrocities was Belgian pastor Andras Pandy, a stout, bespectacled man with a perpetual half-smile and a goofy Prince Valiant hairdo. The middle-aged clergyman looked like the last person on earth capable of homicidal depravity. Underneath his innocuous facade, he was a psychopath of monstrous proportions. A refugee from Hungary, Pandy settled in Brussels in 1956 and became a respected pastor and founder of a humanitarian organization, presumably set up to provide foster care for children orphaned during the Romanian Revolution that toppled the Ceausescu dictatorship. At home, however, he was a vicious sexual predator. He began raping his daughter Agnes when she was 13. Psychologically enslaved to her degenerate dad, Agnes was forced to assist him in a series of horrendous crimes. Between 1986 and 1992, they murdered an indeterminate number of victims, bludgeoning some with a sledgehammer, shooting others, then hacking up the bodies and dissolving the dismembered pieces in a vat of cleanest, a store-bought drain opener with a high acid content. 6 of the victims were Pandy's own family members, his first and second wives, several children and stepchildren. Others were apparently orphans recruited through his charitable organization, along with women he lured into his clutches through Lonely Hearts ads in a Hungarian newspaper. In 1997, Agnes, by then pushing 40, confessed to police. Searching Pandy's home, investigators turned up ghastly evidence of his atrocities: human bones and teeth in the basement, chunks of human flesh in his freezer. Arrested in 1997, the Pasteur Diabolique, as he was dubbed by the local press, finally went on trial in February 2002 and received a life sentence for 6 counts of murder. For assisting her monstrous father, Agnes was given a sentence of 21 years. It was my task to take out the organs while Pandy was cutting up the remains. I just used a kitchen knife. You have to exercise strength. It's not that easy. Agnes Pandy, explaining how she had eviscerated one of her own stepsisters. The Beans. Among the more sensational crimes of the blood-soaked 1960s were the appalling murders perpetrated by the so-called Manson family. Of course, the wild-eyed bunch who carried out this slaughter weren't really relatives, just a band of psychopathic pseudo-hippies under the sway of their deranged messiah. But there have been a few cases in which entire families have collaborated in serial murder. One legendary killer clan was the barbarous tribe headed by a 15th-century outlaw, Sawney Bean. Born during the reign of James IV of Scotland, the bloodthirsty Bean and his common-law wife fled from civilized society and found refuge in a cave on the Galloway coast, where they proceeded to spawn a family that, through years of incestuous breeding, eventually grew to 4 dozen members. The main component of their diet was human flesh. Preying on unwary travelers, the feral clan not only robbed but cannibalized their victims, butchering them in their dens, then salting and pickling the meat for future consumption, as historian Michael Anglo writes. According to legend, hundreds of people ended up as provender for the man-eating Beans. Their hideout was finally discovered when some travelers spotted several members of the monstrous family feasting on the flesh of a freshly killed husband and wife who had been ambushed on the way home from a fair. Led by the Scots king himself, a small army rounded up the entire clan, who were condemned to a punishment commensurate with their crimes. The sex organs of the men were cut off and cast into a fire, and their hands and legs severed from their bodies, historian Anglo explains. They were left to bleed to death while the females were forced to watch. Finally, cursing and swearing, the women were thrown into fires and slowly burned to death. Married with children. Though female psychos like Carla Homolka, Charlene Gallego, and Rosemary West were active accomplices in their husbands' depravities, not every woman married to a sadistic sex murderer participates in his atrocities. Indeed, some of these wives aren't even aware that their mates are serial killers. Undoubtedly, a certain amount of denial is at work in such cases. When Herb Baumeister's wife, Julie, asked him about the half-buried human skeleton that their son had stumbled across in their wooded backyard, Herb hastily explained that it was just an old, discarded lab specimen inherited from his physician father. Unlikely as this story was, Julie chose to believe it. Mostly, however, the fact that certain serial killers are able to fool their own families is testimony to one of the most chilling traits of these psychopaths: their ability to pass themselves off as normal, to conceal their monstrous secret identities from the rest of the world, even from those who share their homes. Peter Curtin, for example, was married to a perfectly respectable woman who never had an inkling that her spouse was the infamous Monster of Dusseldorf, responsible for butchering 29 victims in 1929. Nor did the wife of the Russian maniac Andrei Chikatilo ever guess that she was wed to a creature who not only slaughtered more than 50 victims, but perpetrated unspeakable acts of torture, mutilation, and cannibalism on their bodies. Peter Sutcliffe, a.k.a. the Yorkshire Ripper, maintained his facade as a happily married man while conducting a savage 5-year murder spree that claimed the lives of 13 women. To be sure, some wives of serial killers come to realize that their husbands are seriously disturbed. John Wayne Gacy's first wife, for example, divorced him after it became clear that he was an inveterate molester of boys. His second marriage ended for similar reasons, and in 1944 the wife of serial prostitute killer Steve Wilson left her husband because of his penchant for sneaking up on her while she was naked and slicing her buttocks with a razor blade. His idea of an affectionate gesture. Even in such cases, however, the women never guess the full scope of their husband's depravity. Of course, the crimes committed by a creature like Gacy are so inconceivable that it's easy to see why his wife wouldn't suspect. After all, it's one thing to leave your husband because he prefers to have sex with teenage boys. The thought that he might also be torturing them to death before stashing their corpses in the crawlspace would simply not occur to most people. Some women married to serial killers do eventually discover what kind of monsters they're living with. Unfortunately for most, this realization comes too late. Like the wife of British sex slayer John Reginald Christie, who ended up beneath the floorboards of her own dining room, these poor women are doomed to learn the dreadful truth the hard way. Case Study: Herb Baumeister, Family Man. Situated 20 miles from the state capital, Westfield, Indiana, is an exclusive bedroom community of million-dollar estates, so safe and sheltered that locals refer to it as the Golden Ghetto. But in the summer of 1996, residents of that exclusive enclave were stunned to discover that a monster had been living in their midst. His name was Herb Baumeister. Like John Wayne Gacy, another gay Midwestern sex killer who maintained a facade of suburban propriety, Baumeister was regarded as a pillar of the community, a successful, self-made businessman who generously gave to charities and was well liked by his neighbors. What the world didn't know was that, again like Gacy, Baumeister led a depraved double life. He made secret forays into the gay hangouts of Indianapolis, where he would pick up young men who would never again be seen alive. His victims, at least 11, though possibly many more, would be lured back to his sprawling Tudor-style home. There they would be strangled during sex, their corpses disposed of in the woods behind the house. What made these crimes seem even more shocking was that for at least 3 years, Baumeister had committed them not merely within the tranquil confines of Westfield, but right under the noses of his own family. How, people wondered, could someone with a wife and 3 children get away with such atrocities? Psychopathic cunning had something to do with it. So did denial, especially on the part of Herb's wife, Julie. In 1994, when she confronted her husband about a half-buried human skeleton that their son had stumbled upon in the wooded backyard, Herb gave her a cock-and-bull story. The skeleton, he claimed, was just an old anatomical specimen he had inherited from his physician father, and had decided to discard. Julie chose to believe him. Eventually, however, she was forced to face up to the dreadful truth. Born in 1947, Baumeister showed no signs of mental disturbance until high school. Then his increasingly erratic behavior caused his father to take him for mental evaluations. Though diagnosed as a schizophrenic, there is no record that he received any treatment. After flunking out of college, he drifted from job to job, though his bizarre outbursts, which included urinating on his boss's desk, made it impossible for him to remain gainfully employed. After marrying in 1971, he and his wife opened a string of flourishing thrift shops in Indianapolis. Eventually, they were able to afford an estate in Westfield, a 4-bedroom house with an indoor pool and riding stable on 18 acres of wooded property. To all outward appearances, they were living the American dream. The reality, of course, was a nightmare that no one knew a thing about, apart, that is, from Herb and the young men who fell into his clutches. During the frequent overnight trips taken by Julie and the kids, often to visit Herb's widowed mother at her lakeside condominium, Baumeister traveled to the gay bars of the city, trolling for victims. When young men began disappearing in early 1993, the gay community was quick to take note. Articles appeared in a local gay newspaper. The police were notified, but, as is often the case when gay victims are involved, authorities were slow to take action. It was not until November 1995 that, thanks to the efforts of a private investigator hired by the mother of one of the missing men, Baumeister was identified as a suspect. Another 8 months would pass before members of the sheriff's department searched his property. By then, Baumeister's life had unraveled. His business had foundered, his long-suffering wife had filed for divorce, and he himself had absconded in his 1989 Buick. Searching the wooded property behind the house, investigators eventually turned up thousands of human bone fragments, jaw bones, thigh bones, fingers, ribs, vertebrae, all stripped clean by animals and the elements, some partly burned. Experts estimated that, altogether, the skeletal fragments constituted the remains of 11 young men. By the time the digging was over, Baumeister himself was dead. Fleeing to Canada, he committed suicide in an Ontario park on the evening of July 3, 1996, shooting himself in the head with a .357 Magnum after eating a peanut butter sandwich. The note he left made no mention of his atrocities, attributing his act to personal and family matters, his failed business and broken marriage. Bluebeards. One of the most famous of all fairy tales, Bluebeard was originally recorded by the French writer Charles Perrault in his classic collection, Contes du Temps Passé, Tales of Past Times, more commonly known in English as Mother Goose's Tales. The story concerns a fabulously rich gentleman. Despite the creepy coloration of his facial hair, which causes young women to flee at the sight of him, he woos and wins a beautiful maiden and brings her home to one of his country estates. Called away on an extended business trip, he gives his new bride the keys to the castle, telling her that she is free to open any door except the one at the end of the ground-floor gallery. No sooner is he out the door, of course, than, overcome with curiosity, his young bride heads for the forbidden room. Opening the door with trembling hands, she steps inside. At first, she can see nothing clearly because the window curtains are drawn. As her eyes become adjusted to the dimness, she is greeted by a fearful sight. The floor was all covered over with clotted blood, on which lay the bodies of several dead women ranged against the walls, Perrault writes. These were all the wives whom Bluebeard had married and murdered, one after another. When her husband returns home and discovers his new bride's disobedience, he pulls out his cutlass and gets ready to add her to the collection of butchered ex-wives in his storage room. At the last minute, however, she is rescued by the timely arrival of her brothers. In criminology, the name of this legendary lady killer is applied to a specific type of psychopath, the man who marries and knocks off a succession of women. In this sense, the Bluebeard killer is the male counterpart of the female Black Widow. Two things distinguish the Bluebeard type from other kinds of serial killers who prey on female victims. First, while psychos of the Ted Bundy, Edmund Kemper, Hillside Strangler variety target random strangers, the Bluebeard's victims are his own wives or girlfriends. Second, while most serial killers are driven primarily by sexual sadism, the Bluebeard, though clearly deriving satisfaction from his atrocities, is also motivated by profit. Here are some examples of infamous 20th-century Bluebeards. Henri Landru, His spiky beard wasn't blue, but in many other respects Henri Landru bore a striking similarity to his fairy-tale prototype. Though distinctly unattractive, the bald, bushy-browed, middle-aged Frenchman had no trouble attracting the opposite sex. Of course, his victims were especially vulnerable. Women who had been widowed in the devastation of World War I and were desperate for male companionship. Landru was a practiced con artist who had already served 7 prison sentences for fraud before he turned his hand to serial murder. He made the lethal transition when he was in his 40s. His usual M.O. was to place a matrimonial ad in the newspaper, describing himself as a well-off widower with 2 children and a warm, affectionate nature. When a sufficiently wealthy prospect nibbled at this bait, the charming Landru would sweep her off her feet and whisk her away to a rented villa outside Paris. After she had signed over all her worldly possessions to him, the woman would never be seen or heard from again. Exactly how Landru killed his victims has never been determined, though their remains were evidently disposed of in a large stove purchased for that specific purpose. 10 women died at his hands. All were middle-aged widows except one. This was a poor 19-year-old servant girl Landru picked up at a train station. That she met the same fate as his other victims reinforces the belief that, like all Bluebeard killers, Landru was not motivated solely by greed, but also by sadism. He was finally caught after one of his victims, a rich widow named Madame Buisson, vanished. Her relatives immediately grew suspicious, though they were unable to track Landru down since he was using a pseudonym. On April 11, 1919, Buisson's sister happened to spot Landru escorting an attractive young woman into a Paris china shop. She alerted the police, who confronted him the next day. In his pocket, they found a little black book containing notes on all his victims. In November 1921, 2.5 years after his arrest, he was convicted, despite steadfast proclamations of innocence. On February 23, 1922, the French Bluebeard was guillotined. George Joseph Smith. Born in 1872, this British Bluebeard became infamous as the brides-in-the-bath murderer for his sinister M.O. A small-time crook and charming con artist, Smith initially limited himself to scamming gullible spinsters out of their life savings by luring them into bigamous marriages. He was legally wed throughout his adult life to his first wife, who left him without ever obtaining a divorce. The moment Smith had his hands on his new bride's money, he would disappear, usually telling her that he was going out on an errand, to pick up a newspaper or buy a pack of cigarettes. He would never return. On one occasion, he brought his newlywed wife to the National Gallery of Art and, after viewing some paintings, excused himself to go to the bathroom. She never saw him, or her life savings, again. Smith progressed from swindle to murder in 1912. After getting his 4th wife, Bessie Bundy, to make out a will leaving him property worth £2,500, he rented a house and had a new zinc and enamel bath installed. Shortly afterward, Bessie was found drowned in the tub. Smith made it appear that, at the time of this tragic accident, he had gone out to buy fish for their dinner. In reality, of course, he had not sneaked outside until the dreadful deed was done. Crime writer John Brophy vividly describes the method Smith employed. With honeymoon playfulness, he would enter the room where his bride was already in the bath, admire her naked beauty, bend over her fondly, and, still murmuring endearments, hold her feet. Suddenly, he would tug her feet upwards, thus jerking her head at the end of the bath, below the water, so that in a few moments she would be drowned with no bruises on the body or other signs of assault and resistance. The next woman to die in this fashion was a nurse named Alice Burnham. After marrying her in November 1913, Smith insured her life for £500. She drowned in the bathtub shortly thereafter, while Smith was ostensibly out of the house buying eggs. Smith's final murder victim was Margaret Lofty. After marrying her in December 1914, he got her to make out a new will naming him as beneficiary. Shortly thereafter, the honeymoon pair moved into rented rooms in Highgate. The very next day, while Smith was supposedly out purchasing tomatoes, his new bride drowned in the tub. The end came for Smith when the father of his second victim, Alice Burnham, read a newspaper account of Margaret Lofty's death. That two of Smith's brides had died in identical accidents within days of their weddings struck Mr. Burnham as highly suspicious. He quickly shared his suspicions with the police, who launched an investigation. Eventually, Smith was arrested and put on trial. Despite protestations of his innocence, the jury needed only 23 minutes to convict him. He was executed on August 13, 1915. Johann Hoch. A native of Germany, Johann Schmidt came to America in 1887 at the age of 25, abandoning a wife and 3 children. In 1895, under the name Huff, he bigamously married a well-off widow named Martha Steinbucher. 4 months later, she fell ill with a devastating intestinal ailment. As she writhed in agony, she told her physician that she had been poisoned, but, attributing the remark to delirium, he paid her no heed. She died the next day. Immediately afterward, her husband sold the property for $4,000 and disappeared. Huff's second murder victim was Caroline Hoch of Wheeling, West Virginia, who was hit with a violent illness shortly after their wedding. On a visit to the stricken woman, her minister surprised Huff in the act of giving his wife some white powder, presumably medicine. The next day, Caroline was dead. Huff immediately sold the house, claimed his wife's insurance policy, then faked his own suicide and disappeared. Now calling himself Hoch, the killer made his way to Chicago. Along the way, he preyed on an indeterminate number of women, murdering some, merely fleecing and abandoning others. For a while, he worked in the Chicago stockyards, an occupation that would ultimately earn him his homicidal nickname, the Stockyard Bluebeard. In December 1904, Hoch placed a matrimonial ad in a German newspaper and, soon afterward, received a reply from 46-year-old widow Marie Walker, who owned a small candy store. They were married a short time later. A week after the wedding, Marie was stricken with excruciating abdominal pains, a violent thirst, and a tingling in her extremities that felt, she said, like ants crawling over her flesh. All classic symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Her physician, however, diagnosed the problem as nephritis. She died 2 weeks later. No sooner had Marie exhaled her last agonizing breath than Hoch proposed to her sister, Julia, who had come to tend her dying sibling. 3 days later, Hoch and Julia were married. Hoch soon disappeared with all of Julia's money. Notifying the police, Julia learned that Hoch was already under suspicion for swindle and murder. Caroline Hoch's body had previously been exhumed, but examiners were unable to determine if there was poison in her stomach because Hoch had taken the precaution of eviscerating the corpse and dumping the organs in the river. Authorities had better luck with the body of Marie Walker. A post-mortem examination turned up lethal traces of arsenic in her viscera. Police immediately distributed the fugitive's photograph. Hoch, who had fled to New York City, was arrested when his landlady recognized his picture in the papers. When police searched him, they found a fountain pen on his possession. Instead of ink, the reservoir contained 58 grains of a powdered substance that turned out to be arsenic. He was convicted of the murder of Marie Walker and hanged on February 23, 1906. The number of his victims is unknown. Estimates range from 6 to 24. Herman Drenth, a.k.a. Harry Powers. A classic case of a Bluebeard killer who murdered both for pleasure and profit was Herman Drenth. Born in the Netherlands in 1892, he emigrated to America, where he changed his name to Harry Powers. In 1927, he settled in Clarksburg, West Virginia, where he sold Electrolux vacuum cleaners door to door and helped operate a small grocery store. In addition to these activities, the pudgy middle-aged Powers also led a sinister secret life. Through various matrimonial bureaus, Powers, using the pseudonym Cornelius Pearson, describing himself as a wealthy widower whose busy work life as a civil engineer did not leave him time to pursue marriage by more conventional means. In his letter, he promised to give his wife everything within reason that money can buy, but above all his true love and absolute devotion. Those women who fell for his beguiling words, however, ended up losing all their worldly possessions, and, in many cases, their lives. Exactly how many widows and spinsters were lured into Power's clutches is unknown. He himself ultimately suggested that he had slain as many as 50. There is no doubt, however, about the last 5 people he killed. In 1931, he won the heart of a 43-year-old widow named Asta Eichler and brought her, along with her 3 young children, from their home in Park Ridge, Illinois, to a remote cabin he had built in Quiet Dell, a rural hamlet about 5 miles outside Clarksburg. No one ever heard from the Eichlers again. Shortly afterward, a 51-year-old divorcee, Dorothy Lemke of North Uxbridge, Massachusetts, also disappeared after going off with her new mail-order husband, Cornelius Pearson. When Mrs. Eichler's friends and relatives became alarmed, an investigation was launched that eventually led back to Powers. He was arrested and jailed in August 1931. In the meantime, thanks partly to some neighbors who had complained of the stench emanating from the property, police had turned their attention to his Quiet Dell hideaway. There, in a drainage ditch running from the cellar, they turned up the rotting remains of the 2 women and 5 children. Drenth was subjected to a particularly brutal 3rd degree. He was severely beaten, his left arm was broken, and boiled eggs were pressed under his armpits. Eventually he confessed to everything. He had turned the cabin cellar into a torture chamber, subjecting his captives to a horrifying ordeal. The 3 Eichler children, 9-year-old Annabelle, 12-year-old Harry, and 14-year-old Greta, had been locked in a cage, starved, and forced to watch their mother being hanged from a ceiling beam. When Harry tried to struggle free to save his mother, Powers crushed his skull with a hammer. The other children were strangled to death, as was Dorothy Lemke. When word of Powers' confession spread through Clarksburg, a mob of approximately 5,000 men tried to break into the jail to lynch him. It took a troop of state police armed with tear gas canisters to disperse them. Powers was tried and convicted in December 1931 and hanged 3 months later at Moundsville State Penitentiary. "Beat any cat house I was ever in," Harry Powers, describing the pleasure he got from watching victims die. Case Study: Gilles de Rais, alias Bluebeard. One of the most enigmatic figures in the history of true crime, Gilles de Rais is remembered both as a great hero and as the most infamous of villains. An aristocrat from the province of Brittany in northwestern France, he was an honored military leader in the epic struggle to drive out the English during the second half of the 100 Years' War. He served as the chief lieutenant for none other than Joan of Arc. Some say his mind was unhinged by Joan's execution in 1431, or perhaps there had been a streak of madness and cruelty in him since childhood. Whatever the explanation, he eventually went to his death convicted of raping, torturing, and murdering over 100 children. Not everyone is convinced of his guilt. Some chroniclers have argued that de Rais was innocent, that he was framed by a fellow aristocrat. In the end, though, popular culture cast its own verdict. De Rais was considered the inspiration for the legend of Bluebeard, the most famous of fairy tale serial killers. Born in 1404, Gilles was descended from a family of knights and began his career as a soldier at the age of 16. He met Joan of Arc at the court of French King Charles VII 9 years later, when the teenage girl originally convinced the monarch that God had sent her on a divine mission to save France from the English. Gilles fought alongside Joan when she broke the English siege of Orleans and continued to serve under her in subsequent battles, including her defeat at Paris, where she was captured. By this time, de Rais had been given the title of Marshal of France in recognition of his wartime service, but his military career was coming to an end. After Joan's capture, he returned to his family's castle in Brittany, where he held the position of baron. At this point, his life began to take a bizarre and gruesome turn. According to the official version of the case, he immersed himself in alchemy as a way to replace the fortune that he was squandering. Soon, he intensified these efforts by indulging in conjuring and Satanism. These pastimes were all part of a larger descent into madness, which, beginning in 1432, included child murder. Gilles' servants would provide him with victims, either through abduction or enticement. The children were of both sexes, though most were boys. Gilles sodomized his victims, killed them either through strangulation or decapitation, disemboweled them, and masturbated on their entrails. This reign of horror went on for 8 years. When de Rais was finally arrested in 1440, the authorities found the dismembered remains of 50 bodies in one of the castle's towers. All told, his victims numbered 140, or so the records of de Rais' trial tell us. The person who pressed charges against de Rais was the Duke of Brittany. One theory has it that the Duke framed Gilles because he coveted the war hero's lands. Another possibility is that de Rais was indeed guilty, and that the Duke might have let him get away with his crimes. The victims were only commoners, after all, if not for the land issue. Whatever the motivation behind de Rais' arrest, his trial left little doubt about his guilt at the time. There were, in fact, 2 trials, one for heresy, focusing on de Rais' alleged involvement in black magic, and the other for the murders. On October 25, 1440, Gilles was excommunicated. The next day he was hanged above a roaring fire. In disguised form, de Rais' horrible legacy lived on in folk tales about Bluebeard, best known in the Charles Perrault version of the story written over 250 years after the Bloody Baron's death. In Perrault's story, Bluebeard's newlywed enters a forbidden chamber in her new husband's castle to discover the dismembered corpses of his previous wives, an abattoir reminiscent of de Rais' tower filled with the remains of his mangled victims. One question, though. How did de Rais, the serial child torturer and murderer, become transformed into a wife-killer? According to Leonard Woolf's biography of de Rais, the originators of the Bluebeard tales turned the victim into a killer of adults in order to make the memory of de Rais' hideous crimes easier to absorb. But this, like other aspects of de Rais' life, is open to debate. Some scholars even dispute that de Rais was an inspiration for the Bluebeard legend. They claim that the true source was another folk tale revolving around a character named Connemore, who was a 6th-century aristocrat, a wife-killer and, like de Rais, a resident of Brittany. Work and play. According to the FBI, a serial killer is anyone who murders 3 or more victims with a significant interval of time between each homicide. Under that definition, a mob enforcer would qualify. One reason that such professional assassins aren't regarded as serial killers, however, is precisely because they are professionals. Murder is their business, as indicated by the name of the most famous gang of hitmen in the history of organized crime, Murder, Inc. Serial killers, by contrast, don't perpetrate atrocities for a living. They do it for pleasure. Murder isn't their job, it's their passion. When they aren't indulging in sadistic daydreams or clandestinely carrying out the sickest fantasies, serial killers, by and large, lead drearily ordinary lives. To be sure, the long-ago past affords several instances of illustrious individuals who engaged in monstrous behavior. Gilles de Rais, Elizabeth Bathory, the Hungarian blood countess who bathed in the gore of her victims, Vlad the Impaler, the Transylvanian prince who served as the model for Dracula. In modern times, however, it is impossible to find a single example of a famous, highly accomplished person who turned out to be a serial killer. This is one reason why all the theories that claim to prove that Jack the Ripper was a member of the royal family or a celebrated artist seem so dubious. By and large, serial killers are, in their everyday lives, total non-entities, toiling at unskilled, if not menial jobs. Truck driver, janitor, garbage man. Some are full-time criminals, petty crooks and con artists who are in and out of jail throughout their adult lives. Despite their often superior intelligence, their profoundly antisocial personalities make it difficult for them to achieve anything professionally. True, some serial killers have been relatively successful. John Wayne Gacy, for example, built a thriving business as a home contractor. More typical, however, was Jeffrey Dahmer, a bright young man with a good education who couldn't hold down a job more challenging than that of assembly line worker at a Milwaukee chocolate factory. Of course, some serial killers deliberately seek out work that serves their twisted interest. A classic case is the monstrous Albert Fish, who preyed on countless young children in the early decades of the 20th century. From the time he was 17, Fish worked as a painter. The psychiatrist who examined him, Dr. Frederick Wortham, explained the diabolical rationale for Fish's choice of profession. He worked in many different institutions. He worked in YMCAs. He worked in homes for the tubercular. He worked in any kind of home where there were children, where he thought he could get children. In all these places, he made his headquarters the basement or cellar, and he had the habit of wearing a painter's overalls over his nude body, which gave him two advantages. First of all, he was nude in a moment, and secondly, he would be seen only in his painter's clothes, and if they, a witness or a surviving victim, later met him on the streets or in his other clothes, they wouldn't recognize him. Other serial killers make use of their jobs to snare potential victims. Harvey Kerrigan, the so-called want-ad killer, lured young women to their deaths by advertising for employees at the Seattle gas station he managed. While not specifically conducive to their criminal pursuits, some jobs held by serial killers are consistent with their morbid psychologies. Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, for example, found employment in a mortuary, while his unspeakable countryman Frederick West worked for a while in a slaughterhouse. And there is something creepily apt about the business run by the Kansas City, Missouri lust killer Bob Berdella, a suburban curio shop called Bob's Bizarre Bazaar that specialized in human tooth earrings, plaster of Paris skulls, and other macabre tchotchkes. On the other hand, some serial killers have worked at jobs so wildly at variance with their own malevolent natures as to border on the grotesque. A particularly striking case was that of the Houston sex killer Dean Corll. A cross between Willy Wonka and the Marquis de Sade, Corll worked at his mother's candy factory. Beloved by neighborhood children for freely handing out samples of pecan sweets, they called him the Candy Man. There have also been clergymen serial killers, such as the Belgian lust killer Andras Pandy. Dentist serial killers like Glennon Engelman of St. Louis, who bumped off 7 people over 22 years, and serial killers who have picked up extra money by babysitting for their neighbors, like Wisconsin ghoul Ed Gein. Uncivil servants. It has become part of the popular lore that certain kinds of government workers are particularly prone to mass murder, a perception reflected in the phrase going postal. Whether mailmen account for a disproportionately higher percentage of rampage killers is open to question. It is certainly true, however, that a number of highly infamous serial killers have worked as civil servants. David Berkowitz, for example, worked at a post office by day, sorting letters at a branch in the Bronx. At night, he would transform into Son of Sam, the phantom shooter who preyed on young women in the bicentennial summer of 1976. Another American psycho who relied on firearms to dispatch his victims was the serial sniper Thomas Dillon, who worked for more than 20 years as an employee of the Canton, Ohio Water Department. At roughly the same time that Berkowitz was terrorizing Gotham, Dennis Nilsen, a.k.a. the British Jeffrey Dahmer, was earning his own place in the annals of horrific crime. As an employee of the British Manpower Service Commission, Nilsen spent his days helping out-of-work youths find jobs. After hours, however, he showed how much he cared for young men by luring them to his flat, murdering them, and keeping their corpses around for companionship until they became unbearably rank. At that point, he dismembered the bodies and flushed them down the toilet. Case study. Peter Manuel, the man who talked too much. 20 years before the crimes of Dennis Nilsen were revealed to a stunned and sickened world, another civil servant was moonlighting as a serial murderer. His name was Peter Manuel. Born to British parents in Manhattan in 1927, Manuel and his family returned to their homeland when he was 5. From an early age, he was in trouble with the law. At 12, he was arrested for burglarizing a bicycle shop and received a year's probation. Just 5 weeks later, he was back before the judge for housebreaking. This time, he was sent to reform school. Over the next few years, he escaped and was returned 11 times. In 1942, he assaulted the wife of a school employee. This time, Manuel was hit with a term at Borstal, the prison for juvenile offenders. Released in 1944, he went to live with his parents, who had since moved to Scotland. A compulsive criminal, Manuel soon reverted to burglary. Arrested again in February 1946 after breaking into a house, he was released on bail. Within the next 2 years, he sexually attacked 3 women. The first 2 managed to fend him off. The third, a married woman recuperating from a hospital stay, was too weak to resist. After beating her into submission, he dragged her to a railway embankment and raped her. Within days, Manuel was identified as the culprit, brought to trial, and received an 8-year prison sentence and was shipped off to prison. Upon his release in 1953, he returned to Glasgow and landed a civil service job with the City Gas Board through the influence of his father, a member of the district council. It wasn't long before Manuel was back to his old sociopathic ways. Arrested for attempted rape in 1955, he managed to convince the jury that his victim had voluntarily submitted. He walked free of that charge. 1 year later, he graduated to murder. The first to die at his hands was 19-year-old Anne Nealons. Manuel killed her with an iron bar, wielding the implement with such savage force that her skull was shattered into 15 pieces. As a known sex offender who had been working at a building site not far from where the corpse was found, Manuel was questioned by police. He claimed to have been at home at the time of the killing, an alibi confirmed by his father, who knew it was untrue. 2 months later, in March 1956, Manuel was arrested for attempted burglary and released on bail. On the night of September 17th, he broke into the house of a family named Watt and found 3 women inside: Marion Watt, her 16-year-old daughter Vivian, and Mrs. Watt's sister Margaret Brown. He shot them all in the head at close range. Arrested on suspicion of murder, Manuel was released for lack of proof. His next victim was a taxi driver named Sidney Dunn, killed with gratuitous cruelty and for no apparent reason other than sheer bloodlust. Manuel shot him in the head and slashed his throat for good measure in early December 1957. Less than 3 weeks later, on December 28th, he raped and killed Isabel Cook. Manuel's final outrage was the massacre of another family, 45-year-old Peter Smart, his wife, and 10-year-old son. As in the Watt incident, all 3 victims were shot at close range in the head during a housebreaking. When currency stolen from the Smart home was traced to Manuel, police searched his house and turned up other incriminating evidence. Taken into custody, he soon began confessing so effusively that the press quickly dubbed him the man who talked too much. It became clear to observers that, though 6 of Manuel's 9 victims had been killed in the course of burglaries, theft wasn't his main motivation. Sadism was. As his biographer John Bingham put it, Manuel did kill for pleasure. He liked killing. The act of killing thrilled him. At his trial, he tried to recant his confession, but the tactic failed. He was convicted on 7 counts of murder and hanged on July 11, 1958. Killer Cops. Before becoming a member of the English Civil Service, Dennis Nilsson served as a rookie police officer in London. He resigned after 1 year, apparently because of the contradictions in his life. Lawman by day, abject prowler of homosexual pubs after dark. That one of the most notorious psychopaths of modern times would seek employment as a constable might seem a grim irony. In fact, it is surprisingly common for serial killers to be drawn to police work. In his best-selling memoir, Mindhunter, famed FBI profiler John Douglas explains the psychology behind this phenomenon. The desire to work with the police was another interesting revelation, which was to come up over and over again in our serial killer studies. The 3 most common motives for serial rapists and murderers turn out to be domination, manipulation, and control. When you consider that most of these guys are angry, ineffectual losers who feel they've been given the shaft by life, and that most of them have experienced some sort of physical or emotional abuse, it isn't surprising that one of their main fantasy occupations is police officer. A policeman represents power and public respect. When called upon to do so, he is authorized to hurt bad people for the common good. In our research, we discovered that, while few police officers go bad and commit violent crimes, frequently serial offenders had failed in their efforts to join police departments and had taken jobs in related fields, such as security guard or night watchman. Even when they aren't interested in joining the force themselves, serial killers often go out of their way to develop friendly relationships with local lawmen. Douglas writes that infamous co-ed killer Edmund Kemper used to frequent bars and restaurants known to be police hangouts and strike up conversations. This made him feel like an insider, gave him the vicarious thrill of a policeman's power. But also, once the co-ed killer was on the rampage, he had a direct line into the progress of the investigation, allowing him to anticipate their next move. The same thing was true of appalling cannibal killer Arthur Shawcross, who, as Douglas writes, hung around police hangouts and enthusiastically pumped them for information. Sometimes serial killers play at being policemen for the most sinister reasons. Kenneth Bianchi, half of the Hillside Strangler team, was a security guard who had tried and failed to join the sheriff's department. Later, he and his degenerate cousin Angelo Buono lured unwary young women into their car by flashing badges and pretending to be cops. Case study: Gerard Schaefer, maniac cop. Gerard Schaefer may not have been the world's sickest serial killer, but he was inarguably the author of the sickest piece of literature ever to emerge from the cesspit of a psychopathic mind. In 1990, while serving a life sentence for murder, he published a collection of violently pornographic stories called Killer Fiction, insisting that it was sheer fantasy, though at other times he strongly intimated that the contents were in fact chronicles of his actual crimes. In either case, the stories offer unparalleled insight into the unspeakable workings of a mind filled with most virulent hatred of women. The title of one section speaks volumes. Whores. What to do about them? To Schaefer, all women were whores. His idea of what to do about them involved subjecting them to the most hideous tortures imaginable. In a typical passage, he gleefully describes the murder of a Junior League society bitch his protagonist picks up on spring break. I watched her eyes drop to the shaft of steel buried in her belly, just above the crest of her pubic triangle. She watched my hand as I pulled the blade up and across, neatly gutting her. She stared with wide-eyed fascination as the ropey coils of her own intestines slid out of her belly and hung to her knees. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her terror must have blocked off the pain. I angled the cutting edge up under her rib cage and lanced it into her heart. The green eyes rolled back in her head, becoming white marbles. I was heartened. It was a satisfying and skillful kill. The author of this obscenity, and the perpetrator of an unknown number of unspeakably sadistic crimes, was born in Wisconsin in 1946. By the time he was 12, he was a confirmed fetishist who enjoyed masturbating while wearing women's panties. He had also discovered the joys of masochistic bondage, inventing games in which he tied himself to a tree and struggled to get free. I'd get sexually excited and do something to hurt myself, he later explained. When Schaefer was 14, his family moved to Florida. In high school, he had a reputation as a weirdo loner, spending his spare time shooting harmless creatures in the Everglades or peeping through the bedroom windows of neighborhood girls. His earliest goal was to become a priest, but after being rejected by a local seminary, he renounced his faith. Enrolling in a community college, he found himself possessed by increasingly intense homicidal fantasies involving appealing young women, who were instantly classified in his warped mind as whores. At this point, however, his murderous impulses were still vented strictly on animals, though he had worked his way up from songbirds and land crabs to cattle. He particularly enjoyed beheading cows with a machete, then raping the carcasses. Schaefer now aimed his sights on a teaching career. During his brief stint as a student teacher in 1969, a number of females vanished from the vicinity of Schaefer's residence. Their bodies would never be recovered, though police would eventually find some of their teeth, along with other evidence connecting them to Schaefer, among his stash of souvenirs. After being dismissed from his teaching job, Schaefer landed a job with a small-town police department in Wilton Manors, Florida. He was fired after 6 months, apparently for using the department's computer to dig up personal information about local women. In spite of this blot on his record, he managed to get himself hired a few months later by the Martin County Sheriff's Department. This time, he lasted only a month. On July 21, 1972, 22 days after joining the department, Schaefer picked up 2 teenage female hitchhikers, drove them to a swamp, then gagged and handcuffed them at gunpoint. Arranging nooses around their necks, he tied the ropes to a tree branch and made the terrified girls stand on slippery roots, so that if they lost their balance and fell, they would hang. Then he left them alone. When Schaefer returned a few hours later, he expected to find 2 dangling corpses. Instead, the girls were gone, having managed to escape. Having telephoned his boss, Schaefer sheepishly admitted that he had made a boo-boo. "You're going to be mad at me," he said. He described what he had done to the 2 girls, though he swore that he was only trying to scare them out of the hitchhiking habit for their own good. Still, he admitted that he had possibly overdone it. He was fired on the spot, charged with false imprisonment and assault, then released on a $15,000 bond. That September, while Schaefer was awaiting trial, 2 Fort Lauderdale teens, Georgia Jessup and Susan Place, were picked up at the latter's home by an older man. Jerry Shepard had promised to drive them to a beach. The 2 girls were never seen alive again. 2 months later, in November 1972, Schaefer came up for trial on his assault charges. Berating him as a thoughtless fool, the judge sentenced him to a year behind bars with 3 years probation. While Schaefer was doing his time in jail, the skeletal remains of Susan Place and Georgia Jessup were found in the same swampy area where Schaefer had taken the 2 hitchhikers. Forensic analysis indicated that the victims had been tied to a tree and butchered. Thanks to Susan's mother, who had jotted down the license plate number of the man who had picked up the girls a few months earlier, Schaefer was soon identified as the prime suspect. A search of his house turned up a trove of evidence connecting him not only to the 2 butchered girls, but to a staggering number of other local women, some as young as 13, who had gone missing over the years. Eventually, Schaefer received 2 concurrent life sentences for the murders of Susan Place and Georgia Jessup. His true body count, however, was clearly far higher. He himself admitted to more than 100 murders. With a sadistic smirk characteristic of his ilk, he claimed that he couldn't be sure of the exact number. "One whore drowned in her own vomit while watching me disembowel her girlfriend," he wrote in a letter. "Does that count as a valid kill? Did the pregnant one count as 2 kills? It gets confusing." Schaefer's life came to a deservedly nasty end in December 1995, when another inmate slashed his throat and stabbed him in both eyes, ostensibly for taking the last cup of hot water from a dispenser on their cell block. Medical monsters. In a famous scene from the 1993 movie Malice, Alec Baldwin, playing a prominent surgeon undergoing legal questioning, says, "You ask me if I have a God complex? Let me tell you something. I am God." The crimes of serial killers are motivated by a monstrous lust for both pleasure and power. To compensate for profound, deep-seated feelings of humiliation and worthlessness rooted in their childhoods, these psychopaths develop a pernicious need to prove their omnipotence. Gaining total control over a helpless human being and dispensing death at their whim makes them feel like God. As co-ed killer Edmund Kemper put in explaining the perverse gratification he derived from his atrocities, "I was making life-and-death decisions, playing God in their lives." The urge to play God has led a number of serial killers to seek careers in medicine. Another motive, of course, is that doctors have access to a steady supply of prospective victims. vulnerable, trusting people who, because they are ill to begin with, can be killed off without arousing too much suspicion. Among the most infamous medical monsters on record are Thomas Neil Cream. Born in Glasgow in 1850, this Victorian serial murderer immigrated to Canada when he was 13, at which point he was already displaying criminal propensities. He earned a medical degree from McGill University in 1874 and was soon misusing his newly acquired surgical skills by performing illegal abortions, killing an unknown number of women in the process. In 1881, having moved to Chicago, he poisoned his mistress's elderly husband by lacing the old man's epilepsy medication with strychnine. Convicted of murder, he was sentenced to life in Joliet prison. He ended up doing only 10 years. Upon his release, he sailed for England and embarked on a career as a serial killer of prostitutes, slipping strychnine to 5 London streetwalkers before his arrest in 1892 at his home on Lambeth Palace Road. Sentenced to hang, the so-called Lambeth poisoner ensured his immortality with his astonishing last words. As he stood on the gallows, hood over his head, he cried out, "I am Jack the—" Just then, the trapdoor crashed open, drowning out the final word. Though Cream certainly shared some traits with his legendary contemporary, most prominently a murderous rage against prostitutes, there is good reason to doubt his final claim, since he was languishing in jail in Joliet at the time of the Ripper killings. Marcel Petiot. In 20th century Europe, the social chaos created by the 2 world wars afforded prime opportunities for homicidal maniacs to ply their monstrous trade. This was particularly true in Weimar Germany, which produced some of the most monstrous lust murderers of modern times, most notably Fritz Harman and Peter Kürten. It was also the case in France during World War II, when one of that country's worst serial killers took ghastly advantage of the horrors around him. Born in 1897, Marcel Petiot, like most psychopaths, had a history of criminal behavior extending from his youth, when he got into trouble for stealing money from schoolmates. In succeeding years, he was involved in drug trafficking, arrested for shoplifting, and convicted of theft while serving as the mayor of his native town, Villeneuve. Despite his criminal record and a stint in a mental asylum, Petiot earned a medical degree. In 1933, he moved to Paris, where he continued to be involved in shady activities even while building a successful practice. It was after the Nazi occupation of France that he hit on the insidious scheme that would earn him everlasting infamy. Posing as a resistance member, Petiot let it be known that he could smuggle wealthy Jews out of France for a hefty fee. When his desperate clients showed up at his house bearing their most precious possessions, they received an injection, supposedly an immunization shot against unnamed foreign diseases. In reality, it was strychnine. Petiot then placed them in a specially constructed death chamber equipped with a peephole through which he could view their final agonies. He would then dispose of the corpses in his personal crematorium. His atrocities came to light in 1944 when firemen showed up at his house to investigate reports of a black, fetid cloud of smoke emanating from his chimney. They discovered human limbs in his furnace and the mutilated corpses of 27 people stacked like firewood in the basement. Petiot stuck to his story that he was a member of the resistance. The corpses, he claimed, were those of Nazi soldiers, killed by the resistance and turned over to him for disposal. In the end, however, he failed to convince the jury that tried him. In March 1946, he was sent to the guillotine for the murder of 26 victims, though the actual total may have been far higher, perhaps as many as 150. Michael Swango. Swango's father was a Marine colonel who enforced strict military discipline on the rare occasions he was at home. Michael grew up without much feeling for his martinet dad, though he did come to appreciate the old man a little more after the latter's death, when he discovered a scrapbook kept by Colonel Swango containing newspaper clippings of car crashes, violent crimes, and other disasters. "I guess he wasn't such a bad guy after all," said Michael, himself a lifelong aficionado of gruesome news. His extreme interest in everything from savage sex crimes to Nazi atrocities was only one of young Michael's peculiarities. During the 1960s, while his peers wore love beads and marched against the Vietnam War, Swango worked hard to turn himself into Rambo, painting his car military green, sporting fatigues, and dropping to the floor to do 100 push-ups at the slightest provocation. Eventually, he joined the Marine Corps, remaining for just one tour of duty. In 1979, after receiving an honorable discharge, he enrolled in Southern Illinois University Medical School. There, he quickly gained a reputation for weird behavior. Though exceptionally bright, he demonstrated bizarre lapses in knowledge. On one occasion, he was unable to locate the patient's heart in a chest X-ray, and his dissection of a cadaver in anatomy class was so bungled that the mangled specimen became a school-wide joke. Excited by the sight of car wrecks and other accidents, the gorier the better, he spent more time working as a volunteer ambulance attendant than going to classes. As a result, he was almost denied his diploma. Despite his poor performance, he was offered an internship at the Ohio State University Medical Center, where patients on the road to recovery suddenly began dying of heart failure whenever young Dr. Swango was making his nightly rounds. Eventually, he fell under suspicion of the nursing staff, who reported their concerns to hospital administrators. Eager to avoid a scandal and potentially ruinous lawsuits, the officials conducted a shockingly cursory investigation that exonerated Swango of any crime. This was the first of many instances in which the medical establishment turned a blind eye, to use the title of James Stewart's powerful 1999 book on the case, to the nefarious doings of the psychopathic Swango, allowing him to go on satisfying his sadistic needs for an unconscionably long period of time. Leaving Ohio under a cloud of suspicion, Swango returned to Illinois, where he joined an ambulance corps. He raised eyebrows among co-workers with his gleeful appreciation of hideous accidents. Before long, he was amusing himself by doctoring the snacks of his fellow paramedics with an arsenic-based ant poison. Caught red-handed, he was arrested, convicted on 7 counts of aggravated battery, and given a 5-year sentence. Released on good behavior after only 2 years, he moved to Virginia and, while supporting himself as a lab technician, began sending out resumes, trying to get back into medical practice. Astonishingly, he was offered a residency at the University of South Dakota, whose director accepted at face value Swango's explanation for his jail time. According to Swango, he had gotten into a barroom brawl and ended up becoming the fall guy, though others were really to blame. Swango didn't last long at his new position. In an act of hubris characteristic of psychopaths, he applied for membership in the American Medical Association, which turned up the truth about his battery charge during a background check and conveyed the information to his new employers, who quickly let Swango go. Undaunted, the ever-resourceful Swango next managed to land a job at Veterans Administration Hospital on Long Island, New York, where, true to psychopathic form, he began killing off recuperating patients. This time, when the facts about Swango's background came to light, the Justice Department finally stepped in. Realizing that the feds were on his trail, Swango fled the country and headed for South Africa, where he landed a job in a remote Lutheran hospital. The shocking rash of sudden, unexplained deaths that occurred whenever Dr. Mike was on his rounds, however, aroused the suspicions of the hospital staff, and Swango was soon on the lam again. After hiding out in Zimbabwe and Europe for a year, he returned to the United States, but was arrested as soon as he stepped off the plane. The deadly doctor, who may have been responsible for as many as 60 murders, and who confessed in his diary that nothing turned him on more than the sweet, husky, close smell of indoor homicide, was convicted of killing 3 patients and sentenced to life without parole. I controlled other people's lives, whether they lived or died. I had that power to control. After I didn't get caught for the first 15, I thought it was my right. I appointed myself judge, prosecutor, and jury. So I played God. Homicidal healthcare worker Donald Harvey, accounting for his 52 murders. Case study. Harold Shipman, England's Dr. Death, Those who have looked into the background of Dr. Harold Shipman for the sources of his psychopathology have come up short. Yes, he was known to have been unusually attached to his mother and deeply traumatized by witnessing her slow death from cancer when he was in his teens. According to some psychiatrists, the sight of the family physician administering morphine injections to ease her final agonies left an indelible mark on his psyche, one that drove him, in later life, to recreate that traumatic scene again and again. Still, this explanation, like every theory offered by the experts, is a clear case of grasping at straws. It is likely that we will never know how or why this much-beloved family physician became England's and possibly the world's most prolific serial killer. Aside from being a loner who struck certain teachers as a bit strange, there was nothing apparently abnormal about the adolescent Shipman. It was not until he got his medical degree and joined a practice in the North England town of Todmorden that he showed signs of psychological trouble. After suffering a series of blackouts, Shipman told his colleagues that he was an epileptic, an explanation that they accepted until it was discovered that he had been forging prescriptions for a morphine-like painkiller called pethidine and injecting himself with the drug on a regular basis. Arrested for forgery and stealing drugs, Shipman was hit with a sizable fine and forced out of the practice. After kicking his habit in rehab, however, he was soon back on the job, finding work with another medical practice. In 1992, he broke from the group and set himself up in private practice in the town of Hyde. His warm bedside manner and the time and care he lavished on his patients made the bespectacled, gray-bearded physician a local favorite, especially among the elderly female population. No one noticed, at least at first, just how rapidly those old women began to die off. Shipman's M.O. was always the same. He would pay an unexpected afternoon house call on a fairly healthy patient, kill her with an injection of the painkiller diamorphine, then hurry away. Later, often summoned by a frantic call from a relative who had discovered the corpse, he would return and sign the death certificate, attributing the unexpected death to natural causes. It was not until 1997 that someone, a woman named Debbie Bramboff, the daughter of the local undertaker, realized that something sinister was going on. Struck by the unusually high death rate among Dr. Shipman's elderly female patients, and by the bizarre fact that their bodies were invariably found fully dressed and seated in their favorite easy chairs or resting on a settee, Mrs. Bramboff shared her suspicions with another local physician, Dr. Susan Booth. Before long, an investigation was underway. Aware that authorities had begun to examine the death certificates of his patients, Shipman still could not stop killing. Indeed, by then, his homicidal mania had grown so extreme that he was sometimes murdering patients at the rate of one a day. The underlying psychological causes that finally led to his arrest are a matter of debate. Some attribute his undoing to arrogance and a growing sense of invincibility, others to an unconscious wish to get caught. What is beyond dispute is that in June 1998, Shipman killed Mrs. Kathleen Grundy, an unusually fit octogenarian and the former mayor of Hyde, then crudely forged a will in her name that left him her entire fortune of nearly £400,000. As soon as Mrs. Grundy's daughter set eyes on the document, she saw it was a fake and contacted the police, who already had Shipman in their sights. Before long, Mrs. Grundy's body was exhumed and autopsied. When lethal amounts of morphine were discovered, Shipman was arrested. At first, the townspeople of Hyde refused to accept that their neighbor and trusted physician could be guilty of murder. Shopkeepers hung posters in their store windows that read, "We don't believe it." They were forced to face the truth, however, when Shipman was convicted of 15 murders in January 2000. Nothing, however, could have prepared them for the ultimate shock, the revelation, after a prolonged investigation by the British government, that the number of suspicious deaths connected to Shipman totaled at least 297, and possibly as many as 345. What drove him to do it? At his trial, the prosecuting attorney, Richard Henriquez, gave the only possible answer. He was exercising the ultimate power of controlling life and death. and repeated the act so often he must have found the drama of taking life to his taste. In short, Dr. Harold Shipman killed several hundred human beings for the simple reason that he liked it. Nicknames. Our tendency to mythicize serial killers, to see them not as predatory criminals but as creatures of superhuman evil, is reinforced by the media's habit of tagging them with lurid nicknames. This sensationalistic ploy, designed to sell papers by exploiting our primitive, childlike fascination with monsters, began with the first celebrity psycho of the modern era, Jack the Ripper, and continues to this day. When a card featuring the Grim Reaper was found at one crime scene during the 2002 shooting rampage in the Washington, D.C. area, the unknown perpetrator was immediately dubbed the Tarot Card Killer. Here is a list of notorious serial killers and their tabloid-style monikers. Richard Angelo, Angel of Death. Martha Beck and Raymond Fernandez, Lonely Hearts Killers. David Berkowitz, Son of Sam. Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Buono, Hillside Stranglers. William Bonin, Freeway Killer. Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, Moore's Murderers. Harvey Lewis Kerrigan, Want-Ad Killer. David Carpenter, Trailside Killer. Richard Chase, Vampire of Sacramento. Andre Chikatilo, Mad Beast. Reg Christie, Monster of Rillington Place. Douglas Clark, Sunset Slayer. Carol Cole, Barfly Strangler. Dean Coral, Candyman. Jeffrey Dahmer, Milwaukee Cannibal. Theo Durant, Demon of the Belfry. Albert Fish, Moon Maniac. John Wayne Gacy, Killer Clown. Carlton Gary, Stocking Strangler. Ed Gein, Plainfield Ghoul. John Wayne Glover, Granny Killer. Vaughn Greenwood, Skid Row Slasher. Belle Gunness, Lady Bluebeard. Fritz Harman, Vampire of Hanover. John George Haig, Acid Bath Killer. William Hirons, Lipstick Killer. Gary Heidnick, Sex Slave Killer. Dr. H. H. Holmes, Chicago Bluebeard. Keith Jesperson, Happy Face Killer. Edmund Kemper, Coed Killer. John Paul Knowles, Casanova Killer. Peter Curtin, Monster of Dusseldorf. Pedro Lopez, Monster of the Andes. Richard Macek, Mad Biter. William MacDonald, Sidney Mutilator. Earl Leonard Nelson, Guerrilla Murderer. Thierry Paulin, Monster of Montmartre. Jesse Pomeroy, Boy Fiend. Heinrich Pomerenka, Beast of the Black Forest. Richard Ramirez, Night Stalker. Melvin Rees, Sex Beast. Angel Maturino Resendez, Railway Killer. Danny Rolling, Gainesville Ripper. Charles Schmid, Pied Piper of Tucson. Lucian Staniak, Red Spider. Peter Sutcliffe, Yorkshire Ripper. Coral Eugene Watts, Sunday Morning Slasher. Randall Woodfield, I-5 Killer. Some serial killers have never been caught and are known only by their tabloid monikers, or what might be called their psychonyms. The best known of these, besides Jack the Ripper, are the Axeman of New Orleans, the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, the Monster of Florence, and Zodiac. Case Study. Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. Richard Ramirez, the 25-year-old man who held Los Angeles in the grip of fear during the hot summer of 1985, had some heartfelt words for the court that sentenced him to death. "You maggots make me sick. You don't understand me. I am beyond good and evil. I will be avenged. Lucifer dwells in us all." Like all psychopaths, he felt not the slightest twinge of remorse for the horrors he had visited upon the city. As he left the courtroom, he shrugged off the well-deserved punishment that awaited him. "Big deal. Death always went with the territory. I'll see you in Disneyland." Born into a poor Mexican-descended family in El Paso, Texas, Ramirez was an average student until he reached high school, when things went from bad to worse. As a motel worker, he was caught breaking into a woman's room and grabbing her as she exited the shower. The woman's husband caught and beat him up, but the couple did not press charges. Ramirez moved to L.A. and acquired a rap sheet for drug and driving violations. In the spring of 1985, he began to roam the neighborhoods of suburban L.A. in stolen cars, looking for homes to vandalize and people to destroy. Later, when the L.A. police intensified their manhunt, he drove up to San Francisco for prey. Usually high on coke or speed, he slipped into darkened houses where sleeping couples lay, killing the husband first, then raping and savaging the woman. Once he carved the eyes out of a female victim and took them away as trophies. From June 1984 until his capture over a year later, it seemed to the terrified residents of Los Angeles that a demon was on the loose. The press dubbed him the Night Stalker. No one felt safe. The shadowy fiend did not focus on any particular age group or sex or race. He raped women in their 80s. He tortured young mothers in front of their children. He would help himself to a snack while his victims bled to death before his eyes and leave satanic pentagrams on their bodies or the walls of their homes. As his crimes escalated, Ramirez, like many serial killers, developed a sense of omnipotence. He believed that he was being protected by Satan. He was wrong. In August 1985, he attacked a couple, shooting the man in the head and raping the woman, then fled in their car. After recovering the stolen vehicle, police lifted a fingerprint and were able to match it to Ramirez's rap sheet. His mugshot was immediately broadcast on local TV. A few days later, during an attempted carjacking in East L.A., he was recognized by passers-by, pounced on, and nearly beaten to death. Only the timely arrival of the police saved him from the enraged mob. His 14-month trial was a media sensation. The unrepentant Ramirez mugged for reporters, flashing a pentagram he had drawn on his palm, making devil horns with his fingers and chanting, "Evil, evil, evil." Hordes of groupies flocked to the proceedings, showering him with fan letters and love notes. When one young woman was asked about her fascination with the notorious psycho killer, she replied, "When I look at him, I see a real handsome guy who just messed up his life because he never had anyone to guide him." Ramirez later married one of his female admirers. He was ultimately convicted of 13 murders, though he later confessed to more. "I've killed 20 people, man," he told a fellow inmate. "I love all that blood." He currently resides on death row in San Quentin. Serial Killers International. There's little doubt that America is the world's leading producer of serial killers, though any true measurement has to take into account the sheer size of our population. The FBI estimates that there are between 30 and 50 serial killers at large in our country at any given time. That might seem like a shockingly high number, but in a nation of more than 280 million people, it's a minuscule percentage. England, for example, may be afflicted with only a few serial killers a year, but its population is less than a fifth of ours. Indeed, in a study of serial murder between the years 1962 and 1982, the crime expert Colin Wilson lists 18 cases in the U.S. and 11 in Great Britain. According to that finding, the incidence of serial murderers for that 20-year period turns out to be significantly higher in Britain, 18 per 100,000, compared to 8.3 for the United States. Recent British serial killers, moreover, include not only some of the most depraved murderers of modern times, like Fred and Rosemary West, but also the single most prolific, Dr. Harold Shipman, responsible for as many as 400 murders. Still, there are definite cultural factors in America that are conducive to serial murder. The fragmented, highly dysfunctional families that are a fertile breeding ground for criminal psychopaths. The rootlessness and anonymity of American life, which makes it possible for serial killers to keep on the move or live in a community without attracting notice. The large number of targets of opportunity, teenage runaways, inner-city prostitutes, etc. And, of course, the unusually high level of violence in general, which has always been a feature of our society. It's important to recognize, however, that serial murder is not limited to any one nation. It's a universal phenomenon. one that has existed throughout history and in every part of the globe. Indeed, a comprehensive survey of international serial killers would require a book of its own. For a sense of just how widespread this phenomenon is, here's a sampling of serial killers from other lands. Ramiro Artieda. Though this Bolivian psychopath gained infamy in the late 1930s for the serial strangling of 7 young women, he began his homicidal career by killing his own brother Luis to gain control of the family estate. Unfortunately for future victims, the police were unable to gather sufficient evidence to convict him, and Artieda was allowed to go free. Jilted by his 18-year-old fiancée, who evidently had qualms about marrying an accused fratricide, Artieda left for the United States, where he studied acting. No sooner had he returned to Bolivia than a string of 18-year-old women, who all bore a striking physical resemblance to Artieda's former girlfriend, began to die, each strangled by a dark-haired stranger posing in a different role. One was lured to her death by a film company executive, another by a visiting professor, another by a traveling salesman, yet another by a monk. After a final failed murder attempt in May 1939, Artieda was identified by an intended victim and arrested. Under interrogation, he admitted to strangling 7 women, presumably as a way of taking revenge on the female sex after being spurned by his fiancée. He also confessed to the murder of Luis. He was executed by a firing squad on July 3, 1939. Wayne Clifford Bowden. Viewers of Michael Moore's Academy Award-winning documentary, Bowling for Columbine, may be forgiven for thinking of Canada as an idyllic land where violent crime is so rare that its citizens go to sleep with their front doors unlocked. 30 years ago, however, Montreal was the scene of a series of murders as gruesome as any in the bad old USA. The horrors began in July 1968, when the naked corpse of a 21-year-old schoolteacher named Norma Vaillancourt was found in her Montreal apartment. The victim had been raped and strangled, and her breasts savaged by bite wounds. Just over 1 year later, the killer struck again, raping and strangling another petite young brunette, then shredding her breasts with his teeth. It wasn't until his third atrocity that police finally got a lead. In November 1969, 20-year-old Marielle Archambault met the same grisly fate as the previous victims. Searching her apartment, investigators found a crumpled snapshot of a nice-looking young man. Marie's co-workers at a downtown jewelry shop were able to identify him as a guy named Bill, who had stopped by the store to chat with her on the day of her murder. 2 months later, the vampire rapist, as the newspapers were by then calling him, struck again, raping and strangling 24-year-old Jean Way, then subjecting her corpse to his trademark mutilation. With the police hot on his trail, the phantom killer decamped for Calgary, 2,300 miles away, where he murdered his final victim, a young schoolteacher named Elizabeth Porteous, in May 1971. Interviewing Porteous's friends, police learned that she had been dating a man named Bill who drove a blue Mercedes. Spotting a car matching that description parked just a block away from the victim's apartment, police set up a stakeout and apprehended the owner as he approached the vehicle. He turned out to be 23-year-old Wayne Clifford Bowden. His cufflink had been found in the shredded remnants of Elizabeth Porteous's dress as her body was being transported to the medical examiner's lab. Bowden admitted that he had gone out with her on the night of her murder, but he insisted that she had been alive when he left her. At his trial, however, a forensic odontologist established beyond doubt that the bite marks on the victim's breasts could only have been made by Bowden. Convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for the Calgary murder, he was subsequently tried again in Montreal and given an additional 3 life sentences. Luis Alfredo Garavito. Americans like to think they have the biggest and best of everything. We take perverse pride in having produced the worst serial killers of modern times, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer et al. The truth is, however, that the enormities of even our most monstrous psycho-killers pale before those of the Colombian lust murderer, Luis Alfredo Garavito. The fact that his name is virtually unknown on these shores is clearly a function of cultural chauvinism. Americans just aren't especially interested in psychopathic foreigners. Certainly, the sheer magnitude of his crimes makes him a serious candidate for the title of worst serial sex killer of the 20th century. Born in 1957 in the coffee-growing area of Pereira, Gravito, the youngest of 7 children, was subjected to regular brutal beatings by his alcoholic father and raped by 2 adult male neighbors. He grew up to be an alcoholic as well as a depressive with suicidal tendencies. After just 5 years of schooling, he dropped out of school and, at 16, became a drifter, finding occasional work as a store clerk and a street vendor of religious articles. During a 7-year span that began in 1992, Garavito murdered no fewer than 140 boys between the ages of 8 and 16. He killed them in more than 50 cities across Colombia as well as in Ecuador. Posing in various benign guises, a teacher, a priest, a social worker, a representative of a charitable organization, glib, smooth-talking Garavito would win the confidence of his victims, often by buying them soft drinks or giving them small sums of money. Then he would invite them on a long walk into the countryside. When the boys began to grow tired, Garavito pounced. He would tie them up with nylon line, rape them, mutilate them, then slit their throats or behead them. That these enormities went undetected for years was a function of Colombia's dire conditions. His victims were poor, often homeless, street children, the displaced products of a country in the throes of social disintegration. For the most part, no one even noticed that they were missing. It wasn't until 27 skeletons were found in a ravine in the western province of Pereira that authorities launched an investigation. Eventually, after nearly 90 more skeletons were uncovered, the police were led to Garavito, already in jail awaiting trial for the slaying of an 11-year-old boy in the city of Tunja. During a marathon grilling, Garavito confessed to 140 murders, each of which he had painstakingly recorded in a notebook. Colombia having no death penalty, he was sentenced to 52 years for the Tunja murder, a shockingly mild punishment in light of his unparalleled enormities. Saeed Haneh. For more than 2 years, an Iranian serial killer, nicknamed the Spider because of his sinister skill at luring victims into his web, killed at least 16 prostitutes in the holy city of Mashhad. The women were all strangled with their headscarves, then swaddled head to toe in their black chadors and dumped on the streets. Far from causing outrage, however, these horrific crimes were actually applauded by many hardline supporters of the fundamentalist regime, who viewed the unknown serial killer as a righteous crusader against corruption. Eventually, a 39-year-old construction worker, Saeed Haneh, was arrested for the crimes. According to his confession, he had embarked upon his murderous mission after his own wife was mistaken for a prostitute by a cab driver. Blaming the large number of prostitutes in the city for this humiliating episode, Haneh decided to kill as many of them as he could as a religious obligation. Haneh was utterly remorseless, declaring that killing the women was no harder than breaking open a melon. At first, some hardliners rallied to his defense, arguing that he was simply trying to clean up the country. They fell silent, though, when he revealed that he had had sex with most of his victims before strangling them. He was hanged in the prison compound in Tehran on the morning of April 18, 2002. They were worthless as cockroaches to me. Toward the end, I could not sleep at night if I had not killed one of them that day. Saeed Haneh. Javed Iqbal. In 1999, a 37-year-old independently wealthy Pakistani named Javed Iqbal was brutally beaten by a pair of young servant boys. When he reported the crime to the police, they not only brushed off his charges but accused him of sodomy. At that moment, Iqbal decided to take a dreadful revenge against the world I hated. He vowed to murder exactly 100 children. During the next 6 months, he made good on this hideous pledge. Enticing young teens, most of them beggars and runaways, to his small apartment in Lahore, he fed them, took their snapshots, and offered them a bed. Once they were asleep, he asphyxiated them with cyanide. Later, he dissolved their bodies in a vat of acid and dumped the residue down an alleyway sewer. Iqbal not only saved their clothing and shoes, but kept a meticulous record of his victims, recording their names, ages, the dates of their deaths, and even the cost of disposing of them, roughly $2.40 per victim, including the cost of the acid. As soon as he reached his goal, he turned himself in. Convicted in March 2000, he was given a sentence commensurate with the monstrosity of his crimes. He was to be strangled in front of the parents of his victims, then cut into 100 pieces and dissolved in acid. He appealed the sentence, but was then found dead in his cell, an apparent suicide in October 2001. I could have killed 500. This was not a problem. But the pledge I had taken was 100 children, and I did not want to violate this. My mother had cried for me. I wanted 100 mothers to cry for their children. Javed Iqbal. Muhammad Adam Omar Ishaq. In the early 1980s, the University of Sana'a opened Yemen's first medical school, producing physicians who, in succeeding years, would serve throughout the country and across the Arab world. Among its graduates were Yemen's first women doctors. The reputation of this proud institution was badly tarnished in the summer of 2000, however, when one of its employees, a 48-year-old morgue attendant named Muhammad Adam Omar Ishaq, turned out to be a deranged sex killer whose victims included 2 of the school's own female students. An emigrant from the Sudan who had arrived in Yemen on a wave of impoverished African job seekers, Ishaq, or the Sana'a Ripper as he was dubbed, confessed to raping, killing, and dismembering his victims before soaking their remains in acid and dumping them in the morgue drains. From the start, however, a great deal of controversy surrounded Ishaq, who kept altering his story. At first, he claimed to have butchered more than 50 women as a transient worker in a half-dozen Arab countries. Later, he lowered the number to 16 victims, all of them from Yemen, insisting that he had never worked anywhere else except his native Sudan, where he had been a gravedigger. His story changed again, however, when one of his supposed victims, a 21-year-old woman whose mutilation murder he had described in grisly detail, turned up alive. In the end, he admitted to only 2 murders, those of a 24-year-old Iraqi medical student and a 23-year-old Yemeni, both female, whose body parts were found in the morgue drains. Though some observers clung to the belief that Ishaq was a scapegoat, set up by powerful figures seeking to cover up a sex and murder scandal at an exclusive Sana'a brothel, Ishaq was sentenced to death. He was publicly executed outside the gates of the medical school in August 2001, shot through the heart and head after receiving 80 lashes with a whip of knotted leather. The Kobe School Killer. In the spring and summer of 1997, Japan was riveted by a hideous crime. On Tuesday morning, May 27th, several passers-by spotted what looked like a mannequin's head resting in front of the gate to a junior high school in the port city of Kobe. Upon closer examination, it proved not to be a fake, but, much to the horror of witnesses, the decapitated head of a mentally retarded 11-year-old boy named Jun Hasa, who had been missing for several days. Stuffed inside the mouth was a note that read, "Well, let's begin a game. Can you stop me, police? I desperately want to see people die. I think it's fun to kill people. A bloody judgment is needed for my years of great bitterness." A rash of other crimes had lately occurred in the vicinity. Just a half-mile from the school gate, a 10-year-old girl had been bludgeoned to death with a steel pipe in March, and a 9-year-old girl seriously stabbed the same day. Before that, 2 other elementary school girls had been attacked by a hammer-wielding assailant, though both escaped serious injury. And then there were the animals. 2 dead kittens, one with its paws cut off, left in front of the school, along with a decapitated pigeon. Realizing that a serial killer was on the loose, the police began looking for a man in his 30s, who had been seen in the company of little June shortly before the boy's disappearance. In early June, the killer sent several sinister letters to a local newspaper declaring that murder brought him a sense of inner peace and threatening to kill 3 vegetables a week, by which he apparently meant children. Given the degree of the killer's psychopathology, It should have come as a tremendous relief when he was finally caught at the end of June, but in fact, his arrest precipitated a nationwide spasm of anguished soul-searching. The killer turned out to be a 14-year-old boy, reportedly from a nice, middle-class home. Though Japanese law forbade the release of his name, certain facts about him emerged. Like most serial killers, he began manifesting sociopathic symptoms at an early age. He loved to play with hunting knives in elementary school and enjoyed torturing animals, on one occasion lining up frogs on the street and running over them with his bicycle. He maintained a detailed diary of his crimes and engaged in bizarre rituals. After luring Junhasa to a wooded hill, he had strangled the boy, removed his head with a saw, taken it home in a plastic bag, and washed it in a purification ceremony before leaving it at the school gate. Under Japanese law, the Kobe school killer cannot be jailed because of his youth. One way or another, he is expected to be back on the streets by the time he is 18. I can relieve myself of hatred and feel at peace only when I'm killing someone. I can ease my own pain only when I see others in pain. From a note sent by the Kobe school killer. Pedro Lopez. The man who would grow up to become the notorious monster of the Andes had the sort of childhood almost guaranteed to produce a criminal psychopath. Born in rural Colombia in 1949, Lopez, one of 13 children of a penniless prostitute, was raised in utter squalor. At 8, he was kicked out of his home after his mother caught him fondling one of his own little sisters. Out on the streets, he quickly fell victim to a middle-aged pedophile who, promising him food and shelter, lured him to an abandoned building and raped him. Making his way to Bogota, he subsisted on whatever he could beg, pilfer, or scavenge. He was briefly taken under the wing of a sympathetic American couple who enrolled him in a school for orphans. This relatively normal interlude in his life ended abruptly when he stole some money from the school, allegedly after being molested by one of the male teachers, and ran away. By his mid-adolescence, Lopez had turned to car theft, a vocation that landed him in jail when he was 18. 2 days after he started his 7-year sentence, he was gang-raped by a quartet of older inmates. Not long afterward, Lopez killed all 4 of his attackers with a homemade shiv. Deemed an act of self-defense, the killings earned him only an additional 2 years. Released in 1978, Lopez embarked on a nomadic career of sadistic lust murder that would earn him international infamy as possibly the most prolific serial killer of all time. Traveling widely through Peru, he raped and strangled scores of young girls, many snatched from Indian tribes. Once, after being caught during the abduction of a 9-year-old Ayacuchas child, he was beaten, tortured, and nearly buried alive. Only the timely intervention of an American missionary saved him. Deported from the country, Lopez resumed his homicidal ways in Colombia and Ecuador. He was finally caught in April 1980 while attempting to lure a 12-year-old girl from an Ecuadorian marketplace. In custody, Lopez was initially silent, though he finally opened up to his cellmate, actually a priest in prison garb planted there by the authorities. Confronted with the horrifying admissions he had made to the disguised priest, Lopez broke down and offered a full confession that would have seemed flatly incredible if subsequent developments hadn't supported its truth. In the 2 years between his release from prison and his capture, Lopez claimed to have murdered at least 100 girls in Ecuador, the same number in Colombia, and many more in Peru. He would scout village markets for the most innocent-looking children he could find, then, having decided on a victim, lure her away with small trinkets. Once he had her in his power, he would strangle the girl while raping her, prolonging his pleasure as long as he could while he watched the life drain from her eyes. It took the girls 5 to 15 minutes to die, he told interrogators. I would spend a long time with them, making sure they were dead. I would use a mirror to check whether they were still breathing. Sometimes I had to kill them all over again. Initially skeptical about his staggering claims, police became convinced when Lopez led them to a secluded area where they dug up the remains of 53 female victims, ages 8 to 12, charged with 110 counts of murder, Lopez was convicted in 1980 and sentenced to the maximum under Ecuadorian law, life in prison. I am the man of the century. No one will ever forget me. Pedro Lopez. Archibald McCafferty. As a slayer of three, Archie Mad Dog McCafferty may not have been one of Australia's worst serial murderers in purely quantitative terms, but he was certainly one of the most viciously deranged. McCafferty was actually a citizen of Scotland who emigrated to Australia with his parents at the age of 10. Like the madman he would most often be compared to, Charles Manson, he spent his adolescence in and out of various institutions. By the age of 24, he had racked up nearly 3 dozen convictions for everything from housebreaking and burglary to car theft and assault. One of the few crimes he hadn't been arrested for was murder. Not that he wasn't prone to violence. Until his mid-20s, however, his sadism was vented largely on small animals, puppies, cats, chickens, which he liked to strangle for fun. In 1972, he married a young woman named Janice, who soon became pregnant. To give the devil his due, McCafferty seemed to recognize how frighteningly unstable he was and checked himself into psychiatric hospitals on several occasions, usually after he got drunk or stoned on angel dust and subjected his young wife to a savage beating. What finally pushed him over the edge into raging homicidal mania was the accidental death of his infant son, Craig. In March 1973, the baby smothered when Janice brought him into her bed and rolled over on him in her sleep. A short time later, McCafferty, whose body was covered with hundreds of tattoos, added a new one, the number 7, inscribed on the web between thumb and forefinger of his right hand. Its significance would soon be made terrifyingly clear. In his spiraling madness, McCafferty had decided to murder 7 people to avenge his son's death. 6 months later, McCafferty put his insane scheme into motion. Janice had fled back to her family, and Archie was now living with a suicidal young woman named Carol Howes. Residing with them was an emotionally unbalanced teenager, Julie Todd, whom they had befriended at a psychiatric clinic. This unholy threesome became the core of a gang that also included 3 other teenagers, a trio of 17-year-old boys McCafferty had met at his favorite tattoo parlor. The first to die was an inebriated 50-year-old news seller named George Anson. He was jumped by the gang, dragged to a side street, then stabbed 7 times by McCafferty. By that point, McCafferty was deeply delusional. He had become convinced that the 7 homicides he was planning to commit would bring his dead son back to life. Victim number 2 was a 42-year-old miner named Ronald Cox, abducted at gunpoint after stopping to give a lift to 2 of McCafferty's teen accomplices. Driven to the cemetery where McCafferty's son was buried, Cox was made to lie face down in the mud and shot in the back of the head. The following morning, the gang killed another well-meaning stranger, Evangelos Kallias, who had stopped to give 2 of the teenagers a lift. After shooting Kallias in the head and dumping his body, McCafferty drove toward Blacktown, where his wife, Janice, had taken refuge at the home of her mother. He planned to kill both women, along with the mother's live-in boyfriend. Fortunately for the intended victims, McCafferty's car ran out of gas along the way. He decided to defer their executions. Shortly afterward, one of his gang members, a boy named Rick Webster, having become convinced that he had been targeted for death by McCafferty, turned him in to the police. At the 1974 trial of the Australian Charles Manson, as the press dubbed him, psychiatrists offered conflicting testimony as to McCafferty's mental state. All agreed, however, that the 25-year-old was a remorseless killer who posed a permanent threat to the community. McCafferty concurred with this opinion, stating that, if given the chance, I will kill again, for the simple reason that I have to kill 7 people, and I have only killed 3, which means I have 4 to go. Hit with 3 life sentences, McCafferty spent the next 23 years in some of Australia's toughest prisons, where he gained a reputation as a particularly dangerous and incorrigible inmate. Despite his life sentences, supplemented with additional time for various offenses he committed while in jail, including manslaughter and drug peddling, he was paroled in 1993. Much to the delight of Australians and the dismay of the Scots, he was deported to his homeland, where he declared that he was a changed person. He remarried and fathered a child. 16 months later, he was put on 2 years' probation after threatening to kill some cops. "You and the rest of your family can go and get fucked, because anyone who has anything to do with me is going to die of a bad death." Archie McCafferty in a note to his wife. The Monster of Florence. One of the most gruesome and perplexing of modern murder mysteries, the series of crimes perpetrated by the so-called Monster of Florence has earned renewed notoriety in recent years as the case that inspired Thomas Harris to set his novel Hannibal in Dante's native city. The case began in August 1968, when an adulterous couple was shot to death while parked in a cemetery where they'd gone for some quick, furtive sex. The double murder appeared to be solved when the woman's cuckolded husband was arrested and convicted, but he was ultimately proved to be innocent, since he was still languishing in prison 6 years later when the killer struck again. In September 1974, another couple, this time a pair of teenage lovers, was shot repeatedly while making out in their car. The girl was then dragged outside and stabbed nearly 100 times in a frenzy of bloodlust. Afterward, the killer arranged her nude body in a spread-eagle position and thrust a vine branch up her mutilated vagina. The pattern was established: double murders committed on moonless nights by a sexually sadistic Lover's Lane maniac. 7 years later, in June 1981, an off-duty policeman on a walk in the Florentine countryside happened upon the phantom killer's next pair of victims. A 30-year-old man was slumped behind the wheel of his car. He had been shot repeatedly, and his throat had also been slashed. Sprawled at the bottom of a steep bank a few yards away was the savaged body of the man's 21-year-old lover, whose vagina had been removed with a razor-sharp implement. More horrors followed. In October 1981, another young couple who had parked for a romantic interlude at a scenic overlook just north of Florence was slaughtered by the maniac who, once again, absconded with the woman's excised vulva. The following June, a couple was slain making love in their car. Though this time apparently spooked by passing traffic, the killer fled without committing his usual mutilations. In September 1983, 2 teenaged boys were executed while sleeping in their parked camper 19 miles south of Florence. This was a departure for the killer, who had so far focused on heterosexual couples, and police theorized that he might have mistaken one of the youths, who sported shoulder-length blonde hair, for a girl. In any case, he returned to his usual MO 10 months later when he slaughtered 2 young lovers who had parked just north of Florence. This time, he not only cut out the girl's genitals, but removed her left breast. He repeated this atrocity the following September when he slaughtered a French couple in a campsite just outside Florence. Several days after the bodies were found, an assistant in the public prosecutor's office received a chunk of the woman's amputated breast in the mail. During the next 8 years, 100,000 people were questioned. More than 2 decades after the first killings, the case finally appeared to be solved when a suspect was arrested in January 1993. He was 71-year-old Pietro Pacciani, a semi-literate farmhand and amateur taxidermist who had served time in the 1950s for a particularly grisly murder. After catching his fiancée in the embrace of a traveling salesman, he had stabbed and stomped the man to death, then raped the corpse. Pacciani had also done a stint in prison in the late 1980s for beating his wife and sexually molesting his 2 daughters. His 1994 arrest was a nationwide media sensation. Despite the paucity of hard evidence and his own protestations of innocence, he was convicted of 7 double murders. 2 years later, however, his conviction was overturned on appeal. By then, police had come to believe that Pacciani was the ringleader of a small gang of killers, who had committed the murders for ritualistic purposes. In the end, 3 of his alleged confederates were put on trial. 1 was acquitted, 2 convicted of participating in 5 of the double slayings. Pacciani himself died, presumably of natural causes, before he could be retried, making it unlikely that the Monster of Florence mystery would ever be definitively resolved. Arnfinn Nesset. A balding, bespectacled nursing home administrator, Nesset looked about as dangerous as Mr. Rogers, and yet he has entered the criminal history books as Norway's most prolific serial killer, convicted of 22 murders and suspected of as many as 138. When elderly infirm patients at the Orkdal Valley Nursing Home began dying at rapid pace in the late 1990s, no one paid much attention until journalists received a tip that the director, Arnfinn Nesset, had been stopping up on Curacet, a derivative of the notoriously lethal muscle relaxant curare. Brought in for questioning, Nesset first insisted that he had purchased the drug to kill a pack of wild dogs that had been prowling around the premises. Abruptly, however, he changed his story and began confessing to a homicidal compulsion that had been going on for almost 20 years. At first, he admitted to 27 killings. Before long, the number had grown to 46, then 62. But even that staggering sum was probably conservative. "I've killed so many, I'm unable to remember them all," he said. He had been doing away with elderly patients since he became a nursing home worker in 1962. Some of his homicides, he claimed, were mercy killings. Mostly, however, he murdered for the sheer sadistic joy of it. Shortly before his trial was set to open, Nesset suddenly recanted and pleaded innocent. His lawyers tried to convince the jury that he was mentally unbalanced, a pathologically deluded individual who believed he was a demigod with the power of life and death over the elderly. The ploy didn't work. In March 1983, Nesset was convicted of 22 counts of murder and given the maximum sentence under Norwegian law, 21 years behind bars. Anatoly Onoprienko. A Ukrainian psychopath who wreaked such devastation that newspapers dubbed him the Terminator, Onoprienko was dumped in an orphanage as a child by his widowed father, an act that instilled the abandoned boy with a lifelong rage against normal, stable families. A late-blooming serial killer, he did not commit his first homicide until 1989. At the age of 30, he and a Confederate shot and killed an entire family, 2 adults and 8 children, in the course of a robbery. Over the next 7 years, he made up for lost time, conducting an ever-escalating rampage of slaughter that left more than 50 men, women, and children dead. Just a few months after his first killings, Onoprienko, approaching a parked car with the intention of stealing it, discovered a family sleeping inside and shot all 5 occupants, including a 5-year-old boy. He then burned their bodies. Several years elapsed before he struck again. In December 1995, he broke into the home of a family named Zaichenko and murdered all 4 members, father, mother, and 2 young sons, with a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun. 9 days later, he slaughtered another family of 4, torched their home, then killed a witness while fleeing the scene. His reign of terror had begun in earnest. Increasingly possessed by the need to murder random victims, Onoprienko killed 7 more people in 3 separate incidents over a 2-day span in early July 1996. Some victims were shot as they sat in parked or stalled cars. Others were pedestrians, and one was a policeman on patrol. Between mid-January and his arrest in April, Onoprienko broke into 6 more homes, slaughtering families wholesale with axes, guns, and hammers. By then, the largest manhunt in Ukraine was underway for the Phantom Killer. The village of Bratkovichi, where several of his worst massacres had taken place, was under the protection of a National Guard unit equipped with rocket launchers and armored vehicles. The end came in April 1996. Onoprienko was staying at the home of a cousin who, after stumbling upon a hidden cache of weapons, kicked Anatoly out of his house and notified the police. Trekking Onoprienko to his girlfriend's apartment, the police found a mountain of evidence tying him to the spate of unsolved murders. In custody, Onoprienko confessed to 52 homicides, offering various explanations for his atrocities. At different times, he insisted that he was under the control of God, Satan, and space aliens. He also claimed that he had killed out of sheer boredom. Despite evidence that he was a paranoid schizophrenic, he was judged competent to stand trial and was convicted and sentenced to death in April 1999. I would be sitting bored with nothing to do, so I would get in the car or catch a train and go out to kill. Anatoly Onoprienko. Jose Antonio Rodriguez Vega. A pervert whose sexual pathology combined elements of necrophilia and gerontophilia, erotic attraction to the elderly, Rodriguez Vega conducted a 2-year reign of terror in the Spanish coastal town of Santander. Following his 1986 release from prison on a rape charge, he began talking his way into the homes of solitary old women under the pretext of performing minor household repairs. Once alone with his victims, he would strangle and rape them, in that order, then set about expunging every sign of his presence. He did such a thorough job of cleaning up after himself, neatly tucking the bodies into bed and removing all traces of incriminating evidence, that most of the deaths were chalked up to natural causes. Only after his arrest, when police found the cache of trophies he had removed from his victims' homes, did the full extent of his crimes become known. 16 murders in all, earning him a place in the criminal record books as the most prolific serial killer in recent Spanish history. During his 1991 trial, the sadistic Rodriguez Vega seemed to revel in the grief he had caused his victims' families. He was sentenced to 440 years in prison, though, given the leniency of the Spanish penal system, there is every likelihood he will end up serving no more than 20. Morris Sitole. Between January and October 1995, more than 36 young black women fell victim to a serial killer in the vicinities of Johannesburg and Pretoria. Because the crimes occurred in 3 suburbs, Atteridgeville, Boksburg, and Cleveland, they were dubbed the ABC murders. All the victims had been raped, then strangled with their purse straps or articles of clothing. At least a dozen of the corpses were found in a field strewn with a bizarre assortment of objects: knives, mirrors, crosses, burned Bibles, even dead birds impaled with pins like voodoo dolls. Stymied in their efforts to find the killer, South African authorities brought in ex-FBI agent Robert Ressler, a founding member of the Bureau's pioneering team of mind hunters, who predicted that the case would eventually be solved and came up with the following profile: a black male, 25 to 35, an eye-catching dresser with a fancy car who charms his victims into entering his car willingly. In early October, a Cape Town newspaper received an anonymous telephone call from the killer, in which he described the murders as an act of revenge. He claimed to have been imprisoned in the past on a false accusation of rape. Having been subjected to unrelieved torture for the 14 years behind bars, he had decided to inflict suffering on all womanhood. "I force a woman to go where I want," he said. "And when I go there, I tell them, 'Do you know what? I was hurt, so I'm doing it now.' Then I kill them." As a result of the call, police soon identified a suspect, a surprisingly soft-spoken ex-convict named Morris Sitole. In October 1995, after a nationwide manhunt, the 31-year-old Sitole was tracked to a Johannesburg slum. Wielding a hatchet, he wounded one of the arresting officers before he himself was shot and taken into custody. In a series of taped jailhouse confessions, he smoked and munched on an apple while casually describing the terrified last moments of his victims. He freely admitted that he hated women and felt that he was teaching them a very good lesson by murdering them. Tried in 1997, he was convicted of 38 murders, making him South Africa's most prolific serial killer. Prohibited from imposing the death penalty, the judge gave him the maximum sentence, 2,410 years. Lucian Staniak. Communist Poland's answer to Jack the Ripper, Lucian Staniak committed a string of sadistic sex murders over the span of 3 years, most timed to coincide with public celebrations. The first hint of the horrors to come was a letter sent to a Warsaw newspaper on the eve of a national holiday. "There is no happiness without tears, no life without death," read the note. which was written with red ink in a spidery scrawl. "Beware! I am going to make you cry." The next day, the naked, disemboweled corpse of a 17-year-old schoolgirl was found in a park in the city of Olsztyn. The morning after this appalling discovery, another blood-colored note was sent to a newspaper editor. "I picked a juicy flower in Olsztyn, and I shall do it again somewhere else, for there is no holiday without a funeral." 6 months would pass before the killer made good on his threat. In January 1965, he waylaid a 16-year-old girl on her way home from a student parade, raped her, garroted her with a wire, then hid her corpse in a factory basement. His next atrocity took place on November 1st, All Saints' Day, when he attacked a young woman at a freight terminal, immobilizing her with chloroform before raping her and savaging her lower body with a screwdriver. Her mutilated corpse was found the next day inside a wooden packing crate, a 6-inch metal spike protruding from her vagina. The following day he sent the newspapers another letter written in red. "Only tears of sorrow can wash out the stain of shame. Only pangs of suffering can blot out the fires of lust." Exactly 6 months later, on May 1st, Labor Day in Poland, a 17-year-old girl was raped and disemboweled in a suburb of Warsaw. In a hideous gesture reminiscent of Jack the Ripper's atrocities, the killer left the victim's entrails draped across her thighs. By that point, a major manhunt was underway for the madman whose sinister, crimson-hued notes had earned him the nickname the Red Spider. Various clues led the police to deduce that the killer resided in the city of Katowice. Their big break came on Christmas Eve 1966, when the hideously mangled body of 17-year-old Janina Kozielska was found aboard a train. Before fleeing, the killer had slipped one of his trademark notes through the slot of the mail car. "I have done it again." Police quickly established that, 2 years earlier, Janina's 14-year-old sister had met the same awful fate, a fact that suggested the girls were acquainted with the killer. Before long, detectives had also discovered that both sisters were models at the Art Lovers Club in Krakow, an intriguing lead since police analysts had already determined that the red ink used by the killer was actually thinned-down artist's paint. Checking the roster of the club, investigators zeroed in on 26-year-old Lucien Staniak, the only member who lived in Katowice. Their suspicions were strengthened when they broke into his locker and discovered a red-painted picture of a disemboweled woman with flowers sprouting from her gaping belly. On January 31st, 1967, detectives tracked down and arrested Staniak, though not before he killed his final victim, an 18-year-old art student raped and butchered at a train station. Though he confessed to 20 murders, he was ultimately convicted of 6 and committed to a lunatic asylum for life. Li Wenqian. Information about serial murder in hardline communist societies is difficult to come by since, according to official party propaganda, such heinous crime is strictly a product of decadent Western capitalism and could not possibly exist in a People's Republic. And indeed, the world might never have heard about the monster known as the Guangzhou Ripper if the hideously violated corpse of a young woman had not floated ashore in the then British colony of Hong Kong in March 1992. The victim's body had been slit from throat to groin and her fingers sliced off. When authorities determined that the body had drifted in from the mainland, the outside world learned the truth that the Red Chinese government had been at pains to conceal. A vicious lust murderer was at large in their workers' paradise. The savaged corpse that washed up in Hong Kong that March was actually the Ripper's 7th known victim. The first, a young woman missing her genitals, had turned up in the province of Guangzhou in February 1991. Over the next 6 months, 5 more young women met identically gruesome deaths, raped, murdered, mutilated, then dismembered, stuffed into burlap rice bags, and dumped on rubbish heaps. Partly because of their reluctance to admit that a serial killer could possibly be at large in their country, the same willful blindness that hampered the hunt for the Russian mad beast Andrei Chikatilo, the Chinese police were slow to resolve the case. 6 more women came to grisly ends over the next 4 years. The break finally came in November 1996, when a woman survived the Ripper's savage assault and identified her attacker as a construction worker named Li Wenxian, a one-time farmer who had migrated to Guangzhou in 1991, just prior to the start of the Ripper slayings. In custody, Wenxian confessed to all 13 murders, exposing another discomforting fact that clashed with the utopian mythology of the communist state, that prostitution, as well as serial homicide, existed in China. A classic harlot slayer, Wenxian had vowed revenge against all prostitutes after one of them, so he claimed, had cheated him of money shortly after his arrival in Guangzhou. Convicted of murder and rape, he was sentenced to death in 1996. Who is killing the women of Juarez? Since August 1993, a killing spree of unprecedented proportions has drawn worldwide media attention to the Mexican city of Juarez, just across the border from El Paso, Texas. Though exact figures are hard to determine, sources most familiar with the case estimate that well over 300 young women have been savagely murdered in the past decade. The victims tend to be slender, dark-haired young women between the ages of 14 and 16 who have disappeared on their way to or from work at the foreign-owned sweatshop factories known as maquiladoras. Their bodies, often horribly mutilated, have turned up in the desert and alongside the roads leading to the squatter camps ringing the city. Though many have apparently died at the hands of pimps, drug dealers, jealous husbands, and brutal boyfriends, at least one-third of the victims, as many as 90 in the past decade, are believed to have been raped, maimed, and slaughtered by one or more serial killers. The first official victim in the case was a young woman named Alva Chavira Farrell, found beaten, raped, and strangled in January 1993. By mid-September 1995, more than 40 brutalized corpses had turned up, some of their right breasts severed and their left nipples bitten off. The grisly signature of the homicidal madman the press had dubbed the Juarez Ripper, or El Depredador Psicopata. A supposed solution to the case occurred in October 1995 with the arrest of an Egyptian-born chemist, Abdel Latif Sharif, a man with a long history of brutal assaults on women in the United States. After serving time on a rape charge in Florida, he relocated to Mexico, where he was taken into custody on suspicion of murder in October 1995 and allegedly confessed to 5 of the Juarez killings. At his trial in March 1999, he received a 30-year sentence. Following Sharif's arrest, Mexican police triumphantly proclaimed that the case was closed. Unfortunately, the corpses soon began piling up again, this time at an even faster rate. Most suspects were arrested, including 10 members of a gang called Los Rebeldes, the Rebels, accused of receiving a large sum of cash from Sharif to commit atrocities that would make it appear as if the Juarez Ripper were still at large, thereby exonerating Sharif. Despite the imprisonment of the latest perpetrators, however, there was no let-up in the atrocities. In the ensuing years, the grim pattern has continued. Suspects are arrested, the police trumpet the solution of the case, then more butchered corpses turn up. Theories about the identity of the killer or killers abound. Candidates have ranged from a gang of homicidal bus drivers known as Los Choferes, the chauffeurs, to the so-called railway killer, Angel Maturino Resendez, to Satanists, drug cartels, and members of the Juarez police force. One persistent rumor, reported in the May 2, 2003 edition of the New York Daily News, is that roving gangs kidnapped the women to harvest their organs and sell them on the black market to wealthy people needing transplants, possibly in the United States. Most experts, however, scoff at this notion. A much likelier solution, as FBI Special Agent Art Werg has said, is that the culprits are not international organ traffickers or devil-worshipping cultists, but garden-variety psychopaths, acting out sexual fantasies that are violent that they simply get a kick out of. A history of serial murder. Serial murder. Old as sin. There's a common belief that serial murder is a modern phenomenon which started, according to certain self-proclaimed experts, with the crimes of Jack the Ripper. Not to put too fine a point upon it, this is utter nonsense. The harsh fact is that we belong to a violent species. The kinds of outrages committed by serial killers have been an aspect of human society at all times in all places. As the Bible says, there is no new thing under the sun, and that applies to sadistic murder as much as to anything else. Indeed, recent scientific evidence suggests that a taste for savage cruelty is encoded in our DNA, an evolutionary inheritance from our earliest primate ancestors. In his book, Demonic Males, Harvard anthropologist Richard Wrangham demonstrates that chimpanzees, who are genetically closer to us than they are even to gorillas, routinely commit acts of torture and mayhem as appalling as anything recorded in Psychopathia Sexualis. Not only do they prey upon vulnerable members of their own species, but their assaults are marked by gratuitous cruelty, tearing off pieces of skin, for example, twisting limbs until they break, or drinking a victim's blood, reminiscent of acts that among humans are regarded as unspeakable crimes during peacetime and atrocities during war. That human beings have always indulged in extraordinarily barbaric behavior is made clear in everything from ancient Greek myths, like the story of Atreus, who butchered his brother's sons and baked them into a cannibal pie, to the recorded deeds of medieval knights who, far from being the chivalrous paragons of popular stereotype, were brutish warriors who felt free to pillage, rape, and, when they got drunk enough on mead, indulge in mass slaughter, sometimes of helpless women. Anyone who claims that there was no such thing as mutilation sex crime in centuries past clearly hasn't read Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus, in which a young woman is gang-raped, then has her tongue cut out and hands chopped off to prevent her from identifying her assailants. Given all the shocking evidence that lust murder has always been a component of human behavior, how is it that people have come to believe that serial killers are unique to modern times? There are several answers. First, a man who committed repeated acts of appalling mutilation murder on innocent victims wasn't necessarily regarded as a criminal in past ages. Throughout the millennia when bloody warfare was a routine feature of people's lives, a psychopathic killer who enjoyed inflicting savage harm on others could join the army, butcher men, women, and children to his heart's content, and earn a promotion for it. Francisco Goya's famous series of engravings, Disasters of War, with its horrific images of rape, castration, and dismemberment, makes it appallingly clear that combat has always afforded an opportunity for uniformed sadists to gratify their bloodlust. This has been true even in recent times. One American soldier, for example, described a sight he witnessed in Vietnam. After shooting a peasant woman to death, one member of his squad went over there, ripped her clothes off, and took a knife and cut from her vagina all the way up, just about to her breast, and pulled her organs out, completely out of her cavity, and threw them out. Then he stooped and knelt over her, and commenced to peel every bit of skin off her body, and left her there as a sign for something or other. Indeed, depending on who his victims were, a homicidal maniac wouldn't necessarily have to bother becoming a soldier. Anyone could get away with serial murder as long as he was preying on people who didn't matter. If a peasant girl in 12th century Europe was attacked, raped, and murdered while walking through the forest, no one in authority would notice or care. Even today, certain serial killers deliberately target despised or disenfranchised members of the population, prostitutes, say, or poor ghetto children, knowing that authorities are far less likely to take such crimes seriously. In our own country, just a little over a century ago, a psycho killer could have traveled west and butcher all the Native Americans he wanted to with impunity. Anyone who doubts this sorry truth is referred to Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, a fact-based novel about a troupe of white scalp hunters who commit atrocities that would make Jack the Ripper blench, but who are rewarded for their actions because their victims are Indians. Larry McMurtry's Lonesome Dove trilogy also contains vivid portraits of frontier psychopaths, like Mox Mox the Man-Burner and Pretty Boy Sniper Joey Garza, fictional creations who reflect the violent realities of the lawless West. Back in those days, such remorseless killers were called bad men or desperados, but if they existed today, they would be defined as serial killers. Another reason why people assume that serial killers have only come into existence in modern times is that, back in the pre-industrial days, there was no such thing as the press. There are no newspaper records of, say, 14th century serial killers, not because human beings didn't commit hideous sex crimes back then, but because there were no newspapers. It's significant that Jack the Ripper's crimes coincide with the rise of mass literacy and the appearance of the first cheap tabloid-type papers, like the Illustrated Police News of London. Jack the Ripper was not the first serial sex killer, not by a long shot, but he was the first celebrity psycho made internationally famous by the media. Besides the clergy, the aristocracy were the only literate members of the population back in the Middle Ages, and they were only interested in reading about their own kind. It's no surprise, therefore, that the homicidal monsters whose names have come down to us from the distant past tend to be aristocrats themselves. Gilles de Rais, for example, or Vlad the Impaler. But again, that doesn't mean that there weren't plenty of degenerate killers among the lower orders as well. It just means that bloodthirsty peasants who preyed on their own class rarely made it into the official chronicles, which tended to stick to the doings of the high and mighty. As David Lester points out in his book Serial Killers, The Insatiable Passion, record-keeping was highly unreliable in times past, and crime detection was very rudimentary. The authorities would have had great difficulty in identifying a serial killer's work, and so the true incidence of serial murder in pre-modern times is unknown. Grim fairy tales. Because the literacy rate among the peasants of pre-modern Europe was basically zero, there are few written records of early serial killers. Evidence exists, however, that such monsters walked among them. That evidence is in the form of fairy tales. Nowadays we think of fairy tales as a charming variety of kiddie-lit, but originally they were oral stories intended for adults, and though they are full of magic and enchantment, they are also, as many scholars have pointed out, historical documents reflecting social realities of the time. The extremely gruesome content of many of these tales makes it clear that their audience was quite familiar with the kind of homicidal maniacs we now call serial killers. In The Robber Bridegroom, for example, one of the tales recorded by the Brothers Grimm, the heroine sneaks into her boyfriend's home and watches in horror as he and some buddies bring home a young woman, get her drunk on wine, then kill her, chop her up in pieces, and devour her body. In another Grimm story, Fitcher's Feathered Bird, an overly curious young woman discovers that her new husband is a serial axe murderer when she enters a forbidden room and finds a great bloody basin filled with human beings dead and hewn to pieces. When her husband returns home and realizes that his wife has discovered the terrible truth about him, he wastes no time in getting rid of her. He threw her down, dragged her along by her hair, cut her head off on the block, and hewed her into pieces so that the blood ran on the ground. Then he threw her into the basin with the rest. Perhaps the most famous fairy tale reflecting early fears of serial killers is Little Red Riding Hood. Many scholars believe that ancient superstitions about werewolves stem, at least partly, from real-life cases of medieval mutilation murderers who killed with such bestial ferocity that they were thought to be actual wolfmen, or lycanthropes. The two most famous of these were Peter Stube and Gilles Garnier. Serial murder may, in fact, be a much older phenomenon than we realize. The stories and legends that have filtered down about werewolves and vampires may have been a way of explaining outrages so hideous that no one, in the small and close-knit towns of Europe and early America, could comprehend the perversities we now take for granted. Monsters had to be supernatural creatures. John Douglas, Mindhunter. For us, the werewolf is a character in old horror movies, some tormented guy played by Lon Chaney Jr., who gets hairy and vicious in the light of the full moon. But Europeans in the 16th century had different ideas. Werewolves constituted a vexing issue of criminal justice and public policy. When officials at the time discovered that some crazed criminal was on a murderous rampage, not only killing but tearing apart his victims, They didn't regard him as someone driven by twisted psychological impulses. They characterized him as someone who had welcomed the power of Satan and had literally turned into a monster. In December 1573, the regional parliament in Franche-Comté in eastern France issued a proclamation outlining the most effective and proper ways to catch, convict, and punish werewolves. The authorities were responding to the recent shocking case in nearby Dole of Gilles Garnier, the most notorious of French lycanthropes. 16 years later, German concerns about werewolves in their midst came to a head in the trial of a man named Peter Stube. Together, these two cases give us some idea of the ferocity of these so-called demons, the serial killers of their day, as well as the brutality of the authorities' response. The alleged werewolves came to their savage criminal careers from different directions. Garnier was known as a hermit, today he would be called a loner, who gave up his solitary life to take a wife and start a family. He soon found, though, that he was unable to live up to his role as a provider. Supposedly, he made his deal with the devil out of desperation. Not so with Stube. The way contemporary chroniclers tell it, he was born bad and practiced black magic and indulged in cruelty from an early age. Once the two men made their pacts with Satan, the distinctions between them blurred. Both became addicted to murder and cannibalism. Both preferred to prey upon children. Supposedly turning into a wolf when he applied an enchanted ointment, Garnier murdered 4 children. Stube was said to accomplish his transformation thanks to a magical belt. He killed 13 kids, along with 1 man and 2 women. In his monster incarnation, Stube reportedly had eyes great and large, which in the night sparkled like brands of fire, a mouth great and wide, with most sharp and cruel teeth, a huge body and mighty paws. It's easy to understand why people in those days thought that Stube or other similar killers took such a nightmarish form. Their crimes seemed to be the work of infernal creatures. Garnier would strangle his young victims, then rip them apart and feast upon the flesh of their legs, arms, and belly. In one case, he tore off the leg of a boy. In another case, he tore off a chunk of a girl's flesh and took it home to his wife so that she could cook it for dinner. The attacks by Stube along the Rhine River in Westphalia might have been even more ferocious. Like Garnier, he consumed parts of his victims and was particularly fond of eating hearts panting hot and raw. Once he was reputed to have eaten an entire victim without leaving a trace. Although he often roamed the countryside looking to waylay strangers, he would also target his own family. He raped both his sister and his daughter before turning them into his accomplices, and he murdered his son and devoured his brain. When the authorities finally tracked down these psychos, they made it clear that they planned to make graphic examples of them. After his trial, Garnier was turned over to Dole's master executioner of high justice, who burned the alleged werewolf alive. Officers of the law in the German town of Bedburg went several steps further when dealing with Stube. First, they put him on the rack and tortured a confession out of him. Then, after the formality of a trial, they strapped him to a wheel, tore away chunks of his flesh with red-hot pincers, crushed his limbs with the head of an axe, decapitated him, and burned what was left of his body. The gruesome procedure was not only an act of revenge, but also intended as a deterrent. To underscore the message for any other aspiring werewolves in the vicinity, the authorities tied the torture wheel to a pole and left Stube's head impaled on the pole's tip. While these cases show that horrendous serial murder is nothing new, they also demonstrate that media fascination with this sort of crime is also old news. Immediately following the executions of both werewolves, the professional printers, empowered by the new media innovation of movable type, cranked out pamphlets recounting all the grisly details of each case. Included in the Stube booklet was the 16th century equivalent of a comic strip depicting his crimes and capture and, in the final 4 panels, showing the excruciating details of his punishment. Serial slaughter through the ages. According to Thomas Carlyle, history is but the biography of great men. Of course, he wasn't thinking about criminal history when he made that remark. Far from being the biography of great men, the history of serial murder is largely the chronicle of psychopathic creeps, misfits, losers, and utter non-entities, whose only claim to fame is a capacity for spectacularly sick acts of violence. Of course, there have been some exceptions. Individuals who would have made it into the history books even if they hadn't been among the most depraved killers who ever lived. This was particularly true in the distant past, when a number of notorious psycho-killers were members of the high aristocracy and sometimes of the royalty itself. Ancient Rome. In an age when watching an arena full of helpless human beings get torn to pieces by wild animals was regarded as an enjoyable pastime, it required something very special to stand out as a particularly degenerate individual. The behavior of certain ancient emperors, however, was so grotesquely depraved that it was shocking even by the sadistic standards of pagan Rome. Though Tiberius, Justinian, and Caligula all engaged in unspeakable perversions, the worst of them all was arguably Nero. Like most psychopaths, Nero began to act on his sadistic propensities at an early age. As an adolescent, according to the Roman historian Suetonius, he liked to disguise himself in a cap and prowl the streets at night in search of mischief. One of his favorite games was to attack men on their way home from dinner, stab them if they offered resistance, and then drop their bodies down the sewer. His games became increasingly baroque. Later in life, he liked to pretend he was one of the ravenous beasts of the Colosseum. Dressing himself in the skin of a wild animal, he would leap from a den and attack the private parts of men and women who stood bound to stakes, biting and ripping off their genitals in a state of savage ecstasy. Among his countless other atrocities, he once castrated a boy named Sporus, dressed him up as a bride, and married him in a mock ceremony, turned a bunch of captive Christians into human torches and used them to light up a garden party, and tore out the womb of his own mother Agrippina so that he could see where he had come from. Agrippina herself once employed the services of a female prisoner named Locusta who, according to the crime maven Michael Newton, takes the honors as the first publicly identified practitioner of serial murder. Eager to rid herself of her husband, the Emperor Claudius, Agrippina hired Locusta for the job, which the latter carried out successfully with a tempting dish of poisoned mushrooms. Later, she was also called upon to eliminate Claudius's son, Britannicus. Eventually, she paid for her crimes, which reportedly included the murder of at least 5 other victims, in a manner that was typical of the extravagant depravities of Nero's Rome. As Newton describes it, she was publicly raped by a specially trained giraffe, after which she was torn apart by wild animals. The pre-modern age. Even in our own age of 24/7 news coverage, most serial murder cases are barely reported by the media. It's a safe bet that unless you're a hardcore crime junkie, you've never heard of Todd Reed, a devoted father and part-time poet, arrested for the murder of 3 Portland prostitutes in May 2000, or Tommy Lynn Sells, a drifter who, following his arrest by Texas authorities in January of that same year, confessed to 10 killings in 6 states. So, it's impossible to say how many serial sex murders were committed 500 years ago, when newspapers didn't exist and crime among the peasantry went largely unrecorded, unless they were spectacularly gruesome like those of Peter Stube and Gilles Garnier. The most infamous figures of pre-modern Europe were high-born sadists like Gilles de Rais, the original Bluebeard, who was executed in 1440 for the torture murder of 140 children, though estimates of his victims range as high as 300. Perhaps even more appalling, if all the legends are to be believed, was the Hungarian blood countess Erzsébet or Elizabeth Bathory. Born in 1560 into one of Hungary's most ancient families, the beautiful Erzsébet grew up in the same spooky area inhabited by the fictional Count Dracula, at the foot of the Carpathian Mountains. While she was still in her teens, she was reputedly initiated into the pleasures of torture, devil worship, and sexual perversion by assorted family members. Her monstrous nature came into full blossom after she married an aristocratic warrior, Count Nazady, and moved into his castle, which was equipped with a well-stocked torture dungeon. Between her marriage in 1575 and her arrest more than 30 years later, Bathory was responsible for a staggering number of murders, perhaps as many as 650. Most of her victims were peasant girls, lured to the grim castle by the promise of employment, or sometimes abducted outright. The young women were subjected to unspeakable torments for the delectation of the degenerate countess, who was driven into a sexual frenzy by their agonies. She was especially fond of ripping out chunks of their flesh with a custom-made pincers, though she also made frequent use of whips, scissors, needles, red-hot branding irons, spike-lined cages, and her own teeth. According to legend, she was also in the habit of butchering her virginal captives, filling a tub with their blood, and bathing in the gore as a way of preserving her youth. Eventually, having exhausted the supply of nubile peasant girls from the surrounding countryside, Bathory began to prey on the daughters of minor nobility, a practice that finally aroused the authorities and led to her arrest in 1610. During her trial, she was accused, among countless other atrocities, of cutting off parts of her victims' bodies and making them eat their own flesh. Condemned to a living entombment in a bricked-up chamber in her castle, she died of apparent starvation in 1614. For several centuries, the name of another notorious woman of the distant past, Lucretia Borgia, was synonymous with female serial murder. A member of the most powerful family of the Italian Renaissance, Lucretia was infamous for her sexual excesses, which supposedly included incest with her father, the Pope, as well as her habit of getting rid of enemies with a poisoned powder she dispensed from a sinister ring. Indeed, throughout the Victorian era, every time a new female poisoner like Lydia Sherman appeared, she was immediately branded a latter-day Borgia. There seems to be a growing consensus among historians, however, that tales about Lucretia's crimes were merely rumors spread by her political enemies, and that she was, in fact, a model of virtue who never engaged in sexual misconduct or killed anyone at all. Case study: Vlad the Impaler. Yes, there once was a real-life Dracula, but no, he did not bite the necks of young, voluptuous women and drain them of their blood. Still, he was more than horrendous enough to qualify as a monster, if, that is, 15th-century accounts can be believed. His name was Vlad III, and he was prince of the Romanian Principality of Wallachia, just south of the fictional Dracula's Transylvania home. His father was known as Dracul, Romanian for dragon. Vlad's own moniker of Dracula meant son of Dracul. Not a true serial killer, Vlad was reputed to be a deranged autocrat who vanquished his enemies, both real and imagined, with unspeakable sadism. His Dracula moniker might be better known today, but in the 15th century he had another nickname, Vlad Tepes, meaning Vlad the Impaler, in honor of his favorite torturous pastime. It is this bloodthirsty reputation that impressed Bram Stoker enough to use Vlad as the basis for his now legendary creature of the night. Some historians, though, claim that all this might be a bum rap. They assert that accounts of Vlad's atrocities were exaggerated and that he was, in fact, a great Romanian hero, a defender of his homeland against foreign aggression. They insist that Vlad's actions must be placed in their proper historical context, a period when his country needed a strong, if somewhat stern, leader. Vlad took the Wallachian throne in 1456, when his country was hard-pressed by the Ottoman Turks surging up from the south. At the same time, Romanian principalities had to maintain a volatile alliance with the Hungarians to the north. According to author Kurt W. Treplow, Vlad Dracula lived in a moment of great importance for the future of the Romanian people, and his defiance in the face of Ottoman conquerors kept alive the spirit of independence among his countrymen. When Vlad's defenders focused on his political and military accomplishments, his enemies preferred to dwell on exactly how he went about defying the Turks and other adversaries. How much these detractors have embellished Vlad's dark side is difficult to say. What we do know is that the accounts of Dracula's savagery are hair-raising. When it came to his torture method of choice, Vlad the Impaler was supposed to have been unnervingly creative. Using his victim's weight as they slid down a greased pointed pole, he would sometimes impale them through the mouth, other times through the anus or the heart or navel. Depending on his whim of the moment, blinding, burning, or scalping might also be part of the hideous process. Often this type of execution was reserved for enemies in war. In 1461, while retreating from relentless Ottoman troops, he was known to have left a veritable forest of impaled Turks in his wake. His attitude toward Saxons apparently wasn't much better. On April 2, 1459, in the Transylvanian town of Brasov, he ordered the impalement of thousands of Saxons, the stakes arranged around a table where he calmly ate his dinner amidst the carnage. Other targets of Vlad's were the boyars, the Romanian aristocrats who may have been involved in the assassination of Vlad's father. Once, the story goes, he invited many of them to his castle for a lavish banquet, then burned them all alive in the dining hall. His sadism could also be directed at specific individuals for violating his deeply felt, if insanely strict, sense of morality. For the crime of adultery, when committed by women, he would skin the culprit alive and carve out her genitalia. Once he was supposed to have been shocked to see that a peasant woman had fashioned her husband's shirt far too short. He had a red-hot poker thrust up her vagina and out through her mouth. In what he must have considered a magnanimous gesture, he then presented the widowed peasant with a new wife. Vlad also roasted children of mothers, and they had to eat their children themselves, according to a 1462 pamphlet on Dracula's life. The pamphlet was published by Germans, who were enemies of Vlad and probably had valid reasons for hating him. This hatred could very well have inspired the pamphlet's author to magnify or even invent atrocities. True or not, this version of Vlad's life, one of the first bestsellers produced by the Gutenberg Press, spawned his monstrous reputation that has endured through the centuries. Most recent historians have discredited the original Dracula pamphlet as a hatchet job, but even if you accept the idea that Vlad was a notable leader according to the standards of his time, the chances are that he indulged in a certain amount of barbarism. After all, the rules of warfare and capital punishment were a lot less fussy in the 15th century. Perhaps he was truly vicious, but no worse than other warrior aristocrats of his day. The 17th century. By the 1600s, cheaply printed pamphlets and single-sheet broadsides made news stories available to the English masses, who, like ordinary people everywhere, were primarily interested in freakish accidents, bizarre occurrences, and sensational crimes. The gorier the better. Many of these early publications have survived. Their contents make it clear that there's nothing new about serial murder. In a fascinating study published in the magazine History Today, Professor Bernard Kapp of the University of Warwick summarizes some of the notorious 17th-century murder cases that he managed to dig up during his researches. There was, for example, the 1675 case of the Bloody Innkeeper, who ran a cheap lodging house in Gloucester, catering largely to commercial travelers. After a few years, the owner and his wife had made enough from their business to move into a large house. The inn was purchased by a blacksmith, who set about converting the place into a smithy. As he was digging up the backyard to lay foundations for his shop, the new owner was horrified to discover the decomposing corpses of 7 fully clothed men, one with a rusty knife still embedded in his chest. History does not record what happened to the homicidal innkeeper and his wife, though, from what we know about English justice in the 1600s, it seems safe to assume that they came to very unpleasant ends. So did another killer couple of the era, Thomas Sherwood, a.k.a. Country Tom, and his distaff accomplice, Elizabeth Evans, a.k.a. Canterbury Bess. For several years, the two plied their murderous trade in London. Bess would pick up a tipsy fellow at a playhouse or tavern and lure him to a remote spot, where Tom would be waiting in ambush. The victim would be murdered and stripped of his belongings, including every scrap of his clothing. At least 5 men met their deaths at the hand of this infamous pair, who ended their lives on the Newgate gallows. Ordinary people who had lived apparently respectable lives for years were suddenly revealed to be homicidal maniacs. In 1671, a man named Thomas Lancaster secretly administered arsenic to his wife, her father, her 3 sisters, her aunt, a cousin, and a young female servant, killing them in succession. For good measure, Cap writes, he poisoned some neighbors too. Then, as now, angels of death, male and female caregivers with a psychopathic urge to murder their charges, were not uncommon. At an almshouse in Coventry, 8 inmates were poisoned with ratsbane in 1619 by a man named John Johnson, who committed suicide when he fell under suspicion for the crimes. There were also Black Widow killers like Elizabeth Ridgway, who poisoned both her husband and former suitor, as well as her mother and a former servant. All of these and other cases uncovered by Professor Cap illustrate his point. Human nature has remained more or less unchanged throughout the ages, and multiple murders and serial killings were probably no rarer in 17th century England than today. The 18th century. One of the most notorious serial killers of the 1700s may never have existed. This was Sweeney Todd, the so-called demon barber of Fleet Street. According to crime writer Martin Fido, Todd was a completely fictitious character invented by Victorian writers of cheap blood and thunder fiction. Peter Haining, on the other hand, another British author who frequently writes about horror and crime, not only claims that Sweeney was real, but describes him as the greatest mass murderer in English history. According to Haining's definitive biography of this legendary monster, Sweeney Todd was born in the London slums in October 1756, the child of poor silk weavers who abandoned him when he was 12. Apprenticing himself to a cutler, young Sweeney became adept at handling and sharpening razors. 2 years later, he was accused of petty theft and thrown into Newgate Prison, where he ended up becoming the assistant of a barber named Plummer. Upon his release in 1775, the 19-year-old Sweeney, a sullen, coarse-featured young man with a bitter grudge against the world, became an itinerant barber before leasing a shop on Fleet Street. There, over the next 25 years, he would perpetrate more than 160 grisly murders. The diabolical device he employed to dispatch his unwary customers was a cunningly designed revolving chair. When activated by a hidden bolt, the chair flipped backward, pitching the victim through a trap door into the cellar. Those who weren't killed outright by the fall had their throats slit by the fiendish barber. Afterward, their bodies were butchered and made into meat pies by Marjorie Lovett, owner of a neighborhood bake shop. Eventually, according to Haining, both Todd and his female accomplice were arrested. Mrs. Lovett reportedly committed suicide in prison. Todd was tried, convicted, and hanged on January 25, 1802. There is no question about the authenticity of another 18th century serial killer, though her real name has long been forgotten, along with the biographical details of her early life. In the annals of crime, she is known by her nickname, La Tofanilla, and, if the accounts of her crimes are even halfway accurate, she stands as one of the most prolific murderers in history. Tofanilla's homicidal career actually began in the late 1600s when, using a specially brewed arsenic-based potion that came to be called agua tofanilla after its creator, she murdered a close male relation, possibly her first husband, though the records are a bit fuzzy on this score, in Naples, Italy. Soon, this enterprising female psychopath, who was reportedly motivated as much by a sadistic hatred of men as by greed, had made poison her business, peddling her concoction to aristocratic women eager to rid themselves of odious mates or tiresome lovers. By 1719, the death rate among seemingly robust Neapolitan noblemen had reached such a point that the viceroy himself launched an investigation. The 66-year-old Tofanilla, rumored to be the leader of a militant man-hating sisterhood, was quickly identified as the prime suspect. Alerted by friends, she took refuge in a convent until the viceroy, enraged by rumors that her followers had poisoned the city wells, sent a troop of soldiers into the sanctuary and had her arrested. Under torture, she confessed to 600 murders. She was tried, convicted, and killed by strangulation in 1723. The 19th century. Though Jack the Ripper is far and away the most famous psycho killer of the Victorian era, there were plenty of other 19th century serial murderers. Some were a lot more deadly than Saucy Jack. Even before Victoria ascended to the throne, Britain was rocked by one of the most sensational crime cases of the century, that of William Burke and William Hare. British laws at the time placed severe restrictions on human dissections, making it exceptionally difficult for doctors and medical students to obtain specimens for anatomical study. As a result, aspiring surgeons and their teachers were often forced to turn to grave robbers, or resurrection men as they were called, to supply them with raw material. The names of Burke and Hare became associated with this ghoulish breed of entrepreneurship, the loathsome body snatcher who would sneak into a graveyard at night, dig up a freshly buried corpse, and sell it for a few pounds to an anatomy school. However, these two came to their macabre profession by another route. In 1827, Hare and his common-law wife were running a squalid boarding house in the Edinburgh slums when an elderly lodger died, owing them £4. To cover the debt, Hare hit upon the idea of selling the old man's corpse to an anatomist. With the help of his friend Burke, he conveyed the cadaver to a medical school run by a celebrated surgeon, Dr. Robert Knox, who paid them £7 10s, an enormous sum to two poor Irish immigrants who normally made a pittance as laborers. Impressed by the monetary potential of dead bodies, but declined to engage in the difficult, dirty, and dangerous business of grave robbing, Burke and Hare opted for an easier method of obtaining marketable corpses. They would produce their own. Not long afterward, when another of Hare's lodgers fell ill, the men eased him into a coma by feeding him whiskey, then suffocated him by pinching his nose and sealing his mouth. This time they got £10 from Dr. Knox. Another ailing inmate of Hare's hostelry soon met the same end. Having exhausted the supply of sick lodgers at Hare's boarding house, the two began preying on neighborhood beggars, local prostitutes, and other street people. Luring them to Hare's place with the promise of liquor and food, they would suddenly pounce upon the unwary victims and suffocate them. 15 people, 12 women, 2 handicapped boys, and an old man, were murdered this way before the two killers were caught. To save his own skin, Hare turned king's evidence. In January 1829, Burke was hanged before a cheering crowd of 25,000 spectators, and his body publicly dissected. His name would enter the English language, the verb to burk, meaning to murder someone for the purpose of dissection. Hare's lodging house wasn't the only hostelry from hell in the 19th century. In our own country, a family nicknamed the Bloody Benders ran a roadside inn in Kansas where, as one writer has put it, horror rather than hospitality was the rule. The Bender family consisted of the 60-year-old patriarch, John, generally referred to simply as Old Man Bender in historical accounts, his wife, known only as Ma, just 42 years old, but with the cold-eyed, wizened looks of a hag, a hulking, dim-witted 27-year-old son, John Jr., and a daughter named Kate, a young woman in her early 20s who, by default, was considered the brains of the operation. Though Kate has gone down in legend as a red-haired temptress, she appears to have been a ruddy-faced, mannish-looking female who held seances under the name Professor Miss Katie Bender, and claimed to be a faith healer. Sometime around 1870, the Bender family arrived in Labette County, Kansas, and built a home along a lonely stretch of road a few miles south of the railway town of Cherryvale. The dwelling was little more than a one-room log box, 16 by 20 feet in size. The interior was divided in half by a canvas curtain. One side served as the family's living quarters. The other was turned into a rudimentary inn, where a traveler could get a hot meal or a drink or a bed for the night. Some visitors, however, got much more than they bargained for. The Benders, it turned out, were really running a frontier murder and robbery operation. When a prosperous-looking traveler showed up, he would be ushered into the dining area and seated at the table with his back to the canvas divider. While Kate beguiled him with some dinner-time conversation, her father or brother would be lurking on the other side of the curtain with a sledgehammer at the ready. When the unsuspecting guest leaned his head back against the curtain, the hammer would come crashing down, shattering the back of his skull. The body would then be dragged into the bedroom, where it would be robbed, stripped, and dumped through a trap door into the cellar. There, his throat would be slit for good measure. Later, the body would be taken out and buried in the pasture. The dreadful truth about the Benders came to light in the spring of 1873, when a physician named William York left Fort Scott on horseback for his home in Independence and never showed up. Retracing his route, a posse led by York's brother eventually happened on the Bender place. The Benders denied all knowledge of the missing Dr. York. A few days later, however, fearing that they were under suspicion, they pulled up stakes and fled. When word got around that the Benders had absconded, the posse returned to the farm and made a horrific discovery. In the pasture were 7 shallow graves containing the corpses of 8 human beings. 7 were grown men, including Dr. York. 1 was an 18-month-old girl who had been traveling with her father. The Benders hadn't bothered to brain her. They had simply tossed her into the pit with her father's mangled corpse and buried her alive. Angry posses scoured the prairies for the fugitives. To this day, no one can say for certain what became of the Benders. In her memoirs, however, Laura Ingalls Wilder of Little House on the Prairie fame writes that her father was one of the men who went out in search of the Benders. Though he never spoke about the experience, she deduced from the grim expression on his face when he returned from the manhunt that the posse had in fact caught up with the 4 Benders and dispensed well-deserved frontier justice. At the same time that the bloody Benders were running their lethal roadhouse in Kansas, Boston was being terrorized by the depredations of a juvenile psychopath named Jesse Harding Pomeroy. The crimes of the Boston boy fiend, as the newspapers dubbed him, began in late 1871, when the sadistic 12-year-old lured a string of children to various remote locations where they were stripped, flogged, and tortured with knives and sewing needles. Arrested in late 1872, he was sent to a reformatory but managed to win a discharge after only 18 months. Just 6 weeks after his release, while working in a shop run by his mother, he killed a 10-year-old girl and hid her body in the cellar. 5 weeks later, he lured a 4-year-old boy to a lonely stretch of marshland and savaged his body with a penknife, slashing his throat, stabbing his eyes, and nearly severing his genitals. Arrested in 1873, the 14-year-old Pomeroy was convicted and sentenced to death, a judgment that ignited a bitter 2-year controversy over the morality of hanging a minor. The sentence was ultimately commuted to life in solitary confinement, a punishment that many people felt was even harsher than death. Even while the argument over Pomeroy's death sentence was raging, Boston was stunned by another serial murder case. On May 23, 1875, a pretty 5-year-old girl named Mabel Young, who had just attended Sunday school at the Warren Avenue Baptist Church, was lured into the belfry by the 24-year-old sexton Thomas Piper. He promised to show her his pet pigeons. Once he had her alone in the tower, Piper broke her head open with a cricket bat brought to church that morning for precisely that purpose. When the little girl's body was discovered, suspicion immediately alighted on Piper. He was already a suspect in another brutal murder, that of a young female servant named Bridget Landrigan, whose skull had been crushed with a makeshift club during an attempted rape 2 years earlier. First proclaiming his innocence, Piper finally confessed not only to the killings of Mabel Young and Bridget Landrigan, but to 2 other unsolved homicides: the December 1873 rape-murder of a young woman named Sullivan, who had been savagely bludgeoned with a club, and a nearly identical assault 7 months later on a young prostitute named Mary Tynham. The Belfry murderer, as Piper came to be called, went to the gallows on May 26, 1876. 20 years later, on the opposite side of the continent, another Belfry murder would send shockwaves through America. On the morning of April 13, 1895, several San Francisco women arrived at the Emmanuel Baptist Church on Bartlett Street to decorate it for Easter. Spotting a strange reddish-brown trail leading to a closed-off storage closet, they opened the door and recoiled in horror at the sight of a horribly violated corpse. The victim was 21-year-old Minnie Williams. Her clothes had been ripped off and her underwear shoved down her throat with a stick. She had been slashed to death with a silver table knife, her wrists severed, her breasts cut to ribbons. The broken-off blade of the murder weapon still protruded from her chest. A subsequent autopsy revealed that she had been raped after death. The following day, Easter Sunday, policemen searching the church for more evidence made another horrifying discovery: the nude and bloated body of 18-year-old Blanche Lamont, who had vanished 10 days earlier. Her killer had strangled her with his bare hands, then, as in the case of Minnie Williams, committed necrophiliac rape. A suspect was quickly identified and taken into custody: Theodore Durant, a handsome and charming young medical student who lived at home with his parents and served as assistant superintendent of the church Sunday school. His 3-week trial in September 1895 was a nationwide sensation and drew dozens of swooning female groupies, one of whom, dubbed the Sweet Pea Girl by the press, brought the handsome young psycho-killer a daily bouquet of the flowers. Despite his protestations of innocence, the jury took just 5 minutes to convict Durant, who was hanged after several postponements on January 7, 1898. Such was the public's antipathy toward the so-called Demon of the Belfry, even after his death, that his parents had a hard time finding some place to dispose of his body, and finally had to transport it to Los Angeles for cremation. Horrific as Durant's crimes were, they were easily surpassed by the most infamous medical monster of his day, Herman Mudgett, a.k.a. Dr. H. H. Holmes, one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. Though he confessed to 27 murders of men, women, and children, Holmes is suspected of many more, possibly several hundred. Most were committed in the notorious Horror Castle he erected in a suburb of Chicago during the time of the great 1893 World's Fair. At around the same time that Holmes was overseeing the construction of his nightmarish building, another homicidal physician, Dr. Thomas Neal Cream, was busily poisoning a string of prostitutes in London. Besides medical training and a taste for serial murder, Cream shared something else with H. H. Holmes. Before moving to London, Cream had committed murder in Chicago, a crime for which he had received a life sentence, though unaccountably he was released after only 10 years. As a poisoner of 5 prostitutes, Cream wasn't nearly as lethal as female contemporaries like Sarah Jane Robinson, who killed 11 known victims, including her husband, sister, and 5 children. Dr. Cream won everlasting notoriety, however, with his dying claim, cut short when he plunged through the trap-door of the gallows, that he was Jack the Ripper. The Whitechapel Horrors. Jack the Ripper holds a special place in true crime history for 2 reasons. First, the infamous butcher of London's East Side ushered in the modern age of serial lust murder. And second, he spawned a spate of books and documentaries, a veritable genre unto itself that has supplied a seemingly endless string of theories purporting to solve this grisly, unsolved case. Even though many so-called ripperologists have claimed to have identified England's most notorious murderer, the bare facts of the case tell us virtually nothing about who the Ripper actually was. What we do know is that he went about his work with unbridled savagery and instigated a citywide panic, qualities that would characterize all of the most celebrated serial murder cases that would follow. The murders occurred between August and November of 1888. According to most accounts, there were 5 victims in all. All were prostitutes, as would be the case with so many future serial killers. The first victim, Marianne Nichols, was found with both her throat and abdomen slashed. As ghastly as this killing might have seemed at the time, it was mild compared to what would happen to the Ripper's other victims. On September 8th, the killer nearly decapitated Anne Chapman, then carved open her stomach and yanked out her intestines. At the end of the month, he murdered 2 women in one night. It seems the Ripper was interrupted and had to flee while in the middle of mutilating Elizabeth Stride, but he took his time with Catherine Eddowes, cutting off pieces of her face, disemboweling her, and making off with her kidney. His final victim was Mary Kelly, killed on November 9th. In the process of carving her from head to toe, he removed her nose and the skin covering her forehead, pulled out her entrails, nearly amputated one of her arms, and skinned her thighs. Most of the information we have about the Ripper, negligible as it is, comes from a series of letters he wrote to a news agency and a local vigilance committee. The most famous of these, signed "From Hell," revealed that his crazed appetites were not confined to murder and mutilation. The letter writer enclosed half of Edo's kidney and described how he had fried and eaten the other half. The murders ended with the Mary Kelly atrocity. After that, the Ripper seemed to disappear without a trace. Quickly, theories emerged about who the mystery killer really was. Some believed he was a doctor, in particular a man named Dr. Stanley. The idea was that only a man with surgical skill could have taken apart the victims with such precision, though it's a little hard to understand how someone could confuse the ravaged remains of Mary Kelly with the work of a gifted surgeon. A butcher could have done as well. Which brings us to another theory, that the Ripper was actually a shochet, a Jewish ritual slaughterman. Other people disputed the very idea that the Ripper was a man, saying that the killer might have been a deranged midwife, a Jill the Ripper. Perhaps the most fanciful theory proposed that the murders were the work of an agent of the Russian Tsar's secret police, as part of an effort to make the English police look ineffectual. A general rule of thumb in murder investigations is that the chances of finding the culprit diminish after the first couple of weeks. By that time, the thinking goes, the killer's trail starts to go cold. Undaunted by this piece of conventional police wisdom, authors continued to assert that they have discovered the definitive solution to the Ripper case over 100 years after the final murder. A book in the 1970s pointed the finger at Queen Victoria's grandson, Edward, the Duke of Clarence. In 1993, Hyperion published The Diary of Jack the Ripper, the alleged journal of the killer, a Liverpool cotton merchant named James Maybrick. The authenticity of the diary was discredited by a prominent document expert. The most recent exposé came in 2002 under the hopefully definitive title of Portrait of a Killer, Jack the Ripper, Case Closed. In this highly controversial work, crime novelist Patricia Cornwell implicates a post-impressionist painter named Walter Sickert. Sickert's name had come up before in other Ripper speculations, but Cornwell went further by turning to the science of DNA identification to prove her case. The DNA samples came from letters, both those written by the killer and those written by Sickert. However, the results of the DNA tests did not conclusively single out Sickert. They only indicated that the DNA residue could have belonged to Sickert and thousands of other people. For the time being, Cornwell's assertion will be definitive only until the publication of the next book that purports to solve the ultimate true crime riddle once and for all. The 20th century. No sooner had the new century dawned than America was stunned by the disclosure that a genial, highly respected New England nurse named Jane Toppin was one of the most depraved multiple murderers in the country's history. A sadistic psychopath, or moral imbecile as such beings were called back then, who had poisoned 31 people, many of them close friends, because homicide gave her a sexual thrill. Each succeeding decade of the century produced new and ever more sensational cases of serial murder both here and abroad. The World War I era. Around the time of the First World War, a Hungarian tinsmith named Bela Kiss used Lonely Hearts ads to lure at least 24 women to his home in the village of Cincota, then strangled them and sealed their corpses in alcohol-filled metal drums. By the time his atrocities were discovered in 1916, Kiss had presumably been killed in action after being drafted and sent to the front. In truth, however, he appears to have switched papers with a battlefield casualty, assumed the latter's identity, and gotten away. To this day, his fate remains a mystery. A perennial mystery surrounds another serial murder case, from roughly the same time. On the night of May 23, 1918, a New Orleans couple named Maggio were butchered in bed by an intruder who shattered their skulls with an axe blade, then slashed their throats with a razor, nearly decapitating the woman. For the next 2.5 years, New Orleans would be periodically terrorized by the night-prowling Axeman, who followed the same M.O. in each case, chiseling out the back door panel of the targeted house, then slipping inside and attacking the occupants while they slept. Altogether, he murdered 7 people, including a 2-year-old girl, and savagely wounded another 8. An alleged mafia hitman named Joseph Mumfrey is regarded as a prime suspect by some historians of crime, and it is true that the murders came to an abrupt halt when Mumfrey was shot and killed by the widow of the Axeman's last victim. Still, there is a good deal of uncertainty about Mumfrey's role in the case, and it seems likely that the Axeman's identity will never be conclusively established. 1920s through 1930s. The single most sensational crime of Jazz-Age America was the slaying of a 14-year-old Chicago boy named Bobby Franks by the wealthy young thrill killers Nathan Leopold Jr. and Richard Loeb. That murder, senseless and shocking though it was, pales by comparison to the countless outrages perpetrated during the 1920s by Earl Leonard Nelson and Carl Panzram, 2 of the most ferocious serial killers in U.S. history. A Bible-quoting sex maniac whose squat physique and enormous hands earned him the nickname the Guerrilla Murderer, Nelson made his way across the country, killing as he went. During a 16-month period that began in February 1926, he strangled nearly 24 women, most of them middle-aged landladies. He then raped their bodies after death. Captured in Canada after murdering his final 2 victims in Winnipeg, he was hanged in 1928. Panzram, arguably the most incorrigible killer ever produced on these shores, blamed his vicious nature on the brutal treatment he received as an inmate of various penal institutions, which, in striving to reform him, only filled him with an implacable hatred of all mankind. Making good on his lifelong credo, rob 'em all, rape 'em all, kill 'em all, he led a life of spectacular brutality, leaving countless corpses in his wake as he traveled around the world, from the U.S. to South America, Europe, Africa, and back. Arrested in 1928 for a string of burglaries, he was sent to Leavenworth, where he earned a long-overdue death sentence for smashing in the head of a fellow inmate who looked at him the wrong way. His last words as the hangman fit the noose around his neck were typical of the unrepentant Panzram. "Hurry it up, you Hoosier bastard. I could hang 12 men while you're fooling around." Overseas in Germany, the period between the 2 world wars produced some of the most appalling sex killers of modern times. Indeed, the German term Lustmord, lust murder, extreme sexual homicide involving mutilation, disembowelment, etc., was coined to describe the atrocities of a handful of hideously depraved psychopaths who were active during the turbulent years of the Weimar Republic. George Grossman, the Berlin butcher, charged with murdering and cannibalizing 14 young women. Karl Denke, the mass murderer of Münsterberg, another cannibal who butchered at least 30 people and stored their pickled flesh in the basement of his inn. Peter Kürten, the monster of Dusseldorf, who murdered, raped, and mutilated a minimum of 35 victims, mostly women and children. And Fritz Haarmann, the vampire of Hanover, responsible for the slaughter of as many as 50 young men. Haarmann's American admirer, Albert Fish, who saved every newspaper clipping he could find about the German lust murderer, committed most of his own atrocities during the 1920s. It wasn't until 1934, however, that the appalling truth about the old man's enormities came to light. Fish's confession to the murder, dismemberment, and cannibalizing of a lovely 12-year-old girl, along with a string of earlier pedophiliac torture slayings, instantly turned him into the most horrifying American monster of the Great Depression. Fish's arrest in late 1934 coincided with the start of a 4-year serial murder spree by one of the most mysterious figures in the annals of American crime. This was the so-called Cleveland Torso Killer, a.k.a. the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. This blood-crazed maniac chopped up more than 12 people, most of them prostitutes, hobos, and other social cast-offs, and left their body parts strewn around the city. The killer eluded arrest, despite the all-out efforts of law officials, led by the legendary Eliot Ness, the former untouchable who was then serving as Cleveland's Director of Public Safety. Though theories about his identity abound, the Mad Butcher case remains one of the great unsolved serial murder stories in the chronicles of American crime. The 1940s. Wartime London was the scene of a short but unusually savage serial murder spree by a young Royal Air Force cadet named Gordon Cummins. On the night of February 9, 1942, while the city was living through the terrors of the Blitz, the 28-year-old fighter pilot in training accosted a female pharmacist named Evelyn Hamilton as she walked home from a restaurant. In the darkness of the blacked-out city, he strangled her with her scarf and left her corpse sprawled in the entrance of an air raid shelter. The following night in Piccadilly Circus, he picked up a prostitute named Evelyn Oatley. She took him back to her Soho apartment, where he slit her throat, then mutilated her genitals with a can opener. 2 more mutilation murders occurred on the next 2 consecutive nights, leading police to conclude that a Jack the Ripper-style killer was at large in their embattled city. Cummins undoubtedly would have gone on killing if he hadn't been stopped. However, he was caught after 2 abortive murder attempts on the night of February 13th. First, he tried to strangle a woman named Greta Haywood in the doorway of an air raid shelter. He fled when the noise of the struggle attracted the notice of a passerby. He then immediately picked up another woman who invited him home. This time, Cummins was scared off by her violent screams when he attacked her. Not only did Cummins leave 2 living witnesses who could identify him, he had also dropped his gas mask, which was tagged with his name, rank, and serial number. Promptly arrested, he was hanged in June 1942 during an air raid. Just a few years after Cummins's execution, another member of the Royal Air Force went to the gallows after committing a pair of gruesome sex murders. Dashingly handsome and irresistible to women, Neville Heath was a conman, thief, and compulsive Don Juan who did several stints in the RAF, even while pursuing his life of petty criminality. In June 1946, he crossed the line from small-time crook and imposter to sadistic killer when he flogged and suffocated a 32-year-old film extra named Marjorie Gardner in a London hotel room. He then chewed off her nipples and rammed a poker up her vagina. Police immediately began searching for Heath, who had registered at the hotel under his own name. By then, however, he had headed south to Bournemouth, where, on July 3rd, he slit the throat of another young woman. Mutilating her body, he inflicted a massive gash that ran from the inside of her thigh up to her breast. He left her savaged corpse in the woods, where it would not be discovered for several days. While the search was on for the missing girl, Heath, displaying either an unconscious death wish or the kind of reckless bravado typical of psychopaths, showed up at the police station to offer his help. He was immediately identified as the fugitive in the London murder and placed under arrest. He was hanged in October 1946. Of the U.S. serial killers active during the 1940s, 2 of the most notorious were African-American Jarvis Cato and Jake Bird. In 1943, Cato was electrocuted for the rape-murder of a 25-year-old Washington, D.C. newlywed, one of 3 women he had murdered during a serial murder spree 2 years earlier. His death toll was far exceeded, however, by Louisiana-born Jake Bird. In October 1947, while drifting through Tacoma, Washington, Bird entered the home of 53-year-old Bertha Clute and her teenage daughter Beverly. He slaughtered them both with an axe he had found in their backyard. Taken into custody after a ferocious fight, during which he badly wounded 2 policemen with his knife, he eventually confessed to numerous slayings in at least 8 different states. His victims were all white women, bludgeoned with axes or hatchets. Police were able to confirm Bird's involvement in 11 unsolved homicides, though he was suspected in as many as 44. He was hanged in Walla Walla in July 1949. The single most infamous American serial killer of the 1940s was William Herons, whose case continues to generate controversy to this day. Raised by sexually repressive parents who imbued him with the belief that all sex is dirty, Herons grew up to be a fetishist who achieved orgasmic release from breaking into women's homes and stealing their underwear, which he sometimes wore at home while reading books on Nazi war crimes. Like other serial killers, he was also turned on by fire starting. An inveterate housebreaker, he began burglarizing apartments around Chicago while still in grade school. A pair of arrests during his adolescence earned him 2 extended stints in reform schools. In 1945, at the age of 16, the intellectually gifted Ahrens won admission to the University of Chicago, where he enrolled as an electrical engineering major. Even while leading a stereotypical collegiate existence, dating, hanging out with buddies, cutting classes, he continued to pursue his clandestine life as a cat burglar and panty fetishist. On June 5, 1945, a 43-year-old Chicago woman, Josephine Ross, surprised an intruder looting her bedroom. She was found that afternoon, sprawled across her bed, her throat slashed, her dress wrapped around her head. 6 months later, on December 10th, the naked corpse of a petite 33-year-old brunette named Frances Brown was found in the bathroom of her Chicago apartment, not far from the scene of the earlier crime. She had been shot in the head. A butcher knife protruded from her neck, and her housecoat was draped over her head. Scrawled in lipstick on the living room wall was a cry for help that would become the single most famous serial killer message of the century. "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." The lipstick killer, as he was instantly dubbed by the press, committed his last and most heinous crime in early January when he abducted 6-year-old Suzanne Degnan from her bedroom, strangled her, dismembered her body with a hunting knife, and dumped the pieces into the sewer. The shocking murder of the little girl set off the largest manhunt in Chicago's history. It did not end until the following June, when police, responding to a report of a prowler in a North Side apartment building, cornered Ahrens. Drawing a gun, Ahrens took aim at the officers, but his weapon misfired. After a fierce struggle, he was subdued when an off-duty cop who had joined in the fight brained him with a flower pot. In custody and drugged up with sodium pentothal, truth serum, Ahrens initially claimed that the killings had been committed by an evil alter ego named George Merman, short for Murder Man. To avoid the chair, he agreed to confess to all 3 slayings in exchange for life in prison. On the day of his formal sentencing, he tried to commit suicide by hanging himself with a bedsheet, but was saved by a quick-acting guard. Since the day he entered prison, Ahrens, who has recanted his confession and stoutly maintains his innocence, has been a model prisoner, earning a college degree in 1972. He continues to have supporters who believe that he was railroaded, and who point to another suspect, a drifter named Richard Russell Thomas, with a long record of brutal crimes, as the likelier culprit. The 1950s. Bathed in the rosy glow of nostalgia, the 1950s are generally regarded as a uniquely placid era in the life of America. Despite its aura of happy days innocence, however, the Eisenhower decade witnessed some of the most shocking serial murders of the modern age. Harvey Glattman, for example, the nerdy-looking sadist who snapped pictures of bound and terrified women before raping and garroting them, epitomized the sleazy underbelly of the 1950s, finding his prey in the tawdry camera clubs that flourished in those sexually repressive times. The photographic souvenirs he kept of his tormented victims were chilling enough to cause even case-hardened L.A. cops to feel sick at the sight of them. Even more ghastly were the anatomical trophies investigators turned up in the ramshackle farmhouse of the Wisconsin ghoul Ed Gein, whose crimes, partly inspired by the lurid men's magazines of the period and their obsession with Nazi atrocities, also reflected the dark side of 1950s culture. In 1957, the same year that Glattman embarked upon his murder spree and the Gein horrors were uncovered, another American serial killer appeared on the scene. That June, a woman named Margaret Harold and her Army Sergeant boyfriend were parked at a lover's lane near Annapolis, Maryland, when a green Chrysler pulled up beside them. A tall, thin-faced man emerged from the Chrysler and, after identifying himself as the owner of the property, drew a gun, climbed into the back seat of the couple's car, and demanded their money. When Margaret Harold refused, she was shot in the back of the skull. Leaping from the car, her boyfriend ran to the nearest house and called for help. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they found Margaret's body still in the car. Her clothes had been stripped from her body, and she had been raped after death. Searching the area, police found a cinder-block shack, its walls plastered with pornographic pictures, morgue shots of murdered women, and, incongruously, the yearbook photo of a co-ed who had graduated from the University of Maryland in 1955. A year and a half later, in January 1959, a family of 4 out for a drive near Apple Grove, Virginia, was run off the road by a man in a blue Chevrolet, who forced them into the trunk of his car at gunpoint. 2 months later, the body of the husband, Carol Jackson, was found in a roadside ditch, lying atop the corpse of his infant daughter, Janet. Mr. Jackson had been bound and shot in the back of the head. The baby had been tossed alive into the ditch, where she had smothered under the weight of her dead father. The other 2 members of the family, Mother Mildred and her 5-year-old daughter Susan, were discovered in the woods by some young squirrel hunters a few weeks afterward. Both victims had been raped and beaten to death with a blunt instrument. Evidence suggested that the killer had tortured Mrs. Jackson to force her to perform fellatio upon him. The investigation into both cases had run into a dead end when police received an anonymous letter in May, pointing a finger at a young jazz musician named Melvin Rees, who, according to the tipster, had been making suspicious comments while hopped up on Benzedrine at the time of the Jackson killings. Checking into Rees's background, detectives discovered that he had once dated the University of Maryland co-ed whose yearbook picture had been taped to the wall of the cinderblock structure near the first crime scene. It wasn't until FBI agents searched Rees's home, however, and found a saxophone case full of incriminating evidence, including handwritten notes describing his murder of the Jackson family, that officials knew they had their man. Eventually Rees, or the sex beast as the newspapers dubbed him, was linked to the unsolved rape murders of 4 adolescent girls in Maryland. He was condemned to death, but the sentence was later commuted and he died of natural causes in prison. One of the most infamous multiple murderers of the 1950s was not, strictly speaking, a serial killer. A sociopathic punk who liked to think of himself as romantic young rebel a la his idol James Dean, Charlie Little Red Starkweather was responsible for murdering 10 people during a 26-day period in early 1958. Starkweather and his 14-year-old girlfriend, Carol Ann Fugate, however, fall into the category of spree killers. Their rampage through Nebraska and Wyoming was not a series of distinct events motivated by recurrent need for sadistic gratification, but rather a single, if protracted, massacre. Case Study. Reg Christie, the Monster of Rillington Place. America wasn't the only place to produce serial killers in the 1950s. In England, the decade began with one of the most notorious sex murder cases of modern times. The full story began to come to light in March 1953, when the new residents of 10 Rillington Place in London's Notting Hill section began to remodel their kitchen. One section of the wallpapering seemed to have nothing but air behind it. Tearing away the wallpaper, they discovered that it had been concealing a cupboard. In the cupboard were 3 dead women wrapped in blankets. The police arrived to investigate, and found that the 3 corpses were just the tip of the iceberg. Under the floorboards in the dining room they found another dead woman, and outside, buried in the garden, they found 2 more. The previous resident was a man named John Reginald Christie, Reg to his friends. A quiet, balding, bespectacled man, he had been in the public eye 3 years earlier during a notorious murder trial. A dim-witted young man named Timothy Evans had confessed to killing his wife and baby, then retracted his admission. He eventually claimed that the real killer was his downstairs neighbor, Christie. At the trial, the respectable-looking Christie testified to Evans's guilt, and the jury concurred. Evans was hanged. Now, after uncovering 6 more bodies, the police were beginning, a bit belatedly, to rethink the case. Christie himself filled in the details for them when they arrested him 11 days later. Christie came from a working-class family and supported himself over the years with a series of menial and clerical jobs. But there were disturbing undercurrents coursing just beneath the surface of his seemingly unexceptional life. One was a chronic hypochondria that began in childhood and culminated when he was a young man in a case of hysterical muteness that went on for over 3 years. Christie also had an inability to resist other people's property. He stole frequently from various employers. He and his wife Ethel moved into the flat on Rillington Place in 1938. 2 years later, when he was 42, he began to murder women. He pursued his secret homicidal life when his wife was away visiting relatives. He brought Ruth Foyerst to his apartment in 1940 and offered to help ease her respiratory condition by administering an herbal steam concoction. Instead, he gassed her, then strangled and raped her. He waited 3 years before he killed his second victim, Muriel Eddy, a friend of his wife. Both Foyerst and Eddy ended up in his garden. In 1949, he got the wife of Timothy Evans alone under the pretext of offering another service. He claimed to be able to perform an abortion for her. He strangled and raped her, and murdered her baby as well. The police found the bodies in the building's tool shed. Christie may have somehow tricked the feeble-minded Evans into confessing. Once again, he let 3 years go by without any further murders. Then he set his sights closer to home, strangling his wife and stashing her beneath the floorboards. No more would he have to wait to have the house to himself. In less than 3 months, he killed 3 more women. They would be the ones he half-heartedly concealed in the kitchen cupboard before moving out at the end of March 1953. After the police caught up with Christie, the tabloids dubbed the mild-mannered maniac the monster of Rillington Place. The judicial system was no less appalled by his crimes than the public was. Christie went to the gallows just 3.5 months after his arrest. The 1960s. The serial killers of 60s America were as emblematic of that socially turbulent era as race riots, political assassinations, and the British invasion. If we remember the decade as the time of JFK, Martin Luther King, the Beatles, and Woodstock, we also associate it with the sensational crimes of the Boston Strangler, the Zodiac Killer, and, most notoriously, the demon hippie Charles Manson. More than 40 years after the Boston Strangler committed his first atrocity, the case remains one of the most controversial in the annals of modern crime. The first 5 of the Strangler's 11 confirmed murders occurred during the summer of 1962. The initial victims were all older women, ranging in age from 55 to 75. Each had willingly let her killer into her apartment, taken in by his story that he was a repairman sent by the landlord. Besides raping and strangling the women, he desecrated their corpses, sometimes shoving bottles or other objects up their vaginas. In most cases, he left a grotesque signature, knotting his makeshift garrote, often a nylon stocking, though sometimes a bathrobe sash, into an ornamental bow beneath the dead woman's chin. Toward the end of 1962, his M.O. changed. He began targeting younger women, most in their 20s. And his killings became even more vicious. In one instance, he stabbed a victim 22 times, savaging her throat and leaving 18 wounds in a bullseye pattern on her left breast. Another young woman was left propped up against the headboard of her bed, a pink bow tied around her neck, a broomstick jutting from her vagina, and a Happy New Year's card resting at her feet. With the women of Boston in a panic, a special task force was set up to track down the killer. With no solid leads, however, investigators were reduced to calling in psychics, whose paranormal assistance, unsurprisingly, proved worthless. The big break in the case did not come until 1965, when a rape victim led the police to Albert DeSalvo. DeSalvo had the kind of nightmarish childhood that is a prescription for future psychopathology. His father was the type of man who liked to bring whores home with him, have sex with them in front of the family, then beat his wife when she complained. One of DeSalvo's most vivid childhood memories was of watching his father knock out all his mother's teeth, then break her fingers one by one as she lay sprawled beneath the kitchen sink. The children were also subjected to savage abuse. On one typical occasion, Albert was clubbed with a lead pipe for not moving fast enough when his father asked for something. Like other budding psychopaths, Albert displayed a sadistic streak from an early age. One of his favorite childhood pastimes was sticking a dog inside an orange crate with a starving cat so he could watch the cat scratch out the dog's eyes. By the time he was a teenager, DeSalvo had accumulated a long rap sheet for breaking and entering. Joining the army at 17, he was shipped to Europe, where he married a German girl and brought her back home to the States. In 1955, while stationed at Fort Dix, New Jersey, he was charged with molesting a 9-year-old girl. He escaped prosecution when her mother decided not to press charges. Afflicted with a volcanic sex drive, DeSalvo routinely demanded sex a half-dozen times a day from his long-suffering wife, accusing her of being frigid whenever she rebuffed him. Back in Boston, after his discharge from the Army, he struggled to support his growing family with blue-collar jobs, supplementing his meager income with occasional petty burglaries. He also began to assault women. His earliest technique was to go door to door, posing as a scout for a modeling agency. If a woman fell for this line and invited him in, he would pull out a tape measure and proceed to check out her vital statistics, a ploy that allowed him to indulge in crude sexual fondling. Before long, the women of Boston were warned to beware of the smooth-talking pervert known as the measuring man. In 1961, the 30-year-old DeSalvo was caught while attempting to burglarize a house. Under arrest, he confessed to being the measuring man and was given a 2-year sentence. Back on the streets after just 11 months, he embarked on a new, more violent spree of sexual assault. Posing as a repairman in green work clothes, he managed to talk his way into the homes of countless women throughout New England. Over a 2-year span, the Green Man, as he came to be dubbed, raped as many as 300 victims in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. During this same period, 11 Boston women were strangled and defiled by a smooth-talking sex maniac posing as a workman. In November 1964, 10 months after the strangler killed his last victim, a victim of the Green Man rapes gave police a description that led them to DeSalvo. Confessing to those crimes, he was committed for psychiatric observation to Bridgewater State Hospital, where he befriended a hardened killer named George Nassar, whose attorney was a young hotshot named F. Lee Bailey. Before very long, Bailey became DeSalvo's lawyer, too. That's when DeSalvo confessed to being the Boston Strangler. In the end, DeSalvo was never punished for the Boston Strangler crimes. Under an unusual deal engineered by Bailey, he was spared the chair and given a life sentence for the Green Man rapes instead. In November 1973, at the age of 42, he was stabbed to death by a fellow inmate. DeSalvo's death, however, was not the end of the story. From the time of his confession, doubts about his guilt have been raised by his own family members and relatives of his victims. Some believe that DeSalvo, knowing that he was already facing life imprisonment for the Green Man crimes, claimed to be the Strangler in order to cash in on the book and movie rights he assumed would be coming his way. Others believe that there was more than one Strangler. Support for the doubters came in 2001, when the remains of both DeSalvo and the Strangler's final victim, Mary Sullivan, were exhumed and examined by forensic experts. DNA evidence taken from Mary Sullivan did not provide a match with DeSalvo. It seems unlikely that there will ever be definitive answers to the questions that still swirl around the case. Another famous serial murder case also remains shrouded in mystery, though at least one writer claims to have come up with a long-sought solution. During a 9-month span that began in late 1968, the citizens of San Francisco were terrorized by a night-prowling gunman who, in the years to follow, would assume near-mythic proportions in the popular mind. His notoriety stemmed from several sources: his seemingly preternatural ability to elude capture, the viciously taunting messages he sent to the press, and, perhaps most importantly, his chilling nickname, which has become almost as infamous as that of Jack the Ripper: the Zodiac. His first victims were a teenage couple, shot to death in a remote lover's lane about 20 miles northeast of San Francisco on the night of December 20th, 1968. 6 months later, at midnight on July 5th, 1969, he struck again, shooting another young couple in the parking lot of a public golf course. 40 minutes after that attack, which left the girl dead and her boyfriend severely wounded, police received an anonymous phone call from a gruff-voiced man who directed them to the scene of the shooting and claimed credit for the earlier double murder. The matter-of-fact tone in which this message was delivered made it clear that a homicidal maniac was on the loose. The full extent of his madness, however, didn't become apparent until 6 weeks later, when he sent 3 separate letters to local newspapers. Each contained a cryptogram, deciphered by a high school teacher and his wife. The 3 coded passages formed a single, wildly deranged message. I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all to kill. Sometimes gives me the most thrilling experience. It is even better than getting your rocks off with a girl. The best part is that when I die, I will be reborn in paradise, and all that I have killed will become my slaves. I will not give you my name, because you will try to slow down or stop my collecting of slaves for my afterlife. The letter was signed with a peculiar symbol that resembled the sight of a rifle scope, a circle intersected by a cross. Just a few days later, the killer sent another letter to the San Francisco Examiner. True to his previous message, he did not provide his name. Instead, he used a pseudonym that immediately entered the mythology of modern-day serial murder. This is the Zodiac speaking, the letter began. From that point on, he would start each of his communications with the same ominous greeting. 2 months passed. On September 27, 1969, 2 20-year-old college students, Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard, were picnicking at a lake near Vallejo when a frightening figure emerged from behind some trees. His face was hidden beneath an oversized black hood, embroidered with the Zodiac's crossed circle device. A large, wood-sheathed knife, possibly a bayonet, hung from his belt, and he had a semi-automatic pistol in his hand. Tying up the couple at gunpoint, he savaged them with the knife, then walked to their car and, with a black magic marker, inscribed his crossed circle logo on the door, along with the dates of all 3 of his Bay Area attacks. An hour later, he put in a call to the police, announcing that he had just committed a double murder. As it happened, he was wrong. Stabbed 10 times, Cecilia Shepard would die a few days later. Her boyfriend would survive his half-dozen wounds. His last known victim was a San Francisco cab driver named Paul Stein, who was killed with a point-blank shot to the head. Before fleeing the crime scene, Zodiac cut off a large piece of the victim's shirt, soaked it in the dead man's blood, and carried it away with him. Shortly afterward, the editor of the San Francisco Chronicle received an envelope. Inside was a swatch of the cab driver's shirt, and a letter from Zodiac in which he promised to wipe out a school bus some morning. Fortunately, he never made good on his threat, nor, as far as anyone knows, did Zodiac ever kill again. He did, however, keep up his bizarre correspondence, sending sporadic greeting cards and letters to the papers for the next several years. As for his identity, it remains a mystery, though one expert on the case has named Arthur Lee Allen, a gun buff and convicted child molester who died in 1993, as the likeliest suspect. School children make nice targets. I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning. Just shoot out the front tire, then pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out. From one of the Zodiac letters. The dark prince of the decade was Charles Manson, the evil incarnation of all that was most insidious about the 1960s counterculture, a social movement that began with dreams of free love and flower power, and ended with the violent chaos of Altamont. Manson was unique among serial killers, a legendary monster whose most infamous crime was committed by proxy. Profoundly manipulative, he was able to transform his family of fanatical worshippers into a troupe of hippie assassins, only too eager to do his homicidal bidding. He was born in 1934, the illegitimate son of a bisexual teenage prostitute, Kathleen Maddox, who routinely brought her tricks home for sex, left him alone for weeks at a time, and reportedly once traded him to a waitress for a pitcher of beer. Sent to jail in 1939 after knocking over a gas station with her brother, Kathleen shipped little Charlie off to live with her aunt and uncle, the former a religious fanatic, the latter a sadist who constantly derided the boy as a sissy and forced him to wear girls' clothes to school. By 12, Manson was living on the streets and surviving by theft. His adolescence was a continuous cycle of petty crime, arrest, incarceration, and escape. At 18, while doing time in Utah for stealing cars, he sodomized another boy at knife point, earning a stint in a federal reformatory, where he racked up 8 major disciplinary infractions, including 3 for homosexual rape. Paroled in 1954, he spent the next dozen years in and out of various prisons for crimes ranging from check forgery to pimping. In 1967, at the age of 32, Manson, who had taught himself guitar and dabbled in Scientology and Buddhism while in jail, came up for parole. He himself expressed doubts about the wisdom of being set free. "Oh no, I can't go outside there. I couldn't adjust to that world. Not after all my life has been spent locked up." In spite of his protests, he was unleashed on the world. Making his way to San Francisco during the so-called Summer of Love, this charismatic conman quickly mastered the psychedelic gobbledygook of the counterculture, attracting a band of drug-addled dropouts, many of them naive and emotionally unstable young women, who revered him as a guru. Eventually, Charlie and his ragtag commune settled in a dusty, disused ranch outside L.A., where they enjoyed a squalid, orgiastic existence overseen by their increasingly crazed messiah. Manson developed a bizarre obsession with the song Helter Skelter from the Beatles' White Album. In his flourishing madness, Manson interpreted the song, which refers to an amusement park thrill ride, as a prophecy about an impending race war in which blacks would rise up and destroy all white people, except for Manson and his followers, and would find refuge in a cave beneath Death Valley. Eventually, Charlie and his family would emerge from hiding and, thanks to their innate superiority over Blackie, as the racist Manson called African Americans, take over the world. To expedite things, Manson dispatched a band of followers on an insane mission, commanding them to slay some prominent white people in a way that would implicate black revolutionaries and spark an apocalyptic race war. On the night of August 9, 1969, in one of the most shocking atrocities of modern times, 5 of Manson's demented disciples invaded the home of film director Roman Polanski, who was away on a shoot, and savagely butchered his 8 months pregnant wife, Sharon Tate, along with 4 other people. Before leaving, they used the victim's blood to scrawl incendiary graffiti on the walls. The following night, Manson himself led a party of his creepy crawlers to the home of a couple named LaBianca. They murdered both husband and wife, leaving Mr. LaBianca with a carving fork jutting from his chest and the word war carved into his flesh. Once again, the victim's blood was used to inscribe pseudo-revolutionary messages on the walls: "Death to pigs," "Rise," and "Helter Skelter." Later, one of the participants in the Tate horrors explained that the Manson gang wanted to do a crime that would shock the world, that the world would have to stand up and take notice. If that was their plan, they succeeded. The massacre at the Polanski residence set off a panic in Los Angeles and sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Ultimately, Manson was arrested when one of his brain-fried groupies, Susan Atkins, who was behind bars on an unrelated charge, blithely confessed to a jailmate. After a lengthy trial, which Manson did his best to turn into a circus, he and 4 followers were condemned to the gas chamber. In 1972, however, their sentences were commuted to life when the California Supreme Court abolished the death penalty. Still immured behind prison walls, as he has been for the bulk of his lamentably misspent life, Manson is now an old man. Still, it is hard to picture him as anything but the wild-eyed, scraggly-haired demon hippie of the Woodstock era, an icon every bit as symbolic of that turbulent time as Timothy Leary and the 4 mop tops. "I am what you made me, and the mad dog, devil, killer, fiend, leper is a reflection of your society." Charles Manson. The 1970s to now. The 1970s witnessed such a sharp increase in the number of psychopathic sex murders that it seemed, in the words of a pioneering paper presented by members of the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, as if a new phenomenon in homicide had suddenly appeared on the scene. To describe the perpetrators of these supposedly unprecedented crimes, Robert Ressler and his colleagues at the Bureau adopted a term that had been coined a decade earlier and that quickly entered the popular lexicon: serial killers. As the foregoing historical survey shows, however, there is nothing new about sadistic lust murder beyond the name we now apply to it. Still, it is clearly the case that, particularly in the United States, there was a definite spike in such crimes during the 1970s. Why did this happen? Various reasons suggest themselves, most having to do with the upheaval in sexual mores precipitated by the social revolution of the 1960s. In reaction to the inhibited 1950s, the hippie counterculture preached the joys of letting it all hang out, of shedding all repressions and indulging in the Dionysian pleasure of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. But the unconscious mind is a Pandora's box, and when you open the lid on the id, all kinds of forces, some exhilarating and creative, others scary and destructive, come gushing out. The counterculture started out with the utopian all-you-need-is-love daydreams epitomized by the Beatles' Let It Be, but it ended up steeped in the nightmarish darkness of the Stones' Let It Bleed. The permissive ethos that sprang up in the 60s and spread throughout the culture in the 1970s did more than liberate the libidos of middle-class Americans. It gave permission to some extraordinarily aberrant people to act out their sickest fantasies. The counterculture slogan, "If it feels good, do it," was intended to encourage a healthy sense of sexual freedom in people. But it's a dangerous philosophy when adopted by madmen who feel best when they are raping, torturing, and butchering helpless victims. The breaking down of long-standing sexual prohibitions also made it easier for serial killers to find potential victims in the singles bars, gay bathhouses, and other pickup places of the era. It is important, however, to put the recent rise in sex murders in perspective. The surge in such crimes has led to a lot of alarmist talk about an epidemic of serial killing. This makes for good news copy, but, like more recent scares about shark attacks and child abductions, is mostly hyperbole. To be sure, the last few decades have produced a striking number of world-class lust murderers in America: John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, the Hillside Stranglers, Edmund Kemper, etc. But even during the heyday of these sickos, the number of serial killers at large in our country was infinitesimal. Ordinary Americans who fear that there is a psycho killer lurking around every corner are far less likely to die at the hands of a knife-wielding slasher than in a car accident on their way to the local video store to rent The Silence of the Lambs. The serial killer who best exemplifies the shadow side of the sexually freewheeling 1970s was undoubtedly Bundy, the living incarnation of one of that decade's darkest anxieties, the fear of meeting a seductive stranger whose charm conceals the vicious soul of a psychopath. Surviving family photographs from Bundy's early years suggest a Leave-It-to-Beaver childhood of wiener roasts, fishing trips, and warm Christmas holidays. Still, there were striking abnormalities in his background. An illegitimate child, he was forced to pretend that his mother was his sister and his grandparents, Sam and Eleanor Cowell, were his father and mother. There are also indications that, despite Bundy's avowed adoration of his grandfather, Sam Cowell was a virulent racist and petty tyrant who freely dispensed abuse to every member of the household, from the family pets to his long-suffering wife, who was eventually driven into electroshock therapy. Even so, there is little in Bundy's background to account fully for the sheer malevolence of his adult behavior. Perhaps, as he himself suggested, there were unknown genetic factors that contributed to his monstrous makeup. Whatever the case, his disturbing tendencies manifested themselves at a young age. He was only 3 when he slipped some butcher knives under the bedclothes of his sleeping aunt. In elementary school, despite his obvious intelligence and superior grades, His recurrent temper tantrums were violent enough to worry his teachers. By high school, he had become a chronic peeping Tom and petty thief. By that point, even Bundy was becoming aware that he lacked certain basic human qualities: a conscience, a capacity to see people as anything more than objects to be manipulated for his own gratification. By studying others, he learned to mimic normal behavior so skillfully that, for the rest of his life, even those closest to him failed to perceive his monstrous nature. While attending the University of Washington, Bundy became involved with a lovely, cultivated young woman named Stephanie Brooks who, insofar as he was capable of such an emotion, would become the love of his life. He was presumably devastated when she broke up with him. Much has been made of the fact that his subsequent victims bore a vague resemblance to Stephanie. The implication is that Bundy's homicidal career was provoked by this traumatizing incident, that he was taking revenge on the woman who rejected him. The more probable explanation is that Bundy, like many psycho killers, was simply turned on by a certain kind of woman. Indeed, he took pride in choosing only quality victims, pretty, intelligent, college-age women, to abduct, torture, mutilate, and kill. His first attack occurred in January 1974 when he broke into the basement bedroom of an 18-year-old co-ed, bludgeoned her skull with a metal rod yanked from her bed frame, then rammed it into her vagina. If the word can be applied to a young woman who has suffered such appalling injuries, she was lucky. She survived. At least 36 other young women whose lives intersected with Bundy's would not. He was a genuine Jekyll and Hyde. He led an outwardly exemplary life, making a name for himself as a rising young star of the local Republican Party, helping to man a suicide hotline, even winning a police commendation for saving the life of a drowning toddler. Simultaneously, however, the bright, personable Bundy was pursuing his secret career of unspeakable crime. In 1974, while still living in Washington state, he slaughtered at least 7 young women in as many months. 2 were lured from a crowded beach in broad daylight on the same afternoon. That September, he moved to Salt Lake City and enrolled at the University of Utah. 2 months later, the bestial second self he described as the entity came roaring to the surface. Young women began to vanish, including the teenage daughter of a local police chief. Her nude, hideously mutilated remains were later found in a canyon. During this period, Bundy also made occasional forays into Colorado, where at least 5 other young women died at his hands. For authorities, the turning point in the case came after midnight on August 16, 1975. A Utah highway patrolman pulled over Bundy for erratic driving. Inside the Volkswagen, the officer found a cache of suspicious items, including an ice pick, a mask made of pantyhose, and handcuffs. Before long, Bundy was picked out of a lineup by a young woman he had attempted to abduct the year before. Found guilty of aggravated kidnapping, he was sentenced to 1 to 15 years at the Utah State Penitentiary. He was then transferred to Colorado to stand trial for murder. It appeared to be the end of the line for Bundy, but authorities had underestimated his psychopathic cunning. Taking control of his own defense, he was given access to the courthouse law library. On June 7, 1977, while his guard stepped into the hallway for a smoke, Bundy jumped from the library's second-story window and escaped. He was recaptured 8 days later, but escaped again in December, squeezing through a trap door in the ceiling of his cell that he had painstakingly made with a smuggled hacksaw. This time he headed to Tallahassee, Florida, where he committed a series of attacks so inhumanly savage that even he would later refuse to discuss them. On February 15, 1978, 1 week after he slaughtered a 12-year-old girl and dumped her ravaged remains in a pig shed, his luck finally ran out. He was arrested for driving a stolen car and quickly identified as the homicidal fugitive. Eventually he was sentenced to death, though he managed to delay his execution for a decade. When the day finally arrived, a huge, festive crowd gathered outside the prison walls to celebrate the event, while a local radio station diverted its listeners with the sound of frying bacon and a parody of On Top of Old Smoky. On top of Old Sparky, all loaded with juice. Goodbye to old Bundy. No more on the loose. In surveying the serial killers of the past quarter century, there is a kind of hierarchy of evil, with such big-name psychos as Bundy, Gacy, Dahmer, Ramirez, Berkowitz, and Lucas topping the list. Just below them in the ranks of infamy are some well-known lust killers who, for whatever reason, have never achieved the same near-mythic status. Joel Rifkin, for example, stands as the most prolific serial killer in the history of New York State. That he has never achieved the notoriety of Gacy et al. Is undoubtedly due to his choice of victims. Drug-addicted streetwalkers, the type of social outcast whose deaths don't generate the kind of media hoopla that attends the serial slaughter of middle-class marrieds and clean-scrubbed co-eds. Adopted at 3 weeks, Rifkin grew up to be a quintessential nerd, physically gawky, hopeless at sports, socially inept, and afflicted with a stutter and assorted learning disabilities. His school years were an endless ordeal of humiliation and harassment by bullying peers. Plenty of geeky young men, of course, suffer such torment and end up taking refuge in X-Men comics or Star Trek fandom or The Lord of the Rings. For whatever reason, Rifkin developed a different form of imaginative escape. From an early age, according to his own testimony, he indulged in vivid fantasies involving sex slaves, torture, and female gladiators battling each other to bloody deaths. His favorite movie was Alfred Hitchcock's 1972 Frenzy, about an English sex killer who can only perform sexually while strangling women. An utter failure in his academic pursuits, as in every other aspect of his life, the virginal Rifkin began to cruise for hookers shortly before his 20th birthday. Before long, he was deeply immersed in his sordid secret life, spending whatever small earnings he made from various odd jobs on trysts with junkie prostitutes. By the time he committed his first murder, he had, by his own estimate, engaged in 300 such squalid encounters. In March 1989, the 30-year-old Rifkin was still living at home with his widowed mother, who was away on vacation. Cruising Manhattan's East Village, he picked up a crack-addicted prostitute whose name he never bothered to learn. He drove her back to his house on suburban Long Island and, after some perfunctory sex, bludgeoned her to death with an old howitzer shell he had bought at a military flea market. Then he cleaned up the blood, straightened up the living room, and took a nap. Waking up refreshed a few hours later, he dragged the corpse down to the basement, draped it over his mother's washer and dryer, and, using an X-Acto knife, dismembered it as though he were carving up a roast chicken. To foil identification, he sliced off the fingertips and yanked the teeth out with pliers. Then he shoved the severed head into an empty paint can, stuffed her body parts into plastic trash bags, loaded the remains into his pickup, and headed for New Jersey, depositing the parts in various locations. Throughout this atrocity, Rifkin proceeded with the cool deliberation of a mafia hitman, as though he'd been murdering and disposing of victims his whole life. Finally, he had found something he had an aptitude for: sexual homicide. 18 months would pass before he claimed his second victim. He brought home another young prostitute while his mother was out of town, then bludgeoned, strangled, and dismembered her. Before long, however, he plunged into what he would later describe as his acceleration period, strangling hookers at a frenzied rate, sometimes at home, sometimes while they performed fellatio on him in his car. 17 women would die at his hands during his 4-year spree. He was caught in June 1993 when a pair of New York State troopers spotted him driving his pickup without a rear license plate. When they tried to pull him over, Rifkin sped away, leading the cops on a high-speed chase that only ended when he smacked his vehicle into a telephone pole. Under a tarp in the pickup's bed, the troopers found the decomposing corpse of Rifkin's final victim. He was given a 203-year sentence in prison. He now spends his time working on his pet project, a proposed rehabilitation center for prostitutes, where they would get free medical and psychological care, receive job training, and learn home, parenting, and financial skills. Rifkin calls his brainchild the Ohola House Foundation, supposedly named after two biblical prostitutes in the Book of Ezekiel murdered by their clientele. Another notorious New York serial killer of this period, Arthur Shawcross, committed atrocities even more unspeakable than those of Rifkin. Like the latter, however, he preyed primarily on hard-luck prostitutes, a fact that has undoubtedly contributed to the public's relative lack of interest in his crimes. If Shawcross's account of his childhood is to be fully believed, he suffered the sort of torture almost guaranteed to produce a violent psychopath. According to his story, he was molested by an aunt, sodomized by his mother, and raped by a pedophile while still in grade school. He also insists that he regularly engaged in incest with his sister and cousin, was forced to perform fellatio on his girlfriend's brother, and practiced bestiality with a variety of creatures, including chickens, sheep, and a horse. Whatever the truth of these claims, there is no doubt that he was a deeply disturbed child, so bizarre in his behavior that his schoolmates nicknamed him Oddie. He also manifested classic early warning signs of future psychopathology, including unnaturally protracted bedwetting, which continued well into his teens, and a fondness for fire starting. In 1968, this profoundly unstable young man, then 23 years old, was drafted into the Army and sent to Vietnam. During one jungle mission, he supposedly raped, slaughtered, and cannibalized two peasant women who were collaborating with the Viet Cong. Like the tales of his childhood torture, it is hard to know how much of this story is true, how much the rabid imaginings of a sick mind. He also bragged of having murdered a string of pre-adolescent prostitutes in Saigon, a claim that, in light of his later behavior, seems more plausible. In any event, there is little doubt that, as a forensic psychiatrist would later testify, Shawcross left the Army suffering from a serious case of post-traumatic stress disorder. Discharged in 1969, he returned to his home in upstate New York, where he soon began to suffer from such violent flashbacks that an Army psychiatrist recommended a stay at a mental hospital. Shawcross's Christian Scientist wife, however, refused to sign the commitment papers. Not long afterward, his pyromaniac compulsions began to reassert themselves. After setting a string of fires, including a blaze that did $280,000 worth of damage to the paper factory where he worked, he was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison. 2 years later, however, he was given an early release after saving the life of a prison guard during a riot. Returning to Watertown, he found a job as a handyman and spent his spare time fishing the local creeks and rivers. On June 4, 1972, less than a year after his parole, he was walking across some open lots near his home when he heard someone call his name. Turning, he saw a 10-year-old neighbor boy, Jack Blake, stuck waist-deep in a mud hole. Pulling the boy free, Shawcross, according to his story, told him to go home and clean up. When the boy refused and insisted on following the older man across a swamp and into the woods, something in Shawcross snapped. Hitting the boy across the throat with a savage chopping blow, he raped and strangled him. Then, as he subsequently confessed to police, he cut parts of him out and ate them. I took his penis, his balls, his heart, and ate them. Why I did this, I don't know. Later, Shawcross would tell psychiatrists that, sometime after sticking the body in a shallow grave, he had dug it up and had sex with it. 3 months later, while fishing in a river, Shawcross spotted 8-year-old Karen Ann Hill playing nearby. After raping the little girl, he buried her, still alive, in a shallow grave beneath a bridge, packing leaves and wet mud into her mouth and nostrils until she suffocated. Later that same day, Shawcross returned to the crime scene to enjoy an ice cream cone. He was spotted by a witness and quickly identified as a prime suspect. Cutting a deal with prosecutors, he confessed to the murder of Karen Hill and led investigators to Jack Blake's body. In exchange, he was given a maximum sentence of 25 years with the possibility of parole in 15. Astonishingly, and over the vehement objections of various prison psychiatrists, he won parole in March 1987, after doing his minimum sentence. At the time of his release, his parole officer penned a prescient memo. At the risk of being melodramatic, the writer considers this man to be possibly the most dangerous individual to have been released to the community in many years. This warning went unheeded. As a result, 11 more people would die at Arthur Shawcross's hands. In January 1988, after moving to Rochester, he picked up a 27-year-old prostitute, strangled her to death in his car, then tossed her body into the Genesee River. For the next year and a half, his MO would remain much the same. Sometimes, after killing a victim and dumping her body along the riverbanks or in the nearby woods, he would sneak back to have sex with the decomposing corpse. Occasionally, he carved out the sex organs and ate them. Most of his victims were local hookers, but a few were acquaintances like 30-year-old June Stotts, a mildly retarded family friend. Offering to drive her to the beach one unseasonably warm November day, Shawcross suffocated her, raped her corpse, then, as he later described it, cut her wide open in a straight line from neck to asshole, cut out her pussy and ate it. I was one sick person. Shawcross's habit of visiting the bodies of his victims to practice necrophilia and cannibalism proved to be his undoing. In June 1990, a police surveillance helicopter, on the lookout for the Genesee River Killer, as the media had dubbed him, spotted him masturbating on a bridge over the area where one of the bodies had been recently recovered. Brought in for questioning, he quickly confessed to his crimes, though he showed no signs of repentance. On the contrary, he insisted that his victims were responsible for their own deaths, since they had provoked him by ridiculing his sexual inadequacies. In the end, despite expert witnesses who testified that Shawcross was profoundly psychotic, he was found guilty and sentenced to 10 consecutive 25-year terms in prison. Besides Rifkin and Shawcross, there have been other, no less despicable killers who have achieved notoriety in recent annals of serial murder. Among them are Harvey Kerrigan. While stationed in Alaska during an Army stint in 1949, the sociopathic Kerrigan was sentenced to hang for rape-murder, but escaped the gallows because of a legal technicality. Paroled after just 9 more years, he embarked on a string of burglaries and assaults, and soon landed back behind bars, where he remained until 1969. 4 years later, while managing a gas station in Seattle, he murdered a teenage job applicant who had answered his Help Wanted classified, a crime that would earn him his homicidal nickname, the Want-Ad Killer. Shortly afterward, with detectives making things hot for him in Seattle, he decamped for Minneapolis, where, over the next 2 years, he perpetrated a series of shockingly brutal crimes, sexually assaulting his victims before bludgeoning their skulls with a hammer. Despite the savagery of these attacks, several women survived to identify Kerrigan, who was taken into custody by the Minneapolis police. Inside his car, investigators discovered road maps marked with dozens of incriminating red-penciled circles that corresponded to the sites of various crimes linked to the Want-Ad Killer. Under questioning, Kerrigan tried paving the way for an insanity defense by claiming that he had killed under direct orders from God, whom he described somewhat vaguely as a mysterious figure who has a large hood on and you can't see his face. The jury at his 1975 trial was unconvinced, and Kerrigan received the maximum sentence of 40 years in prison. Patrick Carney. The psychopathic counterparts of the immaculately tidy gay man in the TV hit Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, Patrick Carney and his live-in lover were fastidious in their habits. Inside their meticulously clean Redondo Beach apartment, more than a dozen murder victims were neatly dismembered with a hacksaw, then carefully arranged in identical trash bags for disposal along the Southern California freeways. The trash bag murders, as the killings came to be known, began in April 1975, when the mutilated remains of a naked 21-year-old male were discovered off a highway near San Juan Capistrano. Over the next 2 years, 8 more male corpses turned up in various Southern California counties. All of them were shot in the head, sawed into pieces and methodically packaged for dumping. Police finally got their break in March 1977, when friends of the final victim, 17-year-old John LeMay, supplied them with the name and address of the acquaintance LeMay had gone to visit on the day of his disappearance, David Hill. Warrants were immediately issued for Hill and Carney, who remained at large until the first day of July, when they suddenly appeared at the Riverside County Sheriff's Office, pointed to their wanted posters hanging on the wall, and cheerfully announced, "That's us." Shouldering full responsibility for the slayings, Carney claimed that he killed because it excited him and gave him a feeling of dominance. He eventually confessed to 28 homicides. He received a life sentence. Hill was released for lack of evidence. Paul John Knowles. A frequently reprinted photo of Paul John Knowles shows him with a mane of tousled dark hair, cigarette dangling insouciantly from his lips, a brooding, darkly handsome man with a striking resemblance to the young Chris Christopherson. His craggy good looks, combined with his easy charm and an indefinable air of danger, made him catnip to women, and eventually earned him his homicidal nickname, the Casanova Killer. That psychonym, however, is somewhat misleading, since it suggests that Knowles was a Ted Bundy-like lady killer, a predatory sadist who preyed on the opposite sex. In truth, Knowles, for all the romantic outlaw fantasy that women projected onto him, was a nihilistic lowlife who degenerated from a petty criminal into a homicidal drifter, randomly killing anyone unlucky enough to get in his way, male or female, young or old. At least 18 people, and possibly as many as 35, would die at his hands. His murderous spree began in July 1974. Escaping from a jail in Jacksonville, Florida, where he'd been locked up after a bar fight, he broke into the home of 65-year-old Alice Curtis, who suffocated on her gag while Knowles ransacked the place. Though that killing was inadvertent, his next homicides were perpetrated with a frightening premeditation. While driving Mrs. Curtis's stolen car, he spotted two little girls who knew his family, 7-year-old Mylette Anderson and her 11-year-old sister Lillian. Afraid that the girls had seen him and might serve as potential witnesses to his whereabouts, Knowles strangled both and dumped their corpses in a swamp. From that point on, Knowles became a one-man crime wave, drifting northward to Georgia, then across the country and back, leaving corpses wherever he went. He killed indiscriminately, hitchhikers and campers, stranded female motorists and businessmen befriended in bars. He broke into houses and murdered their owners. He picked up women in bars and killed them when they brought him home for sex. In Macon, Georgia, he stabbed to death a woman named Carswell Carr, then strangled her 15-year-old daughter and molested the teenager's corpse. In November 1974, 4 months into his cross-country killing spree, Knowles met a British journalist named Sandy Fawkes at a Holiday Inn bar in Atlanta. They embarked on a 6-day fling, marred only by Knowles's pathological inability to achieve an erection with a willing sex partner. Though sufficiently fond of Fawkes not to kill her, Knowles took out his frustration by attempting to rape one of Fawkes's friends, Susan Mackenzie, at gunpoint. She managed to escape and notified the police. Like other spree killers, Knowles now acted with a suicidal abandon. Brandishing a sawed-off shotgun, he hijacked 2 vehicles in succession, first a police car, then a car belonging to a passing motorist, taking both drivers as prisoners. Heading to a remote spot in Pulaski County, Georgia, he handcuffed both men to a tree and executed each with a shot to the head. Not long afterward, he tried to crash through a police roadblock and was finally captured after a chaotic foot chase, bringing his 4-month rampage to an end. The following day, while being escorted to a maximum security prison by a sheriff and an FBI agent, he lunged for the former's revolver and was shot dead by the latter. Robert Hansen. In Richard Connell's famous 1924 short story, The Most Dangerous Game, a crazed Russian general named Zarov, bored with shooting lions, tigers, and other conventional species of big game, stocks his private island with shipwrecked sailors and begins hunting humans. During a 10-year period beginning in 1973, a Jekyll-Hyde sex killer named Robert Hansen acted out a true-life version of this fantasy, turning lurid make-believe into nightmarish reality for more than a dozen unfortunate women. In many respects, Hansen's life conformed to the familiar, if not stereotypical, pattern seen in the backgrounds of so many serial killers. Afflicted in his boyhood with a severe stutter, a disabling shyness, and a disfiguring case of acne, he grew up feeling shunned by the world, and especially by members of the opposite sex, for whom he developed a profound, lifelong hatred. In his late 20s, he relocated from Idaho to Alaska, a haven for misfits seeking to remake their lives. Settling in Anchorage, he established himself as a successful entrepreneur, the owner of a thriving bakery business. Securing a pilot's license, he purchased his own plane and became an expert wilderness hunter, stalking mountain goats, grizzlies, and wolves with bow and arrow and rifle. To his neighbors, he appeared to be a paragon, a prosperous, self-made family man and community booster. By his early 30s, however, cracks were beginning to show in his exemplary facade. He was caught shoplifting a chainsaw and arrested twice for attempted rape. These crimes were just a prologue for the enormities to come. Starting in 1973, when he was 33 years old, Hansen brought dozens of prostitutes and topless dancers to his wilderness retreat, flying them into the mountains in his private plane. Those who provided sex for free, who came across with what I wanted, as Hansen later put it, were taken back to Anchorage unharmed. The ones who demanded money for their favors met a terrible fate. After keeping them tied up in his cabin for several days of rape and torture, he would release them naked into the wilderness. Then, after giving them a head start, he would stalk them with a .223 caliber hunting rifle. Altogether, 17 women were slain in this hideously depraved sport. The end came for Hansen in 1983, when one of his intended victims managed to break free as he was attempting to force her into his plane. Picking up Hansen for questioning, police quickly punctured his alibi. Before long, they found incriminating evidence in his possession, including the hunting rifle and a map marked with the burial sites of his prey. The hunter was caged for life in 1984. Christopher Wilder. Born and raised in Australia, Wilder began his life of sex crime at an early age. Before he was out of his teens, he had been arrested for gang rape and given mandatory electroshock therapy, which proved to be totally useless. A few years later, he was back in trouble with the law after extorting sex from a student nurse. Immigrating to America, he prospered in the construction business and was soon leading the glamorous life of a swinging 1970s-era playboy, complete with swanky seaside home in Boynton Beach, a speedboat, and a high-powered sports car that he raced in professional competitions. Beneath the glitzy exterior, however, Wilder was the same compulsive sex criminal he had been since his early adolescence. Time and again, his depraved behavior nearly landed him in prison. In 1971, not long after moving to Florida, he was arrested on a charge of soliciting women to pose for nude photos. A few years later, he was jailed after using physical force to coerce oral sex from an underage girl. Another arrest followed in 1980, when he lured a teenage girl into his car with the promise of a modeling job, drove her to a remote area, and raped her. For various reasons, through plea bargaining or the complainant's refusal to testify, or the inadmissibility of vital evidence, Wilder managed to evade long-term imprisonment in each of these cases. His luck appeared to run out in 1983. During a trip back home to Australia, he abducted two 15-year-old girls and forced them to pose for pornographic pictures. Charged with kidnapping and indecent assault, he was slated for a trial that seemed certain to end with a long-deferred and richly deserved prison term. Once again, however, he managed to wriggle free, returning to the United States when his family posted the $350,000 bail. Not long afterward, Wilder's demons finally took full possession of him. In February 1984, a 20-year-old aspiring model named Rosario Gonzalez hired to hand out aspirin samples at the Miami Grand Prix, where Wilder was competing in his 310-horsepower Porsche, vanished without a trace. 1 month later, a former girlfriend of Wilder's, a 23-year-old part-time model named Elizabeth Kenyon, also disappeared. When the local newspaper reported that a Boynton Beach race driver was wanted for questioning in connection with the two cases, Wilder packed his car, kenneled his 3 pedigreed setters, and embarked on his final insane spree, an 8,000-mile cross-country odyssey of torture, rape, and murder that left a half-dozen victims dead. Shopping malls were his preferred hunting ground. Approaching attractive young women, he would introduce himself as a professional photographer and offer them modeling opportunities. Some went with him willingly, others were forced into his car. Once alone with Wilder, the young women were subjected to prolonged torment. Several were hooked up to live electrical wires and tortured for hours. At least one had her eyelids sealed with superglue. When Wilder was done with them, he generally savaged their bodies with a knife and dumped the remains in some out-of-the-way spot, often in a canal or reservoir. On April 4th, 1 day after being added to the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list, Wilder abducted a 16-year-old girl named Tina Risico in Torrance, California. After repeatedly raping her, he forced her to become his accomplice in luring other young women into his clutches. Whatever shreds of humanity he retained seemed to manifest themselves a week later when, after having perpetrated several final atrocities, he drove Risico to Boston's Logan Airport, bought her a ticket home to California, and saw her off at the gate. The following day, April 13, 1984, Wilder's car was spotted at a New Hampshire gas station by 2 state troopers. As the lawman approached, Wilder lunged for the .357 Magnum in his glove compartment. One of the troopers threw himself on Wilder, and in the ensuing struggle, the gun went off twice. Wilder was killed, perhaps in an intentional act of suicide, with a bullet to the heart. Case Study. Danny Rolling, the Gainesville Ripper. The crimes committed by Danny Rolling sound like the stuff of a low-budget slasher film. 5 college students, 4 female, 1 male, brutally murdered by a madman over a weekend of terror. These ghastly killings occurred in Gainesville, Florida, an idyllic college town that had only recently been rated as one of America's most livable places. Within a week of the murders, however, the media had bestowed a new and chilling nickname on the community, Grisly Gainesville. The first victims died August 24, 1990. Christina Powell and Sonia Larson, 18-year-old roommates at the University of Florida, were found butchered in their student apartment. The killer had broken in while they slept, bound and gagged them with duct tape, then raped and savaged them with a K-bar knife. Afterward, he had mutilated the corpses and arranged them in obscene poses as a final insult to the victims and an affront to the people who would discover them. The next night, he struck again. This time, the victim was 18-year-old Krista Hoyt, a sophomore at Santa Fe Community College. The killer broke into her home, then waited for her to return. When she did, he duct-taped her mouth and raped her. In a frenzy of violence reminiscent of the atrocities of the original Jack the Ripper, he then stabbed her to death, sliced off her nipples, cut her open from breastbone to groin, and decapitated the corpse, placing the head on a shelf before fleeing the scene. The savagery of this crime would earn him his tabloid nickname, the Gainesville Ripper. Hysteria gripped the community. Hundreds of students fled the state. Many who remained traveled in groups and avoided being alone. Though 23-year-old Tracy Pauls shared in the general unease, she was not overly concerned. Her roommate, also 23, was an old high school pal, Manuel Tabota, a strapping 6'3" senior who weighed over 200 pounds. With Manny around, no harm would befall her, she believed. She was wrong. In the early morning hours of August 27th, the Ripper crept into their apartment while they slept. Manny awoke to find himself under attack by the knife-wielding maniac. Though the young man put up a ferocious struggle, he was no match for the Ripper's blade. Hearing the commotion, Tracy hurried to Manny's bedroom door, where she was set upon by the killer. He subdued her with duct tape, raped, then killed her. With the city in a panic, police intensified their search for the sex killer. Suspicion fell heavily on a local man named Edward Humphrey, a chronic troublemaker with a history of violently erratic behavior. But as the authorities focused their attentions on Humphrey, the real killer was miles away. His name was Daniel Harold Rolling. Born in Shreveport, Louisiana in 1954, he seems never to have had a chance at a normal life. His policeman father was a brutal martinet who terrorized the family, subjecting his children, and especially young Danny, to unrelenting physical and verbal abuse. By his early adolescence, the boy was heavily into alcohol and drugs and had made several failed suicide attempts. He had also become a peeping Tom, a compulsion that would later evolve into housebreaking, rape, and, ultimately, sex murder. At 17, he joined the Air Force, but was discharged 2 years later after being caught with marijuana. By 1979, he had turned to armed robbery, an offense that earned him several stints in the penitentiary. Paroled in 1989, Rolling returned to Shreveport and tried living with his parents. This ill-advised move culminated in an explosion of gun violence between father and son. After putting 2 bullets into the old man, Danny fled to Kansas City, then made his way down to Florida. August 1990 found him in Gainesville, camping in the woods not far from the homes of the women who would later become his first victims. After the slaughter in Gainesville, Rolling headed for Ocala, where, on September 8th, he was captured after robbing a supermarket at gunpoint. At first, the police didn't realize that they had bagged the Ripper. Rolling seemed like nothing more than a petty thief, short on talent and luck. Further investigation into his background, however, uncovered some disturbing facts. Officials learned that Rolling was wanted in Shreveport for the attempted murder of his father. Moreover, there had been a horrific triple homicide in Shreveport during the time that Rolling resided there with his parents, a crime that bore marked similarities to the Gainesville horrors. An examination of evidence gathered from the campsite where Rolling was staying after arriving in Gainesville produced overwhelming physical evidence linking him to the murders, including a pubic hair that, thanks to DNA analysis, was matched with one of the victims. Before long, Rolling had confessed to the crimes, though he tried to pin the blame on an evil alter ego named Gemini, a ploy that fell apart when investigators discovered that he had gotten the idea from watching the movie Exorcist III. At his 1994 trial, his lawyer tried to persuade the jury that Rolling deserved sympathy because of his brutalized upbringing. Whatever sympathy they might have felt for the mistreatment he had suffered as a child, however, failed to mitigate their outrage over the atrocities he had committed as an adult. For 5 counts of murder, Danny Rolling was sentenced to die in the electric chair. Gallery of Evil. 10 American Monsters. Lydia Sherman, 1825 to 1879. Every era is haunted by its own particular monsters, dark, unsettling figures who incarnate the dominant fears of the time. In the late 1800s, when American women first organized to demand social and political equality, triggering powerful anxieties in men, that figure was the female serial poisoner. This nightmarish being became a stock feature of late 19th century popular culture, which spawned a whole genre of fictional crime stories about the unspeakable doings of assorted domestic fiends, homicidal maniacs in the guise of loving housewives, mothers, and caretakers. Far more unnerving, of course, were the real-life cases of women who gleefully wiped out large numbers of their nearest and dearest. Among the most infamous of these was the woman who has gone down in the annals of crime under the name of Lydia Sherman. Her original name was Lydia Danbury. Born in New Brunswick, New Jersey in 1825, she was just 17 when she married her first husband, Edward Struck, a 40-year-old widower with 6 children. Within a year of their wedding, Lydia had given birth to a healthy girl. 6 more babies followed in rapid succession. With a wife and 13 children to support, Struck, by then living with his family in Manhattan, took a job as a police officer. In 1863, however, he was fired in disgrace after failing to respond quickly enough when a knife-wielding drunkard attacked a hotel bartender. By then, Struck's children from his first marriage had grown up and left home, and one of Lydia's babies had died of an intestinal ailment. That left 6 children in the household. With not a penny coming in to feed them, Struck plunged into a state of extreme despondency. Eventually, he refused to leave his bed. Deciding that he had become more trouble than he was worth, Lydia killed him with arsenic-laced porridge. The attending physician diagnosed the cause of death as consumption. Lydia was a 42-year-old widow with no income. Just a month after disposing of her husband, she began to feel disheartened by the difficulty of supporting 6 children on her own. In the first week of July, she poisoned the 3 youngest with arsenic. Freed of these burdens, Lydia's situation improved, particularly since her 14-year-old son George had gotten a job as a painter's assistant. Unfortunately, George soon developed a condition known as painter's colic and was forced to quit work. His mother gave him a week to recuperate. When he showed no signs of improvement, she killed him with arsenic-spiked tea. Only 2 of Lydia's children still remained above ground. Her 18-year-old daughter, also named Lydia, and little Anne Eliza, aged 12. Anne Eliza was a frail child, frequently sick with fever and chills. Lydia began to feel oppressed by the burden of caring for her. In March 1864, she killed the little girl by mixing a few grains of arsenic into a spoonful of patent medicine. The cause of death was given as typhoid fever. For the next 6 or 7 weeks, the 2 Lydias, mother and daughter, lived together in a small apartment on Upper Broadway. In early May, after paying an overnight visit to her half-sister in Lower Manhattan, young Lydia returned home with a fever and took to bed. Her mother did not feel like caring for her. On May 16, 1866, after dutifully taking the foul-tasting medicine her mother had fed her, the 18-year-old girl died in convulsive agony and was laid to rest beside the bodies of her father and 5 siblings. Shortly afterward, Lydia moved to Stratford, Connecticut, where she met and married an old man named Dennis Hurlburt, a local farmer of considerable means. Slightly more than 1 year later, Hurlburt fell violently ill and died after eating a bowl of his wife's special clam chowder. His death was attributed to cholera. The 46-year-old widow came into a considerable inheritance. If her motives had been entirely mercenary, she could then have tossed away her arsenic and never killed again. But, though Lydia was happy to profit from her crimes, money was not, in the end, what drove her. Like others of her breed, she was a confirmed predator, addicted to cruelty and death. Within months of Hurlburt's death, Lydia married Horatio N. Sherman, a hard-drinking widower with 4 children. In mid-November 1870, just 2 months after the wedding, Lydia murdered Sherman's youngest child, a 4-month-old baby named Frankie. The following month, she poisoned his 14-year-old daughter, Ada. The sudden death of his 2 children devastated Sherman. He began to hit the bottle harder than ever. After returning from 1 week-long bender, he took to bed for several days before returning to work on Monday, May 8, 1871. When he came home from the factory that evening, Lydia was waiting with a nice cup of poisoned hot chocolate. 2 days later, he was dead. The sudden shocking death of the seemingly healthy Sherman aroused the suspicions of his physician, Dr. Beardsley. Securing permission to conduct a post-mortem, Beardsley removed the stomach and liver and shipped them to a toxicology professor at Yale for analysis. 3 weeks later, he received the results. Sherman's liver was saturated with arsenic. A warrant was promptly issued for the arrest of Lydia Sherman. On June 7, 1871, she was picked up in New York City and transported back to New Haven, where she was charged with the murder of Horatio Sherman. Her trial was a nationwide sensation. In the end, Lydia was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment in the state prison at Wethersfield, where she died of cancer in 1879. Belle Gunness, 1859, date of death unknown. She was that rarest of all psychopaths, a woman who engaged in wholesale slaughter, partly out of greed, but mostly for the sheer joy of it. Even more unusual was the extreme savagery of her crimes. There had been other female murder fiends in the late 19th century, Lydia Sherman, Sarah Jane Robinson, Jane Topham. But they had all shared the traditional MO of female serial killers, poisoning their victims, then pretending that the deaths were due to natural causes. Belle Gunness was frighteningly different. True, she was not averse to eliminating an expendable spouse or superfluous child with a dose of strychnine when it suited her purposes. But the corpses that were dug up on her Indiana murder farm hadn't been poisoned. They had been butchered. A 42-year-old Norwegian emigrant, Belle had purchased the farm in 1902 with the $8,500 insurance money she came into when her first husband, Mads Sorensen, died suddenly in convulsive agony. Her first 2 babies, also heavily insured, had perished the same way. Though the symptoms were characteristic of strychnine poisoning, the doctors who examined the corpses saw nothing suspicious. Moving to the small town of LaPorte, she set herself up on what she liked to call the prettiest and happiest country home in northern Indiana. Shortly thereafter, she married a young widower, Peter Gunness. Just 9 months after the nuptials, he was killed when a cast-iron sausage grinder fell from the stovetop and struck him directly between the eyes while he was reaching for a shoe. At least, that was Belle's explanation. So bizarre was this story that neighbors talked openly of murder. The insurance company, however, declared her husband's death an accident, and Belle collected another hefty payment. That was when her homicidal career began in earnest. Over the course of the next 6 years, a succession of men found their way into Belle Gunness's happy country home. Some were hired hands brought in to help with the farm work. Others were well-to-do bachelors lured to the farm by the classified matrimonial ads that Belle regularly took out in Norwegian newspapers throughout the Midwest. All of them vanished without a trace. Then, in the early morning hours of April 27, 1908, the Gunness farmhouse burned to the ground. When the blaze was finally extinguished, firemen were aghast to discover the remains of 4 people, 3 children and an adult woman, stacked like cordwood in the cellar of the incinerated house. Though badly charred, the murdered children were recognizable as the youngest of Belle's 6 offspring. The 4th corpse was assumed to be that of Belle herself. Positive identification was impossible, however. The woman had been decapitated, and her head was nowhere to be found. Suspicion immediately fell on a disgruntled farmhand named Ray Lamphere, who was charged with murder. In the meantime, searchers sifted through the ashes in a search for the missing head. They never found it. What they did unearth sent shockwaves throughout the nation, and earned Belle Gunness everlasting infamy as one of the most terrifying sociopaths in the annals of American crime. A dozen butchered corpses lay buried around the property, in a rubbish pit, a privy vault, a chicken yard. Each of the bodies had been carved up like a Thanksgiving turkey, head hacked off, arms removed from the shoulder sockets, legs sawed off at mid-thigh. The various pieces of each body, limbs, head, trunk, had been stuffed into separate grain sacks, sprinkled with lime, then buried. The discovery of these atrocities turned the Gunness farmstead into an instant, macabre tourist attraction. On the following Sunday, 10,000 curiosity seekers descended on the property, some from as far away as Chicago. Whole families strolled about the place like vacationing sightseers, while hawkers did a booming business in hot dogs, lemonade, and souvenir postcards of the murder farm, inset with a photograph of Belle, America's female Bluebeard, as the newspapers quickly dubbed her. Under arrest, Lamphere, who had served not only as Belle's hired hand but her lover as well, told a gruesome tale. Each of the victims had been murdered for money. But greed wasn't Belle's only motive. Judging from Lamphere's testimony, and from the grisly evidence unearthed in the Gunness farmyard, it was clear that she was a sexual psychopath. Despite her 250-pound bulk and mannish features, she wielded a seductive charm. Her victims had been lured into a secret bedchamber, where they were chloroformed, then slaughtered with an axe by the monstrous Belle. As to her fate, questions linger to this day. Did Lamphere, her suspected accomplice, kill her and her children for unknown reasons, then set fire to the farmhouse in an attempt to cover up his crimes? Many people believed so. Others, however, had doubts that the charred, decapitated woman in the cellar was Belle. For one thing, the body weighed just 73 pounds, inordinately small, even allowing for the shrinkage that results when meat is roasted at high temperatures. Lamphere himself claimed that Belle had staged her own death, then absconded with $100,000 in ill-gotten gains. In the end, she was officially declared dead. For many years, however, sightings of the infamous Lady Bluebeard were reported in places across America. In the popular mind, she continued to live on, a legendary monster immortalized in story and song. Belle Gunness was a lady fair in Indiana State. She weighed about 300 pounds, and that is quite some weight. That she was stronger than a man, her neighbors all did own. She butchered hogs right easily, and did it all alone. But hogs were just a sideline she indulged in now and then. Her favorite occupation was a butchering of men. To keep her cleaver busy, Belle would run an ad, and men would come a-scurrying with all the cash they had. Now some say Belle killed only 10, and some say 42. It was hard to tell exactly, but there were quite a few. And where Belle is now no one knows. But my advice is fair. If a widow advertises for a man with cash, beware. H. H. Holmes, 1860 to 1896. Herman Mudgett was a native of Gilmanton Academy, a tiny hamlet nestled among the Suncook Hills at the southern end of New Hampshire's Lake District. Born in 1860, Herman was a delicately built boy, blue-eyed and brown-haired, with a reputation as the brightest lad in town. Among his schoolmates, he was also known to be slightly odd. His father devoutly believed in the Bible, especially Proverbs 13:24. He that spareth his rod hateth his son. Herman's father loved his son and displayed his devotion by beating the boy with savage regularity. Throughout his childhood, Herman kept mostly to himself, shunning other children. He did have one friend, a slightly older boy named Tom, but Tom died under tragic circumstances, plunging to his death from the upstairs landing of a deserted house when he was exploring with Herman. Herman saw the accident clearly. He was standing right behind Tom at the time, so close that he could put his hand out and touch his friend's back without even reaching at all. Partly because of his delicate stature and partly because of his peculiar personality, Herman was often persecuted by the village bullies. One episode in particular left a lasting impression. One morning, 2 of Herman's older schoolmates waited until the village doctor was away from his office on a house call, then waylaid Herman. Dragging him kicking and screaming inside, they wrestled him over to the human skeleton that the doctor had mounted on a metal stand in a shadowy corner of the office. They forced the bony fingers of the skeleton against the hysterical boy's face, then let Herman go and left him shrieking on the floor. Ironically, it was to this traumatic experience that Herman later attributed his lifelong interest in anatomy. By the time he was 11, he was already conducting secret medical experiments, first on frogs and salamanders, then on rabbits, kittens, and stray dogs. New England was not large enough to contain Herman Mudgett's ambitions. After a year of college in Vermont, he transferred to the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, graduating with a medical degree in 1884. By then, Mudgett was an accomplished con artist who had learned how to bilk insurance companies of thousands of dollars. His method was simple. He would take out a life insurance policy for a fictitious person, acquire a corpse, claim that the corpse was the insured individual, and cash in the policy. Of course, the success of the scheme depended on Mudgett's ability to acquire dead bodies. But at that activity, too, he had already become quite proficient. In 1886, Herman Mudgett showed up in Chicago. By this time, he had assumed the pseudonym by which the whole world would eventually know him, Dr. Henry Howard Holmes. Within a few months, the debonair Dr. Holmes had taken a job as a druggist's assistant in the fashionable suburb of Inglewood. The drugstore was owned by an elderly widow named Holton. Before the year was out, Mrs. Holton had abruptly disappeared. "Gone to California to visit relatives," the handsome young assistant told inquiring customers. Only by then he was no longer an assistant. The 1887 city directory listed a new proprietor of the pharmacy at 63rd and Wallace Streets in Inglewood, Dr. H. H. Holmes. Before long, the profits from his store, combined with proceeds from assorted scams, allowed Holmes to construct a magnificent new residence for himself on a vacant lot across the street from his drugstore. In one respect, the building bore a striking similarity to its owner. Its exterior spoke of nothing but affluence and good taste. But behind the handsome facade it presented to the world, there existed a labyrinthine realm of madness and horror. Holmes called his new building the Castle. It contained over 100 rooms linked by secret passageways, fake walls, concealed shafts, and trap doors. Some rooms were soundproofed and padded with asbestos. Peepholes in the doors allowed Holmes to see into them. Many were equipped with gas pipes connected to a large tank in the cellar. From a control panel in his office, Holmes could fill any of the chambers with poison gas. Chutes ran from the second and third floors of the building to the basement, where Holmes kept a laboratory, complete with dissection table, surgical instruments, and an oven large enough to accommodate a human body. Shortly after moving into the castle, Holmes invited a watchmaker named Connor, who was blessed with a statuesque wife, Julia, and a lovely infant daughter named Pearl, to set up shop in a section of the pharmacy. Before long, the seductive Dr. Holmes had made Julia his mistress. When she became pregnant by Holmes, the outraged Mr. Connor packed up his belongings and left for good. Holmes, however, was not prepared for the responsibilities of fatherhood. He performed a crude abortion on Julia, killing her in the process, then dispatched little Pearl with chloroform. When the Chicago World's Fair opened in 1893, decent lodgings were hard to find in the city. Holmes began renting rooms to tourists. Few were ever seen alive again. Throughout this period, local medical schools received a regular supply of human skeletons from Dr. Holmes. Since the schools were in desperate need of high-grade anatomical specimens, no questions were asked. Holmes was finally arrested after killing his confederate, Ben Pitzel. Holmes used Pitzel's corpse to pull off his favorite life insurance fraud, but was caught by clever investigators. The discovery of the horrors inside his Chicago murder castle, along with the revelation that he had killed 3 of Pitzel's children to cover up his scam, sent shockwaves throughout the country. The trial of the arch-fiend, as Holmes was quickly dubbed, became the century's greatest criminal sensation. Following his conviction, he confessed to 27 murders, though authorities believed that the death count was closer to 50, 10 times the number racked up by Jack the Ripper. Because the careers of these 2 serial killers coincided, some crime buffs regard them as transatlantic counterparts, but others, in recognition of the handsome young doctor's appalling double life, have seen Holmes as the American version of a different Victorian monster. If ever there was a real-life Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, these people say, then surely Henry H. Holmes was the man. Albert Fish, 1870 to 1936. Edward Budd was an able-bodied, energetic young man, the eldest child of a poor working-class family scraping by in a New York City tenement. In late May 1928, hoping to find summer work as a farmhand, he placed a classified ad in a newspaper. Youth, 18, wishes position in country. Several days later, a frail-looking old man with gentle eyes and a drooping mustache showed up at the Budds' apartment. Introducing himself as Frank Howard, the little man explained that he was hiring help for his truck farm on Long Island. He had spotted Edward's ad in the paper and had come to interview the young man for a job. Mr. Howard gave Edward the once-over and seemed satisfied by what he saw. He made a generous offer and arranged to return in a few days to pick Edward up and drive him to the farm. A few days later, on Sunday, June 3rd, the old man returned. Edward was out on an errand. Mrs. Budd invited her son's new employer to have lunch with the family while they awaited the young man's return. Shortly afterward, while Mr. Howard sat at the Budds' kitchen table, the youngest member of the family, a glowing little girl named Grace, wandered into the room. She instantly caught the old man's eye. He called her over, sat her on his knee, and exclaimed over her beauty. She reminded him, he said as he caressed her silky brown hair, of his own 10-year-old granddaughter. Suddenly, he turned to her parents as though an idea had just struck him. His niece, who lived in Upper Manhattan, was having a birthday party that afternoon. He had decided to attend the party for a few hours, then pick Edward up afterward. Perhaps Grace would like to come along with him. It was going to be quite a party, with lots of children and games and ice cream. He would take good care of her and bring her home before dark. Mrs. Budd felt a little uncertain about letting her child go off with a virtual stranger. Still, Mr. Howard seemed so utterly harmless that her qualms seemed foolish. And besides, the old gentleman had offered her son a desperately needed job. She allowed herself to be persuaded. "Let her go," Grace's father urged. "She doesn't see much good times." Grace was gotten up in her prettiest outfit. Then the creature known as Frank Howard, whose name was really Albert Fish and whose kindly demeanor concealed a mind of unimaginable depravity, took the child by the hand and led her away from home toward a subway station. Before boarding the train, the old man stopped to retrieve a canvas bundle he had stashed behind a corner newsstand on his way to the Budds' apartment. Wrapped inside were a butcher's knife, a cleaver, and a saw. To describe Albert Fish as the black sheep of his family is almost a laughable understatement. No eminent American family has ever been cursed with any sheep blacker. Though his ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War, and his namesake had served as a Secretary of State in the Grant administration, Albert Fish, whose given name was actually Hamilton Fish, came from a branch of the family characterized by poverty and psychosis. When he was 5, his parents, unable to afford his upbringing, placed him in a public orphanage. There, Fish had a teacher whose preferred form of discipline was to strip her young charges naked and beat their bare bodies while the other boys and girls watched. Fish came away from this experience with a singular education. What he learned, as he later put it, was to enjoy everything that hurt. At 28, Fish was making an irregular living as a house painter and handyman. He married a 19-year-old woman who would eventually abandon him for another man, leaving Fish to care for their 6 children. He was an affectionate father and grandfather. At the same time, he admitted to other feelings toward children. As he grew older, he became increasingly possessed by what he described as a lust for their blood. Obsessed throughout his life with religion, Fish began to have searing visions of Christ and his angels, and to hear the voice of God addressing him in dark, quasi-biblical terms. "Blessed is the man who correcteth his son, in whom he delighteth with stripes. Happy is he that taketh thy little ones, and dasheth their head against their stones." He saw himself as Abraham, and each of his little victims as a young Isaac. "It seemed to me," he later explained, "that I had to offer a child for sacrifice, to purge myself of sins, iniquities, and abominations in the sight of God." His compulsion to kill grew overpowering. Even today, no one knows the precise number of Fish's victims, though it seems certain that he molested several hundred and slew at least 15. Most were children of the slums. Many of his victims were black, and authorities, after a cursory investigation, simply gave up the search. Eventually, authorities would learn some of the horrifying details from Albert Fish himself. But that wouldn't happen until 6 years after Grace Budd's disappearance. And on June 3, 1928, Grace Budd's parents had no way of knowing any of these facts about the monster who called himself Frank Howard, the friendly old man who led their little daughter onto the New York Central Railroad, while, tucked under one arm, he carried the canvas bundle containing the tools he liked to think of as his implements of hell. Over the course of the next 6 years, the New York City Police, led by Detective William King of the Missing Persons Bureau, conducted a massive manhunt for the Budd girl and her kidnapper. Hopes were raised and dashed with dismaying regularity. Then, in November 1934, a letter addressed to Grace's mother arrived at the Budds' apartment. Its contents were unspeakably demented. The anonymous writer began by recounting a story he had heard about a famine in China, during which boys and girls under the age of 12 were seized and cut up, and their meat sold. The writer explained that he had been told this story by an acquaintance, a sea captain who had lived in Hong Kong. On Sunday, June the 3rd, 1928, the letter continued, I called on you at 406 West 15th Street. We had lunch. Grace sat in my lap and kissed me. I made up my mind to eat her. On the pretense of taking her to a party, I took her to an empty house in Westchester. I choked her to death, then cut her in small pieces so I could take her meat to my rooms, cook it, and eat it. How sweet and tender her little ass was, roasted in the oven. By dint of old-fashioned sleuthing, Detective King managed to trace the letter to its source. A trap was laid, and Fish was arrested. His confession stunned even the most hardened officers. Fish revealed that Grace was not his intended victim at all. He had originally planned to kill her brother. His intent was to lure Edward up to an abandoned house in suburban Westchester, overpower him, bind him with stout cords, and slice off his penis. Afterward, he planned to take the train back to the city, leaving the trussed and mutilated boy to bleed to death on the floor of the cottage. The moment he saw little Grace, however, he changed his plan. It was she he wanted to sacrifice, not her brother, so he made up the birthday party story on the spot. After leading her out of the city to a place known locally as Wisteria Cottage, he left her out in the empty house's front yard, picking wildflowers. He then made his way to an upstairs bedroom and stripped completely naked. Concealing himself behind a door, he called to Grace to come upstairs. When she reached the landing, he leapt out at her and strangled her, kneeling on her chest and climaxing twice as she expired. He then cut her body into pieces and disposed of them in various places around the property, all except for a few pounds of her flesh, which he carried back into the city with him, wrapped in newspaper. Fish's trial in 1935 held the nation riveted with its steady stream of shocking revelations, including Fish's incredible disclosure that he had used the butchered chunks of the little girl's body to make a human stew, cooking her flesh in a pot with carrots, onions, and strips of bacon, devouring the infernal concoction over a period of about a week. Meanwhile, Fish took a liking to Dr. Frederick Wortham, senior psychiatrist at Bellevue Hospital, who had been retained by the defense to examine the madman. For the first time, Fish opened himself up to another human being, revealing the incredible story of his life and crimes, a history so appalling that years later, after a long career of dealing with the criminally insane, Wortham would continue to regard Fish as the most wildly deranged human being he had ever encountered. Among other incredible admissions, Fish explained that one of his favorite forms of sexual gratification consisted of shoving sewing needles up into his crotch, just behind his scrotum. Wortham had difficulty believing this claim until X-rays were taken which revealed 27 sewing needles lodged around Fish's pelvic region. In the end, Fish was found guilty and sentenced to death. Even the jurors believed he was insane, but as one of them later explained, they felt he should be electrocuted anyway. On Thursday, June 16, 1936, Albert Fish went to the chair, the oldest man ever to be electrocuted at Sing Sing. Earl Leonard Nelson, 1897 to 1928. Even as a baby, Earl Nelson had the ability to unsettle those who encountered him. According to one crime writer, the earliest surviving photograph of little Earl showed a loose-mouthed, degenerate infant with a vacant expression. The picture was taken shortly after Earl was left an orphan, both his parents having died of syphilis. Less than a year old, he was taken into the home of his maternal grandmother, a Bible-thumping widow who instilled in him a lifelong fascination with Scripture. In spite of her efforts to provide him with a stable home life, Earl's behavior grew increasingly erratic as he matured. At the dinner table, he seemed barely socialized, devouring food with the ferocity of a caged beast. He routinely managed to lose his clothing whenever he left the house. When he wasn't sunk into profound, self-pitying depressions, he was gripped by uncontrollable rages. By the age of 7, he had already been expelled from grade school and earned a neighborhood reputation as a petty thief and shoplifter. In 1907, shortly after his 10th birthday, Earl suffered a serious head injury when he bicycled in front of an oncoming trolley car and was sent flying into the cobblestones. He remained in a coma for nearly a week before regaining consciousness. It is possible that the brain damage he sustained in the accident contributed to his future psychopathology. Or perhaps, given his family inheritance of instability and the bizarre behavioral symptoms he had manifested from infancy, his life would have turned out the same even if he hadn't been hit by the trolley. In any event, his formal education ended when he was 14. Dropping out of school, he took a succession of menial jobs, supplementing his meager earnings, most of which he spent in the brothels of the Barbary Coast, with burglary. By then, he was residing with his Aunt Lillian, his grandmother having died a few years earlier. Despite Earl's increasingly erratic behavior, his Tourette's-like tendency to spew obscenities at the dinner table, his brooding obsession with the Book of Revelation, his freakish habit of walking around on his hands whenever a guest dropped by for coffee, Lillian remained staunchly supportive of her bizarre nephew. When he was arrested for housebreaking in 1915, she made a tearful appeal on his behalf at his trial. Her plea was ignored, however, and Earl was sentenced to 2 years in San Quentin. Released from prison during the height of the Great War, Earl enlisted in the military but spent a good part of his stint in a naval mental hospital, where he was diagnosed as a constitutional psychopath. Discharged in 1919, the 22-year-old Nelson took a job as a hospital janitor and soon fell in love with a grizzled 58-year-old spinster named Mary Martin. Before long, this very odd couple had married. The new Mrs. Nelson found herself living with a madman who continuously accused her of infidelity when he wasn't ranting about the great beast of the Book of Revelation and proclaiming that he himself was Jesus Christ. Not long after Earl raped her in a hospital bed while she was recuperating from a serious illness, Mary decided to leave him. A year later, he attacked a 12-year-old girl in the basement of an apartment building and landed back in a mental hospital. He was discharged in June 1925. Less than 1 year later, he embarked on the rampage that would make him the most feared and prolific serial killer of his era. On February 20th, 1926, he showed up at the doorstep of Mrs. Clara Newman, a 60-year-old spinster who ran a boarding house in San Francisco. There was a vacancy sign in her front window. Nelson, explaining that he was looking for a place to stay, asked to see the available room. Once he had the landlady alone, he strangled her with his bare hands, then raped her corpse. During the next few months, Nelson ranged along the West Coast, from San Francisco to Seattle and back, on a monstrous spree of murder and sexual mayhem. 10 more women died at his hands between February and November 1926. All his victims were landladies. All were strangled, then raped after death. A number of the corpses were left stuffed in small spaces, inside a trunk behind the basement furnace. By now, the press had dubbed the unknown maniac the Dark Strangler. A massive manhunt was launched all along the West Coast. Nelson moved inland. On December 2nd, he murdered Mrs. John Berard, 49, of Council Bluffs, Iowa. On December 27th, he strangled 23-year-old Bonnie Pace of Kansas City, Missouri. The following day, he killed another Kansas City woman, 28-year-old Germania Harpin. He also choked to death Mrs. Harpin's 8-month-old son by stuffing a rag down the infant's throat. A nationwide alert was now on for the monster. Witnesses had provided the police with a description of the suspect: dark hair, stocky build, sloping forehead, protruding lips, and grotesquely oversized hands. There was something ape-like about his appearance. The press hung a new tag on the phantom killer: the guerrilla murderer. Nelson headed eastward. Between April and June, he murdered 4 more women in Philadelphia, Buffalo, Detroit, and Chicago. Then he turned north into Canada, where he was finally captured after murdering 2 final victims in Winnipeg, a 16-year-old flower girl named Lola Cowan and a housewife named Emily Patterson, whose violated corpse he stuffed under a bed. Tried and convicted in November 1927, Nelson was hanged the following January in Winnipeg. He went to his death clutching his Bible and proclaiming his innocence. His blood rampage had lasted for slightly more than a year, from February 1926 until June 1927. During that brief span of time, 22 victims met their death at the beast-like hands of the guerrilla murderer.